includes the time spent going through the little wiggle that takes you into the pit lane, which is always a little bit slower. Looking round, where is the Van der Zande car? There it goes, number 29 through now. It's getting more gloomy out there, isn't it? I don't quite say it's lashing it down, but it certainly is raining a little bit harder than it was before. And looking at the race from the point of view of the number 29, the HTP car, the reason that that's got itself into the lead was by doing a shorter stint on its last stint. The shorter stint meant that it had a shorter pit stop, but it came in on the same lap as the number 4 car. And that meant that it was able to jump ahead of the number 4 car and therefore extend its advantage. Sorry, from the number 9 car. That's the car that it's on the same schedule with. We'll see the number 9 car coming through in about 2 seconds or so. No, longer than that. It's pulled away.
40 seconds.
Yeah, so Van der Zande is actually lapping considerably quicker, and he's making up ground on the rest of the field. It's looking very good for HTP at the moment. We'll see how it pans out. Obviously still a long way to go, but I said a little while ago, the Haribo car isn't able to lead as much of the race now as it was earlier on. But we do have this kind of double shadowing effect of the 2 Black Falcon cars, each of them shadowing one of the non-Black Falcon cars.
Van der Zande's clearly their secret weapon when it comes to wet weather driving, isn't it?
It's what Marco told us. He said that he was much more comfortable with the car when it was in damp or mixed conditions.
It is Maxi Gertz, by the way, behind the wheel of the 88, which now rejoins the race.
And he stayed behind the wheel then, presumably?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. And the 4 car works its way through the Yokohama S now, in 4th position then, behind the 29 of Van der Zande and the 88 of Maxi Gertz. Just heading into the Dunlop Curva now is the 3rd placed number 4 Black Falcon car. Quite a bit of traffic for it to deal with, heading out of that sharp right-hander and towards the Michael Schumacher S then. 912 will continue to tumble down the order, so that will promote the Bentley to 7th position now, and the best of the non-German cars. So we have still 4 Mercedes going particularly well. The next car to fight for a podium is the BMW from Rowe Racing, number 23, which has just been serviced and is on an outlap.
And confusingly, has just done a very short stint. They must have done a stop, got themselves on the wrong tyres, and then had to come back in again, because I was just puzzled a bit by why that car is on another outlap, because the number 23 has only just come into the pits on its previous lap. So kind of double pit stop for the number 23 in order to, I would imagine, get onto more suitable tyres, probably, as we heard the Audis were doing, going onto a full wet rather than intermediates. And that could be a fate that befalls some of the other cars at the front of the field. But that means that the BMW, and we've got the interesting situation, haven't we, behind the 4 Mercedes that lead the way, where we've got the BMW in 5th place and the Audi in 6th place, the Bentley that's just moved up to 7th place with the Porsche having dropped back, and then there'll be another Audi beginning to back up the places behind that. So apart from the 4 Mercedes in the top 4 places, there's no more Mercedes kind of backing them up behind that. But no, that BMW gets the end of my point. The number 23 has dropped back a little bit more as a result of an extra pit stop.
Do you get the feeling that in a race like this, as we get further and further into it, the stakes just get higher and higher and higher? You know, these guys have done tremendously well to get to this point. But imagine a game of musical chairs where slowly the positions are almost being lost, and, you know,
options.
They've qualified for the last 4.5 hours effectively here. 4 Mercedes still in the mix, but, you know, I don't know whether you were around for the incident that involved Lucas Luhr, who was just fired at from nobody was really to blame there. That was a full-on racing incident for me, but it just shows how quickly you can be eliminated from this race when you're doing no wrong. And you've got to this point now, nearly 20 hours into the race, you just don't want to be taken out of this, you know, in that situation.
This is why watching endurance racing live is the most do thing.
But particularly around here where it's tightrope stuff
absolutely.
every corner.
Yeah. And you could say the first 20 hours of a 24-hour race is kind of a qualifying preliminary point of, for the last 4 hours. And then you could say within that last 4 hours, the first 2 of those hours are a further qualification period for the final run-in. Because 2 hours of anywhere, anything can happen. But like you say, Johnny, this place, it's because of the variation in the classes, the speed differences in the classes, the differences in the standard of drivers. Let's not forget. And even though we're on a 17-mile course, we're still seeing people trip over people. And that is where, we see a car do a really, really quick lap. And that's not down to him getting the corners right. That's down to him having a clear section of track somewhere. You will not drive a lap here and never come upon traffic.
Yeah.
Ever. And that's, you heard the professional say that. Marcus Seefried said, there's places on this track where you have to lift just in case because you don't know what you're going into, and especially conditions what we're seeing where we've got light but very, very steady rain. In fact, some of it's coming by horizontally rather than vertically past our window on the pit straight, so it's very blustery as well. But it's very light, and it's what my dad used to call it is rain that you didn't realise you were getting wet in. And then all of a sudden you realised you were very wet, and I'm sure that's not what it's like out on track, because we've got pretty much everyone on a wet tyre or a slick or an intermediate tyre. Slicks wouldn't be surviving out there. The temperature would go out of the carcass. It would be like being on brand new tyres, as well as, and I think that's more so than actual aquaplaning because of the slick tread. It's all about tyre temp and operating temperature. Paul?
And we do still have at least 2, I think, yellow flag zones out there, don't we? There's certainly 1 yellow flag, and I think there's 2 yellow flag zones.
I haven't got anything on the GPS app.
What, none at all?
None at all.
In that case, I'm amazed, because the lap times have gone out quite a lot as a result, well, yeah, just of the weather then. That's certainly there's cars up at the top that have had pit stops, but there's other cars that maybe there's just some that have been cleared up recently.
The Code 60 certainly gone at hats and back.
Certainly has.
Because cars just gone through there at full racing speed, and I'm just wondering whether now through the ever more twisty stuff. And the Falcon Tyres Porsche there just suffering a little bit of understeer, which means if you get one part of that swooping left-right sequence wrong, it then sets you up to be on the wrong line for the next bit of corner, and it's very, very easy to take too much curb there with the barrier calling you in. But that number 44 Porsche managed to recover that moment and continues on towards Flugplatz and the Foxhole. But yes, all full racing speed through here, and now down the hill with a Sirocco to deal with. Nicely done to driver's right. On towards Flugplatz then for the two-tone blue traditional Falcon Tyres livery for the 44 car, heading into the Foxhole itself now, and a corner that is much more than a 90-degree right there. I've always called it a 90-degree right, but saw some helicopter shots earlier on in the race, and it's probably more like 110, 120-degree corner to turn right and head underneath the bridge.
That's the corner at Arenberg, isn't it?
Yeah.
The one you're referring to.
Correct.
Where, all the rain started, although it was the first place where we saw the rain as it went across the northern part of the circuit before it dumped its contents up at the highest part of the circuit.
Is that the one where on the exit the camber drops away from you slightly?
That's
so
right, and then you head underneath the bridge.
Yes, yeah, and it's an important corner, that, because the section after that is all about optimum speed. So momentum. You don't want to be slowing down through that in any way. You want to be carrying momentum through that and carrying that all the way down into the Foxhole and towards the very, very tricky Adnau Forest section, which is the one that can catch you out, because you have to take the last bit with a very, very, stay out really wide. Watch Sabine Schmitz take that in the World Touring Cars. She was taking yards out of the other drivers in the World Touring Car round here. The support race is what I'm trying to say. and because she was staying right out of the right and taking a really late apex. So, yeah, I mean, we always wax lyrical about the local knowledge needed here.
I think she has been around this place a few
once
times.
Or twice.
Yeah, to my knowledge.
Once or twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It helps with this place effectively being her back garden, though, doesn't it? So, yeah, you don't have very far to travel. And I know Paul spent some of his earlier life living not very far away from here.
He's done a few laps round here. You've done a few laps round here, haven't you?
A few, not as many as some, and never trained. The best I got to training was buying the training video. I certainly never had any formal course, but yeah, living close by and being a bachelor and not having anything else to do with my weekends, I would quite often just pack up some sandwiches and come down here and spend a Saturday afternoon here.
Paul, this is a safe environment. You do not have to justify spending your weekends driving around the Nordschleife, my friend, because you're with kindred spirits here. Yeah. We're with you on that.
Thank you for that. So the change that we knew was going to happen has happened on the screen. 104 laps completed for the number 29, the HTP Motorsport, and crucially, my little red line has crossed my little orange line, which is kind of code to say that the HTP car has now taken the lead and leapt ahead of the 88 Haribo as well, not just on the road but also on the strategy, projecting it forward to the end of the race. So provided everybody keeps it going, then in terms of the battle between Haribo and HTP has certainly got the advantage. What Black Falcon response is going to be remains to be seen, but at the moment Black Falcon isn't quite being able to carry the fight, although they've, as I say, got the numbers. They've got two cars. We'll see what happens as the race, yeah, as you said a moment ago, we've still got plenty of time to go, and all manner of things might go wrong yet, so let's not count our chickens.
But on that lap, the Black Falcon cars flipped positions as well, did they not?
So yes, because of the pit stops.
Okay. But they're circulating very close to one another, I believe, with only a couple of seconds between the number 9 and the number 4 car. So it's the blue number 9 ahead of the number 4 SAP-backed car, the white machine, in 4th position. 5th place is the Row Racing BMW, number 23. 6th place, the best of the Dunlop shod cars, with Stippler, Fjordbach, Mortara and Mermenov in the number 5 car. That's in 6th position for Phoenix Racing. And then it's the Bentley, the number 38 Bentley, in 7th spot, ahead of the Falcon Tyres Porsche.
Yes, what's happened is that as you say, the two Black Falcon cars close together and close to the Haribo car, but by virtue of that clever bit of strategy and some good driving, the HTP car has stolen about a minute or so of an advantage on the three of them and is not at a pit stop disadvantage. So okay. it's in a real situation that the 29 car leads the race.
And on its current pace, as you say, if you were to project, current pace forward to the end of the race, then the 29 car very nicely placed indeed. It's taken a good while for it to get the momentum and the advantage over the 88 car, but as we said, HTP really do know what they're doing. What they don't have is two cars in the mix, and Black Falcon have that advantage. The problem is Black Falcon don't have the positional advantage right now. There's the blue car and the white car just behind it. Yeah, so they are circulating a couple of seconds apart.
Yeah, pretty close. It's pointless trying to project through to the end the way that's going to twist and turn with regards to the 29 and the 88. The 29, 50 minutes into its stint. The 88, 12 minutes into its.
Yeah, but Paul's got a clever graph, you see.
But
go on.
As Paul has said, you can have as many graphs as you like. All it takes is
what it doesn't factor in is the unpredictability.
A BMW 100-esque kind of situation,
right.
and you can throw your graphs out the window. Not that I'm suggesting you do that,
but
Paul.
The strategy's going far better for HTP, the argument would say.
We can use the graphs to build drama, which you're just about to, I believe.
This lap and two more laps for the number 29 car before it will come in for its pit stop. And when it comes in for its pit stop, obviously it will then lose the lead and we'll get the 88 going through. But that's when you then then see how many we're going to need to work out how many laps we have to go towards the end of the race. Whether or not, as well, the Black Falcon cars will start extending their stints to try and take advantage, if they can, of superior fuel consumption under the under these slower conditions. When the track gets a bit wetter, cars drive a bit slower, you don't use as much fuel.
Ooh. Yeah, we've got number 88 as being given a time penalty of 1 minute and 32 seconds for not respecting double yellow flags and the code 60 somewhere out on track. So number 88 has been kind of taken out of this equation.
Yeah, yes, that is.
As we said, the graphs are very useful. But
yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say it's taking it out of the equation, but it is a significant penalty. So what is it? It's a
minute and 32.
Minute and 32 seconds. So in effect, that's a 1 minute stop and go penalty. It was already going to struggle, but it's going to struggle even more now. You're absolutely right. So 2 Black Falcons against 1 HTP. Who's your money on? No, you don't have to answer that. But yeah, there's plenty in this race yet, and behind it will still be 4 Mercedes. We've then got BMW, Audi, Bentley, Porsche. So a nice little kind of sequence of variety there in the bottom half of the top 10.
Okay, so we'll wait for the 88 car to come in and serve that penalty. Well, will we expect it to come in and do that straight away?
It says time penalty. It doesn't say stop go.
It'll be an additional
to its stop
penalty on its next pit stop. So it'll just have a longer pit stop next time through.
It'll be held on It'll be held on the stopwatch.
Fair enough. So it will certainly put it behind the 2 Black Falcon cars, because the distance between 88 and the first of the Black Falcon cars, at least at the line at the start of this lap, was 17 seconds. And
it'd be interesting to see how much faster he was going through the code 60 area.
Yeah.
Just for
it just says ignoring yellow flags and code 60.
Non-respect of double yellow flags is the official line on the penalty screen above your left shoulder, Johnny.
Okay, that's the correct terminology. And I wouldn't imagine he was overtaking anybody, but he may well have been really gaining ground on other cars, perhaps on the...
Well, that's not the reason to give the penalty. They give the penalty on safety grounds.
Yeah. There's
Primarily.
a cushion of yellow flag into a code 60.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to know whether on the GPS it's been tracked at going quicker than 60 kilometres per hour, or was it abusing the yellow flag zone, which is there to actually slow the cars down.
Now, you're right. Now, non-respect of double yellow flags in code 60, that might be a catch-all and kind of indicates that it was a speeding offence in that zone rather than a passing under yellow.
Yeah. I just say if you're caught behind a Renault Clio doing code 60 as well, he wouldn't have gone past him, I don't think.
It wouldn't really be a problem.
It might have been in the slowing down zone that really didn't show enough respect for the track workers out on the circuit.
Maybe. Shall we speculate a little longer?
This is why I'm here.
Yes.
I've spent nearly 20 hours speculating. Well, I was asleep for some of them. But it's good to be able to talk about motor racing, because in my opening stint we didn't even have that.
Well, we did. We were able to talk lots about motor racing.
We talked about your motor racing, past, true, which was entertaining in itself. 4 hours and 15 minutes to go. It's 11:15 in the morning here in Nurburgring, in a pretty rainy Germany right now. The mist again has descended over the start-finish line, and the rain coming down at a steady rate of knots, but certainly wet weather tyres are able to cope with this lack of grip around the circuit. The 29 car has headed through to complete 105 laps. The next car through will be the 88, but bear in mind that will be delayed more so than the other 3 Mercedes in this race during its next stop, because it will have to swallow a 92-second time penalty along with its usual stop as well. So effectively we've got the number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes in second position now, once that's taken into account, and the number 4 up into third. The BMW, though, is a good 7.5 minutes behind the 88 car. Well, nearly 8 minutes behind, actually, so it shouldn't benefit, or won't benefit, from the delay for the 88 when it comes. Down through towards the Ad van Bogen goes the race leader, and Renger van der Zande very much at home in these slippery conditions. I suppose it rains a lot in Holland as well as here in Germany, so will have been used to wet weather racing in his youth. Meanwhile, a spin for the 304 Bonk Motorsport BMW. Was that one of the key players in Cup 5? Oh, and there's another one nearly caught up in it. The 303 is third in class, by the way, and the 305, the class leader. Now that, I reckon, was a change, therefore, with car 305 spinning broadside, nearly collecting the 303 car, but it snuck through. It managed to sneak through and take the position. I'm just having a look at.
It's 310 ahead of the 303.
But yeah, 305, which was the spinning car, was leading the class. It's on my screen. But actually, that fight for the BMW class, this is exclusively a BMW M235i Racing Cup class, so Cup Class 5. They're all really tightly bunched, and that has served to jumble them up quite a bit with an unforced error from the driver of the 305 Bonk Motorsport car.
That car just come out of the pits?
No.
Because it kind of looked like cold tyres, didn't it? Just sort of as he turned onto the... it was the section of track off the Grand Prix track and onto the Nordschleife, the left-hander. They're heading down the hill, the first turn on the... towards the Hatzenbach.
Yeah. Well, we're expecting 305 to come through at any moment, and I reckon it will have been delayed. So who, therefore, is leading the class for Class 5? Which car? 308 goes through, first of all, and that's not one of the ones that are at the head of the order. But was there a change in the class? 305 has gone through to complete 94 laps, but it took a full minute. That might be about the right sort of time, actually, for a BMW. 28th position for the 305. And we're waiting now for the 303 and the 310 cars to come through to complete their 94th lap. But an intense fight in Class 5 when you consider we're nearly 20 hours into this race. And I'll try and confirm the race order now for those cars. I've always enjoyed the M235 class at Creventic race meetings. For me, it's just needed a few more cars. We normally get 6 in the 24-hour series. We've got 13 of them here this weekend. So it's provided some good entertainment in the middle order, and great to see the leader of that class now onto our the first page of our screen in 28th position.
Great fun, aren't they?
They look good fun.
Proper, well-prepped little race cars. I'm sure, I believe BMW turn those cars out as race cars. They are not converted road cars. They are actually produced by BMW Motorsport as race cars, and a bit like a Clio Cup car is produced by Renault Sport as a race car. It's not a converted road car. It probably comes off the production line as a shell of a road car.
Yes.
But then given to the Motorsport division and churned out as a BMW Cup car.
Yeah,
but they are pretty, touch wood, pretty bulletproof.
Oh, yeah, I'd imagine so.
As we've seen various series that we follow.
Yeah, very strong pieces of kit, but also pretty high-tech as well.
Oh, yeah,
and,
very much.
They look like a road car, as Joe's saying, from the outer skin, but then you just scratch beneath the surface and find a very tough and modern-day race car.
You don't have to scratch very far, actually, Johnny. You just have to look at the ride height and how deep the wheels are in the arches and the size of the wheels and tyres, and that's yep, that is a proper race car. That will handle very, very tautly and very well. But yeah, like you say, that battle is intensifying and we saw mistakes coming about.
I think the pressure's on. Having now had a bit of time to properly look at the screen, the battles for second, and although the 305 car spun, it has a lap on those two other cars. because the class leader is in Sector 2 right now. We have the second and third place cars in that division in Sector 4. So it might have been the 303 gaining a lap back, actually, on the spinning 305 car. So a little error like that hasn't cost the 305 dearly, with a full lap just about as an advantage. 37, which is the Bentley. Now we have car 38 in 7th position. 37 though has had a more difficult run, and it's running down in 23rd position at the moment, with Christians at the wheel. They're driving 38. I can't tell you right now, but it's the Brook, Menzel, Smith, Hamprecht driver combination. And Bentley have taken their time to get into the groove this weekend. I think Graham Goodwin of Daily Sports Car described the 37 as stealth-like, together with the 44 Falcon Tyres Porsche as well. But they could be on for a top 5 here if one or two things go wrong up ahead of them.
Well, they're 2 laps off the lead lap. That might change when they come through next and find themselves only a lap down. But at the moment, they are in 7th overall in the 38 Bentley. The 37 Bentley is quite a way down in 23rd. And that's the 23rd place. That's the Johns, Kane, Holzer and Brook driven Bentley, car 37, and the number 38 is the Brook, Menzel, Smith, Hamprecht. So drivers sharing cars there, it looks like. Brook being the driver that's jumping between the 37 and the 38.
Yeah, and that
He's
is
having all the fun.
That's the maximum, of course, that you can be driving in this weekend. No more than 2 cars. So Brook jumping from the Deutsche Post Bentley, which is a popular livery, but I've never been used on a Bentley Continental to my knowledge. And then the more traditional Continental livery of green and white for the other car.
The leader is just onto the Dottinger Hole, so coming towards the completion of another lap. And then last time through, they had a lead of 1 minute 28. Paul?
I get the impression, and you may have already said this, that the weather is certainly not getting any worse and might actually be getting a little better. Certainly, I don't think that full wets are the answer. From what we can tell from here, and admittedly we get a lot of information but not a full satellite view of the weather, but my impression is that intermediates are the thing to have. We don't see these rooster tails of spray being kicked up. We don't really see a particularly dry line forming, so it's almost as if the whole of the track is kind of drying out. Certainly not everywhere, but in places the grip across the width of the circuit is roughly the same, and I think that's always a good sign that
it has that look of moistness.
Yeah.
Brought about by the ambient temperature not just being quite there to dry it off properly. And you're right about the weather changing. The sky has turned a lighter shade of grey.
Yeah.
Nowhere near blue though. It's just different shades of grey. And it's because of the low cloud. We're so high, we're getting low cloud coming through, and dousing the track and just keeping it in that kind of transitional period of damp into dry, and certainly on sections again you wouldn't want it. Now in the pits has come the leader, and I'm just trying to see what those tyres are that are going. Is that slicks coming off?
I think they were the intermediate slicks we put that car onto, the slick tyres, but of an intermediate nature.
Yeah, I think it's going to go to it's probably gone to intermediates, would you say? You see the white sticker on the tyre, that tells me that that's an intermediate. Now whether it's the slick intermediate, because they are Michelin tyres on that car.
Have they actually changed the tyres on the left hand side yet? I think they've
I think so. We just saw 2
them
cars
already,
being wheeled away.
Right. I didn't get such a good view of that stop, I'm afraid. Van der Zande, though, it would be that staying behind the wheel. Into the lead goes the Haribo Mercedes, number 88. So he takes over at the front of the field. And now going through into second place is the Black Falcon car number 9, and there goes the Black Falcon car number 4 into third place across. No, it doesn't go across the line just yet. That's the number 9 car, the Bilstein car, going across the line. The number 4 car will be coming across the line any moment now, and then we'll, yeah, there he goes now. So the top 3 cars have all gone through, whilst the HTP Motorsport Mercedes is in the pit lane having fuel and tyres. It was a 7-lap stint, so it can be another short stop for the Mercedes, but it's now got itself, having been on the same schedule as the number 9 car earlier on, as the number 4 car earlier on, it's now got itself on a different schedule. So change about, and that will be possibly the way that this car gets won and lost.
Okay, thank you, Paul. The 29 car then returning to the race now. We're joined, I'm pleased to say, by Jeroen Bleekemolen to my right, who stepped in for a couple of moments. And we'll do a little update as well. We might actually, I'm not sure how well off you are for time, Jeroen, but we are going to do a shift change very shortly in the RadioLeMans.com commentary box. I'll step away and Martin Haven will step in, so we might do half the interview with me and half the interview with Martin. But you're here not in a Mercedes AMG, but actually with Jim Glickenhaus's organisation this weekend. So what is it like driving one of these SCG 003s, first of all?
It's fun. It's a very special car. Already the looks are quite special, of course, as you can see, but also to drive. It's it's nice. It's a very different car to a GT3 car, but yeah, it's fun to do it.
They look like prototypes. I mean, very much downforce related, I suppose, and we've been talking about whether one of these cars could ever run at Le Mans. It's not going to happen, you know, in the next few years. But Jim is targeting the GT3 market, isn't he? And that's his main competition at the moment, although it's not strictly a GT3 car.
Yeah, I mean, you can make it an official GT3 car because you have to sell a lot of cars, but yeah, it's a nice concept, and to be honest, I think they've done a really impressive job getting the car where it is right now. I mean, it's only been running for just over a year, and it's not a bad car, to be honest.
I remember we did the Mugello 12-hour event, and Jim was there as well. And remind me who runs the team, an Italian guy.
Yeah, they have Traum Motorsport who's running it.
Yeah, but I went down to have a word about the engine spec. What's in the back of that car?
It's a turbo engine, and I believe it's a Honda engine, and it feels good. So far it's been reliable, so yeah, not too much to complain about that. Is
it a 2-seater car, or could it be a 2-seater car? Do you sit in the middle of it?
No, you sit really on the left, so you can have a passenger with you, and the whole concept is that it's going to be street legal, so you can actually win the race here and then just drive home in the same car.
And all 3 Glickenhaus cars at the start of the weekend, and 2 of them remain, of course, because unfortunately the P45 was damaged, but they're running with New York plates, and they are strictly road legal, I understand, over in the States. Yeah,
so the P45 is really everything is done. So even the insurance, you can really drive out of the gate here and drive on the public roads. But the other 2 race cars aren't yet. But the plan is that you can buy the car and that you can use it besides just as a great car to drive, also as a track day car. So you can drive up to a racetrack, do some laps, and then go back home in the same car.
You don't stay with us on RadioLeMans.com. It's Johnny Palmer and Paul Trustwell, of course, to my left as well. We've reached, we are in 5 seconds going to reach the 20-hour mark of this year's 24 hours of the Nurburgring. So a mere European Le Mans Series race still to go. I'll step out of the box and hand over to Martin Haven. So stick around if you want to hear more from Jeroen Bleekemolen and Adam Christodoulou as well. We're lining up as a guest after this as well. All to come on RadioLeMans.com.
Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
News and analysis.
Speculation and debate.
special guests, and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport.
Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on radiolemans.com.
4 hours to go in the 2016 Nurburgring 24 hours, live on radiolemans.com, driven by Aston Martin. Martin Haven taking over running the show alongside me, Paul Truswell, and our guest in the studio at the moment is your own Blake Molan, running in the SCG 003. Now, you were talking to Johnny a moment or two ago about the challenges of driving this car. The challenges of the Nurburgring remain the same no matter what speed you're driving, what car you're driving. But at least when you're in the quicker cars, you don't have to worry about too many guys coming up behind you. Yeah,
I mean, that's always nice. I sometimes feel for those guys that just have to watch their mirror. It's tough because we arrive so much quicker, and you see it. Sometimes they don't expect you, or they really don't know where to go. And yeah, that scares them, and then sometimes you have things like this.
Yeah, 308 BMW, one of the M235i racing class cars, looping into a spin on the Grand Prix circuit. That wet curbing there, in fact, even when it was dry in the night time and early in the morning, that's caught out a lot of drivers. We've seen a lot of crashes there. He's particularly gone off really quite hard, your own. Well, what about the Grand Prix circuit, because you are compromising the car to deal with all the undulations of the Nordschleife? Does that make the Grand Prix circuit more difficult than it should be?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I think we have for some reason a bit more oversteer, especially in the end of the stint on the Grand Prix track, but then on the Nordschleife it's actually quite good. So yeah, I mean the setup would definitely be different if you just run the Grand Prix track.
Yeah, and in the end, the Grand Prix track is such a small part of the lap that you'll survive with that if it makes the Nordschleife better. What about the mechanical issues? We know obviously that the hybrid car had that big crash in qualifying, and those guys didn't manage to get to start. What about the other two cars, 701 and 702? They've had a series of issues throughout the race, haven't they?
Yeah, we both run into the same issue with the exhaust, some overheating issues, and they had to first on one side, then the other car on the same side, and then the other side started with both cars. So we had to repair that, and that cost us a lot of time. We probably spent 2 hours in the garage. So yeah, for the overall position, we're out of it, but now we try to at least finish it.
It's still a massive adventure, isn't it? You know, it's still a relatively new car, and the team are developing, and of course you're trying to build the performance all the time, you're trying to fine-tune the machinery, and every time you do that, you expose another weakness somewhere else, and this is the place you're going to find the weakness, right?
Yeah, it's still such an amazing track to race. It's just unreal, the speeds you get to, and the challenge you have with the weather. But even if it's just dry, sunny day, it's a big challenge. So it's yeah, fantastic to be here.
Well, we always say you've got to beat the track first, exactly the same as at Le Mans. It is the track that is going to be your biggest enemy, never mind any other rivals on track or teammates. So we'll wish you the best of luck in getting the cars to the end. Thank you for coming to join us. Paul Truswell, let's get up to date with the race itself, because the race leader has just left the pits.
Yes, it was a tyre change only or fuel and tyres only for the number 29 car, the HTP car. Renger van der Zende saying out at the wheel of that car, but in the meantime what's happened is that the number 88 car has gone through and onto another lap. Now 88, by my reckoning, can stay out until around about lap 110. He's currently on his 108th lap, so it'll be 2 more laps at the completion of this one, and I say that as much as anything to prepare Martin as well for how long we've got to talk to our next guest, which we're really looking forward to. So in effect, we've got about 20 minutes potentially before we get the next set of pit stops coming through. And so again, the way I read this, and I'll be interested to hear what our guests think of this, but the number 88 car is going to have to serve a penalty at its next pit stop, but the Black Falcon cars seem to me to be having to work out a way of getting themselves past the HTP car at the critical moment, which of course is at 3:30 this afternoon, a mere 4 hours away.
Well, let's move on then to a Mercedes driver who's joined us, Adam Christodoulou from the Black Falcon team. Now, Adam, last year your race was kind of centred around friends with pickup trucks and tools that magically appeared beside the track and so on. This year a little bit more straightforward, but when things are going well, when the car is behaving itself and the traffic and the weather haven't dealt you too much of a bad blow, what's the frame of mind within the team now? Are you still getting to the final hour and seeing where you are, or are you now really starting, to look at whether we're going to finish on the podium, how close we can get, and all of that? Are you starting to back time from the end of the race?
Well, at the moment we're pushing. We're still aiming for the win. It's pretty tough out there. Obviously, the Haribo car's got a service penalty, so that's going to drop it down a little bit and give us a little bit of a gap. But it now actually looks like we're chasing our sister car, so it's pretty tough out there. Obviously, last year, as you said, didn't go to plan at all, and this year's gone quite a bit more smoothly. So it's one of them. The car's been great all weekend, and yeah, it's shown it. Got pole position in qualifying, and I believe it got the fastest lap about an hour ago in the race. So
you had a pretty good double stint just recently as well. How was it feeling out on the track before it got wet and miserable again?
It felt great. So I was able to really push the car and play with it, and yeah, it just did what I wanted it to. It's a little tough trying to overtake, obviously, some of the other cars, especially the GT3s. The Audis are very strong on the straight, so we can't do much about it there, which means we have to sort of attack a little bit on the Grand Prix circuit. But it's one of them. It's like you're balancing speed and lap time with risk. So obviously we're trying to keep it a little bit safe, because the last thing any of us would want to do now is crash out. Absolutely.
I mean, you're in a podium position at the moment. We've got, 5 cars, Paul, still on the lead lap with just under 4 hours to go. I mean, it's anybody's race to take right now. There's certainly no question that everybody will be going hammer and tongs to the finish. So what about your strategy now? Are you going to get back in the next hour or so?
At the moment, I'm not planned to, but it's one of them. Of course, anything can happen depending on the weather, the stint times, and so we're having to keep an eye on everything, and yeah, just concentrate on our own strategy rather than worrying about what the other cars are doing. Yeah, you can see how strong the AMG has been, because we're all pushing like hell, and we're fighting, so we've been allowed to fight, and that's what we're doing.
Talk us through the fast lap that you did, Adam, because was there a lot of traffic on it, or was it pretty clear? Or I mean, you don't set out saying, right, now I'm going to set the fastest lap of the race, do you?
Oh, you can never do that around here. The thing is, you just have to take the traffic as it comes, and you just generally you're pushing on every corner anyway of every lap, and if you don't have traffic, then great. Obviously, you can keep pushing as hard as you can. When you do hit traffic, then it's sort of like damage limitation, right? Okay, how can I get past this car as quick as possible without losing the minimum amount of time? So, yeah, every now and again it's a little frustrating. It seems that now in the race it's improved. I think earlier in the race there was a few people still a little unclear on the single yellows and the double yellows, and of course that became a little frustrating. Some cars were slowing down to 120 during a single yellow before you'd got to some of the caution zones, and yeah, of course when you know what the regs are, it's frustrating because you know it's time, it's easy time that's being lost for a silly reason.
And I guess when you're bottled up like that, it's hard to remember that on another lap all your rivals are going to have exactly the same issue, because you're so, focused on trying to keep the speed up.
Well, that's it. So of course when you're hunting a car down, of course you want everything to run as smooth as possible, and even when you're obviously trying to get a gap, you want it all to work. But the thing is, like you said, it's going to happen to the other drivers as well at some point. Everyone's going to have probably works out pretty even by the end of the race.
Well, if it was a 3-lapper, maybe not, but in a 20-hour race, we're going to end up with a bit of sitting around in deck chairs earlier on yesterday didn't rob the sting out of this race. I mean,
I definitely wasn't in a deck chair during that weather, I can tell you that.
Not outside, no. Everybody was well hidden in the garages, weren't they? Well, listen, let's let you get back to the team. Thank you very much indeed for coming up and give us a little bit of an inside view. It's always just fantastic for the audience to hear from somebody who's out there doing it rather than us who are sitting here talking about it, pretending we know. So, Adam, well, last year you had a tough race here. I think the track owes you a good one this season, so we'll hope it goes well for you.
Yeah,
can I just have a quick question?
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure the car's all right, because sometimes, I know you're not going to tell us everything that's wrong with the car, but are you happy with the car? Is it going all right? Are there any little niggles, gearbox, clutch?
No, it's going great. So so far it's been faultless, which is great, and so touch wood. No, it's been a dream to drive. Earlier on during the race, there's something a little unusual, but I don't know whether it's pick up on a tyre or...
I was going to say, we had a message saying there was a vibration and you had to come in for an extra tyre stop.
Yeah, so we came in a little bit earlier than we wanted to, but it was one of them again. It's like, okay, do you hope it clears up and risk it, or if it is a puncture or something, then of course that can finish your race there and then. So we took the safer option and yeah, just came in the pits, but hopefully, fingers crossed, we're going to have clean run all the way until the end.
Well, it's always the same deal here, like we say to everybody, just saying to exactly the same to you, Rowan, is that if you don't, you've got to beat the racetrack first, and if you can't do that, if you don't make the checkered flag, it doesn't matter how fast you were, because you're just an also-ran who didn't make it to the finish. So again,
yeah, you know, it's very easy to go from 0 to 0.
There's been a few. We were just seeing number 308 in the barriers. That's not the first time, it's not even the second time that car's been in the barriers, so there are a few cars that have had a pretty storied race already. Okay, so Adam Christodoulou, thank you very much for coming and joining us, and wish you the very best of good fortune in your charge for the podium. Who knows which step that number 4 Mercedes is going to end up on. Currently third place behind the number 9 and the race leader number 88, but a penalty to come for that car. So we'll get Joe Bradley back in. We'll have a little bit of a think about that. We've seen a couple of incidents where ambulances and vehicles on the track weren't being necessarily protected by yellow flags and cars went through at very high speed. We saw it with the number 2 Audi, in fact, who's just left the pit lane. Onboard camera from him passing an ambulance on Dottingerher at unrelated or unremitted speed, but then there were no yellow flags. Number 2 goes off at the first turn, fresh out of the pit lane and finding a bit of moist track, and the tyres there from behind had all the look of being a slick. And is that the big white marks on the side? Is he on a slick immediate? Certainly the track, Paul Trustwell would suggest that an intermediate at worst, and possibly even a slick, might be survivable.
I don't think a slick, I think it's intermediate, but I'm not out there, and I don't know what level of grip you can get on a slick, on a slightly damp track.
It's a very white sidewall, Joe. I'm thinking it's got that big white Michelin.
It has got that big white sticker, but well, there's the answer. I was going to say, do we not think that's a dry line? But yes, if you stay on the dry line, you're fine. If you put an inch onto the damp line, you are not. That's on slicks, of course. But you can't really tell at speed, can you, Martin? When
I just think there's so much white on the sidewall, and that's the way the Michelin have traditionally indicated that it's the slick immediate, that it's got a black Michelin in a big white band rather than a white Michelin on a black sidewall. So I do think that might be the case. And I wonder how many other cars, I mean the number 9 car, the Mercedes from second place, is under your feet, Paul. So yeah, train your binoculars, not that you've got them, but you know, that's the phrase that we use, isn't it? And see what goes on with that number 9 car, our pole sitting machine.
Yes,
or rather our race leader early on.
Yes, it was in second place when it came into the pits, and Jelmer Berman then is now out of the car. No, Jelmer Berman got out of it last time, isn't it? It was
Maro Eng? No. Oh, I don't know. No, I haven't kept up with that one, I'm afraid.
And the fuel's still going into it, and of course, whilst it's in the pit, so the number 88 car getting further ahead. But interestingly, Black Falcon are now beginning to push the buttons that they need to push that to slick, it looks to me. Certainly it's a used tyre. It might be a used intermediate, I suppose, but it's not a sticker tyre, it's a used tyre.
Well, used slicks would be that you wouldn't want to go out on brand new slicks and get onto any dampness out there.
So that's going onto that car. They've got the time to do it because this was a 9-lap stint that the number 9 car did.
And on the other hand, Joe, you wouldn't want a very worn slick because this car is going to do another 9 laps of the Nordschleife, so it needs life in the tyre.
You want scrubbed rather than worn, don't you?
Yeah, and it's interesting that I was trying to get Adam to tell us what the plan was going to be, but I think they're just pushing things to the limit. But Black Falcon are now switching to 9-lap stints. Remember, the last time they did a 9-lap stint was the first time they did a 9-lap stint. Okay, so that was the last stint, and that was the first 9-lap stint that they did. This was the second. So Black Falcon just pushing some of the boundaries out a little bit in order to get the maximum out of the strategy.
And what is the minimum pit stop time for a 9-lap stint?
For a 9-lap stint, you have to stay in the pits for 3 minutes and 11 seconds.
3 minutes 11.
Right.
I knew I remember that. Top 4 cars covered by 1 minute and 24.5 seconds at the end of the last lap. 1 minute and 24 seconds after 20 hours of this race.
And it's actually less than that because the leader owes us a pit stop, the number 88 car, and that's going to be a long pit stop because it has to take the penalty within that. And we also have a pit stop which will be due fairly shortly for the other Black Falcon car, the one that Adam Christodoulou isn't driving anymore, but my new hero Manuel Metzger is driving, and he's putting in some reasonably good lap times there. We're pretty much green all the way around, and so there's no yellow flag zones anywhere. The only reason why, which is stopping them going full pace, is the dampness on the track, and we're about 15 seconds or so off, 15 to 20 seconds off what would be the absolute pace.
Yes.
So we're not far off full dry conditions, even though it's kind of a little bit miserable. Jim was just advising me a few moments ago, he doesn't expect any more rain to fall between now and the end of the race.
He has become our Michael Fish this weekend, hasn't he?
I thought it was more a Wincy Willis, but we'll move on from that. Yeah, there we go. So, as you say, number 9, having just left the pits, came in second place. Number 88 car still owes us a pit lane, but leads the race. Number 42 Aston Martin Vantage GT8 still going well. We heard from David King earlier, in fact he came in earlier, but long before that, in the middle of the night, the car ran out of fuel a mile from the pits. So halfway down, dotting a her, and took 3.5 hours to regain the class lead, and 12 hours later back into the top 40 overall. Live race commentary for the rest of the race, 3 hours and 42 minutes continuing here on RadioLeMans.com, driven by Aston Martin. We're in the Aston Martin lounge, high above the pit lane, right by pit out, and in fact, Paul, couldn't be better placed really to keep an eye on the battle for the lead, because we're sort of above Mercedes cluster, aren't we, where half of our front-running teams are stopping right under your toes.
Exactly so. We've got the HTP team, they're positioned about halfway down the pit lane, and then the Haribo is at the they're not quite at pit in, but they are in the first pit garage, because there's a little bit of scrutineering and administrative pit garages they have to drive past first before they get to the first working pit garage, but that's where Haribo have managed to station themselves. The Black Falcon team, both of their cars, numbers 9 and 4, are up at our end of the pit lane, at pit exit end.
We've got the 88 due in any lap now. I would think the next time by. Paul, would that be accurate?
Yes, number 88
Yes,
I'm expecting in on lap 111.
Oh, so two more after this.
Yeah, so it's on its 109th at the moment, so yes, two more. If they go to 9 laps as well, and certainly Mercedes can, because they've all done so at some point during the race, and that will take them up to 112 laps if that's the tactic that the Haribo team choose to follow.
Just saw a little moment for the number 44 Falcon Porsche that currently lies in 7th place. 101 BMW was nipping past on the inside. That car's 28th place and 21st in the SP9 class, but showing plenty of pace on its outlap. Fresh tyres but a full tank of fuel, and the 101 car dived through on the inside on the first left-hander. I think it's nameless left-hander as you come immediately off the Grand Prix track and onto the Nordschleife. It's just a little bit of a cut through, but 44 car. I'm not sure who's driving the Falcon Porsche at the moment, but wisely saw the BMW hooning up the inside and went, yep, I'll leave that door open. Again, you know, we're 3.5 hours from the end. This is not the time to be getting caught in anybody else's accident, no matter how justifiable holding your line might have been. Racing room is as critical here as anywhere else, and in this, you know, as you start to get to the end of the race, perhaps even more critical than ever before.
More so because of the narrowness of the track as well. It's not what we've become grown used to modern day facilities on what I call a conventional track, because this is not a conventional track, is it? Even though it's been around since the 20s.
Apologies, sorry to everybody as well who just ran for their mobile phone. What can I tell you? Drivers in the booth, they don't have that same switching off ability that we do. So yeah, if you just ran for the phone and it wasn't them, that's because it was us.
It was your phone, wasn't it?
It wasn't my phone, no.
Whose was it?
And mine didn't vibrate. I have a feeling it was Adam's, actually, but I wouldn't want to name names.
Kevin.
It might have been one of the other drivers in the car.
I think it just creates an ambience.
Well,
we're not here alone in our little shed.
Everybody here panics. Was that me? And in the answer, it wasn't. A slew of pit stops recently, just outside the top 10. So let's get up to speed with who is just outside the top 10. The Twin Bush Audi is 11th. They're still out on track. They didn't stop just now. But the number 35 Academy Nissan did. That car is in 12th place. Number 21 also stopped from 13th position.
The 88's gone by the way, guys.
Yeah, it's not in for another 2 laps. So number 21 car, that's the Wochenspiegel, that's the backup Manthey car, and that's already up to 13th place. And then 999, that's the police car, that's in 14th place. That is the Tom Blomqvist co-driven car, and that has just made a stop as well. So it's the car in 17th, which is the 64 car. 999 is the Valkenhorst BMW, and the 64 cars also just left the pit lane. And that car, that is the SP7 class leader, isn't it? So that car has just made what looked like a fairly standard stop, didn't seem overly long, and that is Black Falcon's Porsche 991 Cup car, Paul Truswell.
Yes, I just wonder quite what the tyres are that the 29 HTP car has on at the moment, because they're not quite as suitable for the job as the tyres that are currently on the number 4 car. At least the lap times of the number 4 car are looking a little bit stronger than those of the HTP 29 car. So we'll have to monitor it for a bit longer, and the trouble is that as you monitor it for longer, so the weather conditions change and the tyre suitability changes. But yeah, so we're just making sure the number 88 will be due in either on lap 111 or 112. The number 4 will be in a lap earlier than that. So another pit stop from the Black Falcon Mercedes, currently with Manuel Metzger behind the wheel. Adam Christodoulou has left here and has already admitted that he'll be ready to take it over.
If required to, indeed, yeah.
Or it may be a Bernd Schneider run to the flag.
Yeah, it depends how long it is before whoever is at the helm at the moment, Metzger, has to get out.
Yeah, Metzger's...
Did he just get in at the pit stop? Or is this his second stint? 'Cause if this is his second stint, Bernd can't go all the way to the flag, can he? Because we've got 3 hours 35.
No, Metzger is in his first stint still.
Okay, so he could double stint, and then Bernd could double stint to the flag. And that wouldn't be a bad way to add. I don't know, would you put Schneider in, or would you, I mean, where are you going to put Engel? Are you going to put him in the 4, or are you going to put him in the 9 to try and get the 9 on the podium as well? You know, that's a team manager's decision, isn't it? You know, where do you try and put your hotshot superstar, and who's going to do the job for you? I mean, it's so close.
I mean, Schneider can be relied upon to do the job for you.
Yes, yes.
I mean, I'm very, very sorry that I said I was disappointed with his times earlier on, but he...
It's all right, he forgives. It'll only cost you 1 kneecap.
He did do a double stint for us when he was driving in the car earlier on. Altogether, he's not driven as much as either Engel or Metzger has. But so I don't know. I'd be tempted to use Schneider just because he's a known quantity. Anyway, we'll see what Black Falcon decide to do in a couple of laps' time.
It's a hard choice. There's not much in between any of those 8 drivers.
To bring you more news from unique racetracks which are also damp, both red flag races so far in Monaco. The young gentleman Formula Renault, it'll come as a great surprise to everybody, didn't manage to make it round the narrow street circuits without it all rushing to their head. Mind you, the elderly gentleman Porsche Super Cup didn't either. So red flags are us so far, and that means this afternoon's Formula 1 race will either be a classic for the ages or the most tedious, mind-numbing trudge interrupted by red flag japery and arguments about changing tyres on the grid that you've ever seen since the last time that happened. So back to the race itself. Let's just take a little reset. Race being led by the number 88 Haribo Porsche, Mercedes. That's another quid. Blimey, this is going to cost me doing this job. Haribo Mercedes. It was 23.4 seconds ahead of the number 4 Mercedes. That's the SAP-sponsored Black Falcon car in second place. 1 minute 29 behind is the number 29 Mercedes, and 3 minutes 31 behind, the yawning gap back to the number 9 car. Bearing in mind the top 4 cars, all Mercedes, all the brand new GT that replaces the SLS, and all within 3.5 minutes after 20 hours of racing.
It's not going to stay like that for very long, though, Martin, because both first and second places are owing us a pit stop. They're getting towards the end of their stints. That's both the number 88 and the number 4. That's going to seesaw the lead back to the 29, and it's getting towards that part of the race when we can perhaps start to calculate, obviously depending on incident, etc., but we can start to calculate which way the seesaw will be when the flag drops at 3:30. So we're getting towards that time. At the moment,
trying to do a bit of helmet identification. I think Martin Ragginger has just handed over to Wolf Hensler in the Falcon Motorsport Porsche. The number 44 car has come in. It is 7th in class. It is 7th overall, and they are definitely in a tight top 6 battle. It's not Peter Dumbreck anyway, and Wolf Hensler, Martin Ragginger got out rather, so it's either the red and white of Austria on Wolf Hensler's helmet or the red and white of Switzerland on Alexander Imperatori's helmet, and I'm afraid I'm not good enough to know which. Alexander Sims, Philip Eng, who did a really sterling stint just as daylight was coming up, Maxime Martin and Dirk Werner there in the number 23 car, and that is currently in 5th position. Number 5 car is in 6th position, the Stippler Fjordbach, Mortara and Meyer Meinhof machine, and that car, number 5, the Phoenix Racing Audi, is Audi's only and kind of just about in the frame, still on the same lap. Not still on the same lap, is it? It's now 2 laps behind, so it needs something major. I mean, we said as dawn was approaching that Audi needed something to increase their chances after, particularly, they had a horrible half hour where 3 cars disappeared, and the thing that they needed was really heavy rain, and what they've got is trifling drizzle, which is more hindrance than help, Paul.
Absolutely right, and they've also had further problems with, I think it was another car that fell back, wasn't there, out of their little band of...
Number 6 Phoenix car kind of went, didn't it?
But 6 and the 28 did.
Oh, it was the number 1, no, that had gone as well.
6 and 28 all went together, but there was one other that was kind of holding up the fort, which has slipped away as well meantime, but I can't quite remember.
Yeah, 2 and 16 are both trying to get themselves into the top 10. 2 is at the moment, 16 isn't quite, it's in 11th place, so
the best place Audi currently being the Phoenix car in 6th place, behind the BMW, which is in 5th place.
But again, that battle, Paul, we've got a single lap covering the top 5, we've got another single lap covering 6 to 9, so we've got those 4 cars, which is the 5 Phoenix Audi, the 44 Falcon Porsche, the 38 and the 75 are all on the same lap, and they're all battling for, you know, just to try and get in. Well, if somebody has an incident, to try and get into the top 5 potentially.
Yes, that's right, and be best of the rest. So BMW currently holding that honour, and then Audi, Porsche, Bentley, Mercedes in the next few places. You were talking about when you start back timing this. I've been trying to do that for some time, and I thought that the HTP car, and I'll admit it, I thought that the HTP car has had the advantage, but what has happened now, because the dampness first of all has reduced the pace, although now the pace is increasing once again, and that might swing it back towards HTP. The worse the weather gets, basically, the better it is for the Black Falcon team, because the number 4 will be able to make it through to the flag without having to do a splash and dash pit stop. HTP at the moment and the number 9 car are going to have to do a splash and dash pit stop, as into the pits comes the number 4 Bernd Schneider car, and you'll tell us, Martin, what's happening in the pit stop. What are they going to change?
Doors not open. Just as you were leading up to that, we had a little blue on blue action. The number 104 Audi TT-RS got shunted off by another Audi R8 that shot through. I couldn't identify the Audi R8. I thought it might have been 38.
38 is a Bentley.
That's not then the Audi. So which Audis have we still got running?
It was a TT, wasn't it? Was that not a TT?
I wasn't sure it was, to be honest. However, no driver door open, so no driver change. We didn't expect that, really, did we? Because whatever we knew about Metzger before we came here, which was we could have written on the back of a postage stamp, we know a lot more about him now, predominantly that he appears to be V-quick and a V-safe pair of hands. Wherever the Mercedes team found him from, wherever Black Falcon found him, he's done a pretty sterling job for them. Now, does that move then the 29 car up into second place? He's already on the Grand Prix circuit, so he's jumped the number 4 car.
Yes, absolutely right. And he will also then, the 29 car, the HTP car, will take over the lead of the race next time around when number 88 makes its pit stop. Question is whether Haribo, with the 88 Mercedes, is going to do an 8-lap stint as the Black Falcon team have done with their number 4 car, or whether they're going to try and go for 9. And what I would love to know is whether they are making choices about this and making strategic decisions about whether to go for 8 or 9 laps on the stint, or whether their hand is being forced by how much fuel they have in the car and how confident they are about whether they can do another lap or not.
It was Martin Ragginger getting out and Wolf Hensler getting Wolf Hensler getting out and Martin Ragginger getting in. Tom Walker tells me that on Twitter, and even as he does, it's confirmed by Mel Wicks from the team. So it was Hensler out. Ragginger is getting into. Shall I go then? No, I shan't. To have his double stint in the number 44 Porsche that currently lies in 7th place. And again, that is Porsche's best effort. The 912 car stopped with an engine failure out on track, didn't it? Is now slumped 10 laps behind, down to 20th position, all of which is rather immaterial because it isn't going to go any further. And as Joe was saying a moment or two ago, the top 3 are just going to flip-flop with pit stops, and until Paul has managed to accurately back time. and of course, obviously, literally the instant he starts to give us his words of wisdom on it, the heavens will open, and or we'll get a red flag, and or somebody will go off with a monumental. Oh, just the thinking about it apparently has made it rain harder here on pit road.
That was the power of thought from Haven.
That was the power of thought.
Power of thought.
Number 18 BMW, I'm being told by Robert Wiltshire, took the 104 Audi TT out. So it wasn't blue on blue. It was an unfortunate incident that the BMW came lunging from deep behind into a rather tighter right-hander than he was able to get through. It was, I don't think it was Brunchen, I think it was actually I thought it was a Flansgarden.
No,
Okay.
it's Brunchen. We've
So
got a
Brunchen,
we've
okay.
got a code 60 right on the edge of Brunchen, on the exit of Brunchen.
Yeah, okay.
Which is a right-hander.
Oh, so that's after the dip and up the road. So it's after the jump and up the road.
Yes.
Yeah.
Through
Okay.
the actual right-hander
So
of Brunchen.
code 6 is out there, so the lap times will come down a little bit, and the rain on the plain here in Spain will also slow things down a little.
You haven't quite got to Spain yet, Martin, but I know what you mean. The number 4 car, which has just made its pit stop, Manuel Metzger's stayed behind the wheel. He can drive it theoretically for another hour and a half, by which time somebody else can get in and drive it to the flag, and they can get to the flag, according to my little notebook here, and the notebook just says what the computers say, on 3 more pit stops. And they will be full pit stops. Anybody else will have to make a splash and a dash, with the exception of the number 88 car, which is also going to be able to do it on 3 more pit stops, but he will first have to take that penalty pit stop, and that'll put him so far, not so far behind, because it's only going to be a minute of a delay for him, but it will put him a minute behind, and that will make it very difficult indeed to catch the others, the other 3 Mercedes on pace alone.
Still some mist in the trees. This is again the Vippen and Brunchen area, isn't it? The cameras really like that, and rightly so. So do the fans. I don't know if do the drivers like it, or do they just put up with it, or going light over the humpback bridge? You know, when you're a kid and you go over a humpback bridge in a car, it feels weird, but you kind of like it. Go back and do that again, Dad. I wonder if it's still quite got the same appeal when you're trying to keep your car out of the trees.
I remember Nicky Lauda saying something along those lines of, yes, you don't really notice it, but you do feel it, and it becomes just, it's like
just
G,
a thing.
isn't it? It's
Yeah,
like,
well, it's just a thing, but yeah, you know, when you're a kid, it's just exciting, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
Maybe it's not so exciting
that's
when
why
you're a big kid.
That's why roller coasters make so much money.
Well, that's why this track is so appealing to drivers, because it is exactly that. It is the biggest fantasy roller coaster you could possibly imagine anybody building, and nobody would ever build one again. Nobody will ever build anything like this ever again in our lifetime, or anybody else's, except for maybe obviously in Dubai. Paul Trustwell. It'll rain less there, so it won't be the same.
The other aspect which could win or lose this race is pure pace.
Yes.
And at the moment, the man with the pace is the number 88 car, Maxi Goetz. I think we established has stayed in that car for a double stint, the number 88 car. But on the other hand, part of the reason for his pace may be because that car has practically run out of fuel, and so he'll be in at the end of this lap. And so the fact that Van der Zande is slower than Goetz may well just be a function of the fact that the HTP Mercedes is heavier on fuel.
Ben Golding, I didn't give you the result of either of the red flagged races, just that they were finished under red flag. So that's hardly a spoiler, because it's raining in Monaco. What were you expecting? But I won't tell you what happens in the Formula 1. Daniel Ricciardo wins. Oops, sorry about that. More importantly, Sri Lanka will resume on 91 for 8. Word from the middle at Chester Street is that England will enforce the follow-on if they can finish off the tourists in this session, which shouldn't be that hard, even on the Durham ground. England then firmly in control of the second of 3 tests against Sri Lanka after posting 498 for 9 declared in their first innings. Overcast but dry at Chester Street on what is a delightful day back home in the United Kingdom.
Thanks. I live not far from there.
Excellent.
And now I'm here where it's raining.
Still code 60 down at Brunchen, and the number 104 Audi TT-RS is still in exactly the same position as it was 20 minutes ago, only it's accompanied by a stationary Jeep of questionable vintage.
I'll tell you why.
In this case, usefulness. Go ahead.
I'll tell you why. The recovery Jeep had hitched a tow line to the towing eye at the rear of that car, and as it pulled away, it tore it off. So it probably has nothing to attach another towing rope or strap to the rear of that TT. So they're probably waiting for a flatbed.
Leader on pit road, exactly as Paul predicted. After 111 laps, the number 88 Haribo Mercedes is with us, but frustration in the cockpit.
Penalty. He's soaking up that penalty now, isn't he?
Yes, indeed.
That's why there's a big... Well, he's in the penalty box, actually.
Yeah. Timo Glock down there reporting.
That must be very frustrating. This is kind of taking the race away from them, isn't it? This 1 minute and what is it, 1 minute 28 or 1 minute 30?
It's 1 minute 32 penalty, and in effect that means 1 minute because of the 60 km/h speed limit from one end of the pit lane to the other.
All penalties are minutes plus 32 seconds, and the 32 seconds there clearly is the time it takes you to get down the pit road. So they're not going to give you a minute penalty because 32 of that is just driving down the pit road. So
well, we've had a minute of the penalty so far.
Exactly. So very, very TV savvy or media savvy official who immediately tilted his stopwatch so that the TV camera could see it ticking up from 40 seconds. Now it's 1 minute and 12, so just another 20 seconds to stew and boil in your own juices in this sweltering hot race car before you're able then to crawl down the pit road at 60 kilometers an hour. He's now going to go and show it to the driver. Who is, I don't recognise the helmet. It's not Lance, it's Maxi Gertz. Okay, it's not Lance David Arnold. So
it will be Maxi getting out of the car at this point.
And he pulls immediately ahead into their pit box, and the crew descend on it like a swarm of locusts. And that would appear to be Lance David Arnold getting back in.
They've got a job to do now, haven't they? There's the number 29 who will come through. He's already come through and into the lead, I take it.
Yes, he has.
He's already on the Grand Prix tracker.
Exactly so. And the question then remains, where will the number 4 filter into this? Will they also come past the stationary number 88? Seems impossible they won't, Paul, because they were all within 3 minutes or less, the top 3. And that will be safely accounted for by the 88's pit stop. So a definite changing of the guard. How many times has 29 led this race? Although it doesn't strictly, quote, lead it at the moment, not for another 15 miles.
It has led the race for a total of 10 laps, and on, sorry, make that 13, 14, 17 laps, and for a total of 5 separate occasions.
All right.
Very frustrating that. Matty got
Good.
sitting there watching that lead just ebb away from you with the 1 minute and 32. All right, we're on an 8.5 minute lap here, but 1 minute and 32 seconds, considering the pace of the front runners, you are not going to make that back in 3 hours.
No. Oh, I don't know, you might do.
Unless, just on pure pace, you are not going to make 1 minute and 32.
Yeah, but it's not an empty racetrack, so pure pace doesn't count for everything here, as we know. Number 4 comes across the stripe to move up into second place. 88 still stationary, and again, we're saying the 88 Mercedes getting longer and longer, more and more gaffer tape added to the nose. It'll become even more heavy and nose heavy and understeery than previously. Adam Christodoulou saying it was already a long wheelbase car. It's even more stable now. I wonder quite how that has affected 88. It doesn't seem to have done much to affect its either top speed or handling, the sort of queer aerodynamics of the front end, and as ever, cars being helped to get going just so they don't risk stripping either the clutch or first gear out of them on this slow pull away from the pit lane. 60 kilometers now, he will rejoin in 3rd position. So just to reset, the race now being led by the number 29 Viatoris Seefried Hernadel Mercedes, and the number 4 car up into 2nd place, and number 9 now through to 3rd place ahead of 88. Is that possible? Yes, it is. The number 9 car has come through as 88 now comes into our camera shot in 4th position. Yeah, I said the number 4 has come through. So 29 leads, 4 second, 9 is 3rd. 88 has dropped from lead to 4th place with that fuel stop and 1 minute 32 extra penalty.
Yeah, a big shame, because they have. How long ago did they actually take the lead, and then the lead has been seesawing, but they have had command of this race and just sort of running at their very own tactic, not being dragged into anything. I don't think you can afford to be dragged into anything around here because of the nature of the place.
You mean the HTP car?
No, the Haribo car, the number 88 car.
The Haribo car first took the lead at 9:45 last night, and has led the race for 63 out of the total of 111 laps. But as you say, it's been put on the back foot now by that 1 minute penalty, or 1.5 minute penalty. it's not impossible. And the other way in which it can come back because of these intermediate conditions is to suddenly the conditions change and the Mercedes get lucky with which tyres it's on and effectively save a tyre stop by being on the right tyre at the right time. It's not impossible under those circumstances to pull back a minute of activity, but if everybody's on the same tyre in the same conditions, then you can't really see it happening. But this is precisely the kind of conditions that we need to provide that little bit of uncertainty, which is going to keep us on the edge of our seat for the remaining 3¼ hours of the race.
Well, I think even in bone dry conditions, we're going to be on the edge of our seat because we've got 4 cars that could win this, and there's apart from anything else, it's by no means guaranteed that nobody else is going to pick up a penalty. I mean, that alone, again, I mean, we've just seen it invert the top 4 and send the leader, you know, down a snake. There's no reason at all that somebody else isn't going to go down a snake as the leader tries to climb up the ladders. Plus you've got traffic, plus you've got incidents, plus you've got weather, you know, so it's a 3-hour race. Anything can happen.
We know the violation was a Code 60 violation, and you cannot argue with that. That has got to be consistent and strict every single time. I would like to know just what exactly was the violation. Was he 2 miles an hour over the 60 or 2 kilometres an hour over the 60?
Up to 19 kilometres an hour over is 1 minute 32 seconds. I can tell you that because I know exactly what the penalties are because I paid attention in driver's briefing.
And you did.
I really did. I genuinely, honestly did. Maybe the only useful information I've ever come into a commentary booth with in my life. But I was there and I watched all the way through all the penalties. So I thought, do you know what, that might be quite useful to know, that if it's 3 minutes 32, it's his 3rd offence. If it's 2 minutes 32, it's his 2nd offence and whatever for speeding in the pit lane and what parameters they are. They've given up trying to recover 104 and basically they're just sweeping the track in front of it so that anybody else has a sort of excuse-free run into the car. It's still code 60 there at Brunchen, and they are going to have to find a way of recovering it because they can't really leave that car there for another 3¼ hours. That will that's not the way they do things here. It's still drizzling at that section of the track. In fact, it's probably still drizzling just about everywhere. The castle is no longer visible, so that's official Met Office confirmation it is raining.
It's not quite rain. It's more like we're in the cloud. If you look out the window, Martin, the rain is going horizontally.
I've looked out the back door and you can't see anything actually beyond halfway across the paddock because we are actually in the clouds, yes. The clouds have either descended or risen from the valleys up towards us or descended from the heavens down towards us or met in the middle, and they currently sway the entire track, and which is why we're getting that sort of slightly misty look to everything, which makes visibility a little hard to come by. In the pits is our 5th place car. That's the number 23 car. That is the lead BMW, and that is again where BMW had their Audi half hour, didn't they? Just as daylight was, well, wasn't even braking really. It was thinking about braking. So the row racing BMW, Alexander Sims, Philipp Eng, Maxime Martin, Dirk Werner. That is the only remaining BMW with any sniff of a podium chance, and they are still on the lead lap. They're sort of 2/3 of the way, 3/4 of the way back on the lead lap. But again, weather, incidents, accidents, penalties, who knows, whatnot, that could end up on the podium. On pace, now probably not, although its ultimate race pace is certainly right in there with the 9 and the 4 Mercedes. Its fastest race lap, but currently not quite so much.
Well, it's undoubted this cloud is going to lift. The track is going to dry. We are going to be on that transitional point of dries to slick, wets to slick.
It's undoubted this cloud is going to lift and the rain is going to stop.
Because that's what it does. That's what it's been doing all day.
Or it could get heavier, because it does that here
too.
Yes. So it is doubted then, is what you're saying.
No, undoubtedly it's going. No, undoubtedly it's going to lift.
Undoubtedly
first.
The weather will change.
Then it'll rain. Well, there's no real heavy rain, according to Jim's tool.
It's just enough though to keep it, as Mario Andretti said, slicker and snot. So, which is just that horrible, not quite intermediate, and it's really going to burn up full wets really quite quickly, and just a horrible in between, and nobody likes a horrible in betweeny. I'm just leaving that hanging.
Yes.
And in between.
The number 29, the HTP car, Renger van der Zende, is out in the lead of the race. He hasn't yet come across the line to appear at the top of the timing screens, but he will be doing so very shortly indeed. But when he does so, completing the 112th lap, he will only have 2 further laps out on the circuit before he's going to be due in for fuel, or at most 3, but probably 2 further laps for the number 29 car. So only 2 laps will be in the lead, and then he'll have to make his pit stop for fuel.
Jimmy Anderson takes the final wicket of Sri Lanka, all out for 101. They trail England by 397, and the tourists will be forced to follow on at Chester Street. So that's important information. And also the Opel Calibra now closing in on a top 100 finish, and with just over 3 hours to go. We're all getting a bit punch drunk for the Opel. Joe Bradley, run us down through the classes as you hear the number 44 Falcon Porsche making another stop. Now, that must have been for a change of tyre. I will find out. Joe,
right.
Tell us about the classes.
Well, leave us with our odd hour class update, which we've just gone by, so it's a little bit later than normal. But the SPX class currently, we've got the Porsche Cayman GT4 of the Manthey Racing Car 170 in the lead of that class. Overall position is 22nd. The SP7 class is still being led by the number 64 Black Falcon Porsche, 17th overall. 13 cars are in that class, so a very competitive class there. The SP3T is being led by car number 106, the Subaru Technica. Subaru is 20th overall, 7 cars running in that class. Small class for the Cup 3, 4 cars running in that. It's the Porsche 981 GT4 of the Race Reunion Thiekman Racing, car 354. Cup 5 has 13 cars, so another very good competitive field for the BMW Cup runners. Bonk Motorsports, car 305, is leading that one, 29th overall. The AT class is being led by the Saxon Motorsport team in car 111. That's the BMW 135 diesel, 59th overall. Lubna Motorsports is leading the Cup 1 class in car 251, 46th overall. We have to go down to 72nd overall in the field for the Renault Clio of car 118 in the SP3 class. The V5 class is being led by the BMW 330i of the Schmickler Performance team, 57th overall. That's car 156. And rounding off our class updates, V3 is the 126 number EMC Sanct, Toyota G86, 67th overall. And that's our class rundown for the odd hour.
Press the button. 3 hours and 7 minutes remain in the 2016 Nurburgring 24 hours, live on RadioLeMans.com, driven by Aston Martin. Paul Truswell informs us that it was a 2-lap stint for the number 44 Falcon Tyres Porsche. That can only, Joe Bradley, mean that they went one way on tyres and then it was unsurvivable, and I would suggest they went into media and came back in and went, that ain't happening.
They could have even gone slick, Martin, because that was the time we were talking about staying on the dry line. The dry line, there was a just over car width around the whole track, which was completely dry, which would have been perfect for slicks. But as we said, if you go offline by a metre or two, then you are in trouble. So maybe they've gone that extreme, expecting no further rain to come. Unfortunately, the cloud has descended, and we are in the cloud, and we've now got a damp and moist track again.
Hang a minute, you said not 5 minutes ago, live on Radio Le Mans, that undoubtedly it was going to stop raining and dry up.
No, it is, because the cloud will lift, and that's when we'll see that. We've got a car off at, is it Kesselchen?
It's the number 42 as well.
It's the Aston Martin, of course. The Aston Martin class leader in SP8 has gone off, not quite. I've got a code 60 area at Kesselchen, but I haven't got, let me see if I can locate the number 42.
We have also been told on Twitter that somebody thinks it was the number 5 Audi that smoked the 104. It didn't look like a blue and white car, looked more sort of greeny, yellowy, white, which is, it looked like it was the 38, although it couldn't have been because 38 has obviously not been on the racetrack for a long while. I spy a Calibra with my little eye. Joe, what do you know?
Well, my little GPS app tells me, having gone looking for the 42 car, it's off the circuit.
Yeah,
it's being recovered.
It does say on the screen that it's had an accident, and I think it was Andreas Gulden at the wheel of it when it went off there. So that's terribly bad news. That's four terriblies, three terriblies bad news for that car, because having had its problem earlier in the race and having clambered back from about an hour of a delay back into the lead of the class to then have to be faced with losing it in difficult conditions up at Kesselchen from a position that doesn't enable us to see it on Joe's GPS system is
that means
it's
off the circuit. It's gone out the gate.
Doesn't mean it's
being recovered.
Doesn't mean we're never going to see it again.
No, indeed. How far behind is the next car in class?
SP8, we've got second in class is the number 45, and that is on 93 laps, 2 laps down.
2 laps down, okay. So it is going to lose the lead. It may not necessarily lose the race.
3 laps.
I gather that Falcon Porsche completely, as I did, ignored Joe Bradley. They went for broke and went onto full wets, only to decide 2 laps later that an intermediate was still to go, because although it hadn't stopped raining, it wasn't a full wet track yet. So that was their little gamble to try and get them into the top 6. Unfortunately, it has served to drop them a little further down to 10th place.
They went the other way, Martin. They were hoping for the rain to come early.
They were looking at the weather and going, I can't see the castle, let's go wets. 16, the twin bush Audi R8 has also just left the pit lane in 11, and chasing them, we wouldn't be saying an awful lot about it either. Another car that has possibly outperformed its expectations is the number 11 car, and that's the Audi Race Experience R8. That is in the pit lane as well in 16th position, and again, probably if it hadn't been racing where we're racing, that wouldn't have been in the top 25. But of course, one thing we have at the Nurburgring is a lot of carnage.
The way that this it's a difficult race to read this, and a lot of fun for all of that. I said earlier on, and I still stick to it, is that the 2 Black Falcon Mercedes have kind of paired off. There's one which is shadowing the number 88 Haribo car, and there's the other one that's shadowing the 29 HTP car. Now, the one that's trying to get the better of the Haribo car has obviously had its life made a lot easier by that extra penalty that the Haribo car had to soak up, and is now ahead of it, but only to the tune of 5 seconds ahead of it, whereas the
Gesundheit.
Yes, whereas the number 29 car has a 2-minute advantage over the number 4 Black Falcon car. However, the number 29 car due in for a pit stop at the end, not of this lap, but of the next lap, and then that will allow the number 4 car back into the lead. But then we've got this change about situation where one car will lead, the other car will lead, then the one car will lead, then the other car will lead. Even though they're not battling with each other on the track, the way the pit stops are playing out is that one takes the lead and the other and play about.
Indeed.
Who's going to be in the lead at the end of the remaining 3 hours? Quite easy to work out. Well, it can be worked out, and I reckon that it's going to be the Black Falcon car. However, that assumes that they're both going to do exactly the same lap time. On the last lap, the Van der Zande car lapped 8 seconds. I'll say that again, 8 seconds, in fact more than that, 9 seconds faster than the Black Falcon car.
Wow.
So if he continues to lap at that pace, then even though they change about, the HTP car will be ahead. So it's not just strategy, it's about driving fast.
Are we?
Yeah.
Is that
neck and neck across the line?
Is that the projection? We've gone for it.
Neck and neck across the line.
Oh, really? That's even better.
3 hours to go in the 2016 Nurburgring 24 Hours. Live coverage on radiolemans.com. Lights to flag plus post-race tech, driven by Aston Martin. Under 3 hours of the race remaining, and into the pit lane comes the number 35 Nissan, the Academy GT car, driven by Krum Ordonez, Hoshino and Buncombe. Didn't see who was getting in. There has been a driver change, I think, on that car, and that car lying in a resilient 12th position. The pit call for the number 11 car, by the way, the Audi Race Experience R8, was because of a crash. Maximilian Hackländer has put the car off the track, managed to get it back to the garage, but that no longer a top 10 contender and will probably drop way out of the top 30 before the race is over. We have a four-way battle for victory. All four of our lead cars currently are Mercedes. 29 leads, but owes us a pit stop in the next 10 minutes. Probably more like 5 minutes now. The number 4 car will then assume the lead ahead of number 9 and 88, our long-time race leader, spent nearly 10 hours in the race lead, but a penalty finally served to blunt its attack. However, were the race to stop now, we were talking earlier on about the 4 drivers in the number 88 car being the same 4 drivers that were in the sister number 8 car, which was then retired after both cars had incidents, and how odd it would look were they to finish with both cars on the podium, 2 drivers on one stop, 2 drivers on another, or jumping to and fro between them. I draw your attention to the number 4 and number 9 cars in 2nd and 3rd position. A certain M. Engel Esquire is in both of those, so he's going to have, I mean, he's not tall enough to have 1 foot on the 2nd place step and 1 foot on the 3rd place step the other side of number 1. So he needs the car to finish 1st and 2nd or 3rd and not on the podium for him to stand any chance.
You can take advice from Ben Schneider, who did exactly that in Dubai 3-4 years ago, when I think Ben finished, I think he did finish 2nd and 3rd. I don't think, no, he did win. He came 1st and 3rd. Yeah, that's right. So he was able to stand on both steps.
I know which step he'll have chosen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you guys down there, I was just helping out. These are my guys. These are my guys. Yeah, there you go. Not that any racing driver could ever be described as mercenary in any way, shape or form. Double wave yellows covering a recovery, and that'll be the double wave yellows that bring you down to 120 before you get to the code 60 at the next marshal's post, which is in the recovery section of Brunchen. We are still, I mean, this Audi this is the Audi TT number 104, which crashed a week last Wednesday, and they are currently recovering. There is a flatbed now coming up to recover. Let's hope the flatbed's got a crane on it. Either that or they need about 45 pallbearers to try and lift the car up onto the flatbed.
The flatbed slopes off into it and then pulls the car on. You're just creating drama, right?
I am trying to.
Being
Jeopardy.
silly.
RadioLeMond.com, driven by Jeopardy.
Yes.
Paul.
Yes, what has happened is within Sector 4, the number 4 Mercedes has picked up around about 30 seconds on the race leading number 29 HTP car, and I can only imagine that is as a result of the way that the Code 60 has just been implemented.
The Code 60 has been there the whole time that Audi has been sitting beached, though.
Yes, but that's why I said the way in which it has been implemented, because I think what they probably did was to extend the Code 60 for a little bit and then reduce it again in terms of the length of it, because there's no way otherwise that they could have had a 30-second difference through that sector.
You can't actually speed at that sort of differential through the right-hander where the Audi is. It's just too tight. You couldn't possibly.
In 3/4, that 22 seconds. It can make all the difference.
397 runs, by the way, is the most that England have ever had in a first innings over Sri Lanka. More news from Audi Sport, number 11 in the pits repairs.
They've been listening to me. They've been listening to me.
What comes of it?
Yes. If you scroll down, you'll see who was the news is the driver's fine. No, I mean, sorry, scroll up because the one above that, the message above that tells us who. Exactly, that is. It's the number 11.
Yeah, I know exactly who it was.
Audi
it was
raced.
Maximilian Hackländer.
right, so Hacklander is
he's
fine.
okay, car isn't, but it is back in the pits.
That would have been my call at the time. I definitely would have. Unfortunately,
and remind us again why you're no longer a team manager.
And why I'm a commentator.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Good point. Point taken.
Back to Joe Honori later on when we get another 3-hour red flag. Just outside the top 10. We've had another, well, no, it wasn't a green lap, another strong lap though from the number 44 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, which is now back into 10th place ahead of the number 11 Twin Bush Audi, because 2 further pit stops. We documented the 35 Academy GT Nissan, and 21 also stopped. And did we mention that? We did. That's the Wochenspiegel team. Anti-Porsche, that's on its out lap as well. So a kind of 4-way battle around 10th place as well, and nobody wants to finish. Oh yeah, we were P11. P10 sounds so much better in every single way.
The thing to look out for as well on the took Gertz out of it and put Lance David Arnold back into the number 88 car, didn't we? So Lance David Arnold trying to get third place back from the number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes.
And the gap at the line was half a second. 2 minutes 31.3 behind the leader, the number 9 car, 2 minutes 31.8 behind the leader, the number 88 car. As they went out onto the Nordschleife, it was half a dozen car lengths. Obviously, the number 9 car had got a little bit better break on traffic, on the Grand Prix circuit, but there's no question that the number 88 car still thinks it can win this race, and there's no earthly reason why they shouldn't think that either.
They've just cleared the Flugplatz now, and they're virtually nose to tail. They're well out onto the Nordschleife, the number 9 ahead of the 88. That's a battle for 3rd and 4th at the moment. That's going to turn into a battle for 2nd and 3rd very shortly when we see the number 29 Mercedes peel off into the pits, because that's very much due a pit stop now. It'll be in, I would imagine, next time by. It can't afford another lap.
And 4th is 2 minutes 30 behind the leader, which means that the leader will drop to 4th, and so we're going to again see this whole yo-yo effect. And Paul's slide rule back timing is going to be our 3 car lengths possibly between them, half a second.
It's gone out a bit further whilst they've been off around the Nordschleife. They're heading through Metzfeld and towards Kallenhardt now, and we've got quite a gap now, according to our GPS, of course.
Well, of course, they've just worked their way through a bunch of 6 cars,
and
so
that's why that is now spaced out.
But on board with the 88, we've got visual of the car in front, which is the number 9, and there is just one BMW between them. Yellow flag, single yellow being waved as they drop down towards Exmüller. Should have been a blue flag. Maybe the colour balance isn't quite as good as it should be. But Paul, fascinating battle, and of course it means when they are this close, it is still anybody's race, but you've worked out who's going to win.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. The number 88 by virtue of having the stop when it did and having that longer stop, he's going to be able to get to the flag without a splash and dash. It can split the remainder of the race into nice big chunks. What you want to try and do is to get to the end of the race in even chunks, but in nice big even chunks. What you don't want to have to do is to cut it into small chunks, or to do the big chunks and then a little splash and dash at the end. And both 88 and 4, the Haribo car and the number 4 Black Falcon car, the Schneider Christodoulou car, can do that. Whereas 29 and 9 are both looking at an extra splash of fuel. Now, if the heavens actually open and it tips it down, they'll save enough fuel just because the consumption will reduce. they'll go less far, and that will hand the advantage back to the HTP car, in particular number 29, because it has this advantage over the number 4 car.
Well, that assumes that they don't need to stop for a different tyre. Were they to need to, assuming they're not on full wets, and they probably aren't, because the 44 Falcon Porsche tried that and that was a bummer, so we assume they're on an intermediate. If the heavens properly open, then suddenly it's a scramble for wets, and then everybody bang is right on the same fuel strategy, presumably, because they will brim the tanks, they all hold the same amount, they've all got vaguely the same fuel consumption, and we'll be 4x4 side by each all the way to the flag.
Well, something like that, but remember, the shorter your stint, the shorter your pit stop. So the time taken to change the tyres isn't actually the time taken to change the tyres, it's the time dependent on how short your stint is, and that's going to be...
Oh, we didn't explore Trustwell's law of nighttime car magnetism at all at any stage, did we?
Doesn't apply to the Nurburgring.
Oh, okay.
The car number 11, the Hacklander car, which was crashed, is now back out on the circuit, is in 16th place.
Yeah.
And did you mention that one already?
No.
It shouldn't lose any more places, I don't think. Certainly not in the SP9 class, for it has sufficient of an advantage there.
Third place battle is separated by less than a car length as they get into the code 60 down. At Brunchen.
We're now into slow motion, aren't we?
Ah, yes. It's after you, yes. It's one of those wobbly ones. They go green and the H8 car immediately jives on the throttle and goes straight by for third place, gets by the number 9 car immediately, goes by 2 slower cars as well in a those wobbly ones. They go green and the H8 car immediately jives on the throttle and goes straight by for third place, gets by the number 9 car immediately, goes by 2 slower cars as well in a heartbeat. Talk about reacting to the green flag. Let's hope he didn't overreact to the green flag, but the number 88 car, they want this race really, really badly. I'm not saying the number 9 car doesn't, but boy, that was just like the number 9 car had no idea what was going on, caught him completely napping.
It's when you see the green flag. It's not like you have to get to the green flag and that's the goal. As soon as you see a green flag up ahead, that's when you go. And the number 88 car had that nailed, didn't he?
A few more laps, I would think.
Now, in the end there, it kind of evened itself out in the battle for the lead between the HTP and the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes, the white car, because the time on the previous lap, no it wasn't, it was another 30 seconds loss, wasn't it, on the previous lap, but the important thing to say is the number 929 HTP car stayed out for another lap, so it's now going for its 9th lap on the fuel. This is something that HTP have done before. They know their car will do
really, really badly. I'm not saying the number 9 car doesn't, but boy, that was just like the number 9 car had no idea what was going on, caught him completely napping.
It's when you see the green flag. It's not like you have to get to the green flag and that's the goal. As soon as you see a green flag up ahead, that's when you go. And the number 88 car had that nailed, didn't he?
A few more laps, I would think.
Now, in the end there, it kind of evened itself out in the battle for the lead between the HTP and the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes, the white car, because the time on the previous lap, no it wasn't, it was another 30 seconds loss, wasn't it, on the previous lap, but the important thing to say is the number 929 HTP car stayed out for another lap, so it's now going for its 9th lap on the fuel. This is something that HTP have done before. They know their car will do 9 laps, particularly if there's a yellow zone or slower lap times for some other reason. So the number 29 staying out to do a 9th lap on this tank of fuel, trying to stretch its fuel margins.
Yeah.
That's going to be a marginal call, that.
Very marginal. The TV director is showing again replays from onboard the number 88 Haribo Mercedes. And the deal here is when you come round the tight right-hander, which is under code 60, where the team are working, the crews are working, just beyond the end of the curbs, there is a marshal's post up on the hillside on driver's left. Couldn't really make out what flag was being shown there, if any. Further on round, sort of long sweeping right-hander, just before you go left then after Brunchen, to show it may be good.
And presumably, Martin, because that's a second offence, you'll have known this because you were paying attention.
2 minutes 32.
Second offence on a yellow flag offence is worse.
Well, that will be a speeding under code 60, but it will have probably been within 19 kilometres of 60 kilometres an hour, so it'll be a 1 minute 32. I will get my phone out and double check. Talk amongst yourselves.
So,
it's going to be down to that. It's going to be down to that in-car camera footage that we saw, but also doesn't
no,
every marshals? I was about to say, but if the marshals can see, if the marshal with the green flag can see the car can see the green flag.
Yeah, but again, we need to know whether the drivers have been told.
We're looking at it again, Paul.
Yeah,
we're looking at it again. Now we clear where the tidy up is being done.
Pink at the incident. And then as they come into shot from the next camera, the marshals have already got the green out, but the pass has already been done. So we haven't seen a clear exterior shot. Speeding in the pit lane in the race, penalties in the race, disregard of double yellows and code 60. Within 19 kilometres an hour of 60, time penalty 1 minute and 32, maximum of 3 offences. So they are within that.
The rule, sorry, I was just in a conversation there, so forgive me if you've just said this very thing. You have to be past the last yellow flag. Now, you don't know it's the last yellow flag until...
Nothing else has been shown so far. They will be looking at that again and again from race control, because that could be a race-deciding pass. There's no question that the 88 now has...
He
has given it back.
Yeah. Yes, the 88 has now fallen back behind the blue Mercedes number 9. So whether or not it was a bona fide overtaking move,
I'm being told he's not giving it back. He's being told he's been snookered.
He's been caught in traffic and passed.
An overtaking move. So the battle continues, and thank goodness it isn't our joist decisions that we have to make for the stewards' decisions. We'll leave those to the stewards, shall we? And when the stewards notify us of what they've decided, then we'll let them make the decisions, and we won't argue with the referee.
No, well, we'll try not to. As long as they make the right decision, we'll be good to go with that. Pit callers, 38 Bentley should be down below you, and 75 is in as well. And that is the progeny of car.
Yes, there are actually 2 yellow cars, not quite beneath me, but further down, because the yellow Bentley is one of them. The Manfilter's Mercedes is another of them, and also going back out onto the circuit is the number 33 Audi R8, which Ziegler, I think, stayed behind the wheel of that car, heading back on its way once again.
Yeah, the Manfilter's car, that's the sons of Kenneth, son of Hans Heyer, Sebastian, son of Roland Asch, Luca, son of Klaus Ludwig, and Daniel Karlwitz's father. I don't know his name, I'm afraid. Mr. Karlwitz, probably, to me. Another stop for 83. He's not on my page, Paul. He's leading the SP6 class, so that is the class leader in SP6. He has a 6-lap advantage in that Porsche 911. So that's pretty handy advantage. David Ackerman, Carsten Welcher, Jörg Wiskirchen. They've been in a lead of this class a very long time. It's the rent-to-drive Porsche GT3 Cup car, having a very solid run with that machine. 702 we're just seeing as he's now moved up inside the top 30. We heard earlier on from Jeroen Blekemolen about the exhaust issues that affected 701 and 702, and 701's had them first on the left-hand side, followed by 702 having it on the left-hand side, and then 701 had them on the right-hand side, and so, 702 also had right-hand side exhaust issues.
So share the pain as well as the gain.
Yeah. And 2 laps behind the class leader in SPX, just around that, up is 7:02. Class leader is the 170. That's the Porsche Cayman GT4. And again, as we pointed out earlier, GT4 car now in 23rd place, might make a top 20 finish overall in this race before we get to the checkered flag, which is an astonishing performance. And so any potential Porsche GT4 customers might well be looking to clean up in GT4 in the next 12 months or so. Joe, what do you know from on track about our battle for third, 88 versus 9?
Nothing at the moment, but what I do know is the number 11 Audi is back on track, having had some repairs.
Yeah, they had
and
repairs
the brakes
after the crash, didn't they? Still a little bit of water on the camera lens. I think as much from the air as coming up from the track. The track, Paul Trustwell, does appear to be becoming drier and drier pretty much everywhere. Grand Prix circuit is pretty much dry. It's not an awful lot of breeze outside, and I noticed when I looked out before I came on air that it's changed to a bit of a westerly, which is not the direction that any of the weather has come from. It's either come from the north or pretty much from the south so far, and the nasty stuff has come from the north. So it's just a little bit of breeze, not enough to really flutter too many flags, not really helping with drying either.
Race leader in the pits, and this is a 9-lap stint for the race leader, which means it has to be a 3 minutes and 11 second pit stop for the number 29 car.
And there will be a driver change as well. Door is open, tyres are ready. He's going with a slick. That is a blue Michelin logo, not a white Michelin logo. John Hindhoff, that means it's not a slick immediate. And again, as we pointed out earlier, GT4 car now in 23rd place, might make a top 20 finish overall in this race before we get to the checkered flag, which is an astonishing performance. And so any potential Porsche GT4 customers might well be looking to clean up in GT4 in the next 12 months or so. Joe, what do you know from on track about our battle for third, 88 versus 9?
Nothing at the moment, but what I do know is the number 11 Audi is back on track, having had some repairs.
Yeah, they had
and
repairs
the brakes
after the crash, didn't they? Still a little bit of water on the camera lens. I think as much from the air as coming up from the track. The track, Paul Trustwell, does appear to be becoming drier and drier pretty much everywhere. Grand Prix circuit is pretty much dry. It's not an awful lot of breeze outside, and I noticed when I looked out before I came on air that it's changed to a bit of a westerly, which is not the direction that any of the weather has come from. It's either come from the north or pretty much from the south so far, and the nasty stuff has come from the north. So it's just a little bit of breeze, not enough to really flutter too many flags, not really helping with drying either.
Race leader in the pits, and this is a 9-lap stint for the race leader, which means it has to be a 3 minutes and 11 second pit stop for the number 29 car.
And there will be a driver change as well. Door is open, tyres are ready. He's going with a slick. That is a blue Michelin logo, not a white Michelin logo. John Hindhoff, that means it's not a slick immediate, correct? Nod. It is not a slick immediate. Okay, yellow helmet. Is that Hohenadel, the yellow helmet?
Are we saying he's on the slicks, by the way?
Yeah. Is that Christian Hohenadel who's just got out?
No, it's Van der Zande who's got out of the
Van der
car.
Zande. Okay, so who is getting in then, I wonder? We'll have to wait and see.
My guess would be it's Marco Zayfried.
They're one of the very few teams that actually seem to have a transponder that tells timing and scoring who's in. Yeah, because now Van der Zande's vanished. So, not literally, obviously, he hasn't been beamed up or anything.
Now here comes across the start-finish line the driver of the day for me. He's put in some sterling performances, not take nothing away from Christodoulou, Schneider or Engel, who've shared the car with him. But Metzger has certainly done a storming job at the wheel of the number 4 car. The car takes the lead once again.
We know that at Le Mans, certain marshal posts have certain nationalities crewing them. Post 120B, I seem to think, is a particularly British enclave. Lara Plattman tells me that she thinks at Brunchen it's particularly a Welsh marshal's enclave. From Anglesey, she seems to think. So, Borodar. to anybody who happens to be listening there. Apologies for my Welsh immediately, obviously. Change for third place, Paul? No, 9 is still
but it's a battle.
half a car length ahead of 88. It is a battle, isn't it?
We're on the Grand Prix circuit part of this track, and we're just going through down towards the Dunlop hairpin, which is a big, long, sweeping one.
It's kind of like the carousel, but in the opposite direction with disappointingly little concrete.
Yes.
They could make it more carousel-y there quite happily, and everybody would be very joyful.
Doesn't it just capture the feel of the old Nurburgring, though?
You've got to think that the reason they designed that sort of 180-degree plus big, long sweeper was to emulate the carousel. And obviously, you know, you can't put concrete ditches in modern racetracks.
No.
More's the pity. I can think of many that would be enhanced by a good concrete ditch. Van der Zande still shown by timing and scoring on board the number 29 Mercedes, but as that comes back out, we know that it ain't him, because we saw him getting out. So that is the outlap for the car that was the leader, and now we must assume drops back to 4th position, back to the bottom of the ladder, which he must.
And it was down to traffic when further round the lap where the number 9 car was able to get his own back and retaliate. And he's not going to get mugged again, I would have thought. I think he's going to be well aware. I'm not sure. I can't tell you if we still have that code 60 out at Brunchen. I think it's clear.
Probably don't. Okay,
No.
so that might free things up. The fatherless Carl Witz, well, he obviously isn't, apparently is the winningest ADAC GT driver. So there you go. Aston Martin updates. 42 presumably up, is that? Off at Bergwerk, passing another car. Frontal damage car will be repaired when it returns, but the lead will be gone. And that is the GT8 DP8 leader of SP8. Yeah, so 42. Okay, too many 8s in that sentence for me to make much sense of it.
Number 9 and 88 into and out of Arenberg under the bridge and down towards the Foxhole. Now through the clipping the apexes left and right and left, and bottoming it out at the bottom of the hill.
29 not far behind either.
Not at all.
No, really not at all. 3 pit callers of note, 2 note. In fact, 5 in the 15 down to 20. 5 of those 6 cars have been in or come in. 25, that's the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. That is in. On an outlap is the number 64 car that is behind it in 16th. Number 11 car is back out, and that is in 17th. And in 18th position, number 12 car has just left the pits. Number 33 and 19th has just left the pits. And number 106 in 20th has also just left the pits. A lot of synchronicity here as we line up towards the end of the race. Everybody running back into their same fuel windows. 88 still chasing the now second placed number 9 Mercedes. And the blue Black Falcon car in second position, the white Black Falcon car in first position, and the black number 88 Team Haribo Mercedes, that's the AMG Team Haribo Mercedes, in third place at the moment.
They are nose to tail down into Hexmuller now, and they've got a little bit of traffic ahead of them, but they are absolutely nose to tail as they go through the right-hand line. We may have even, according to my GPS tracker, I've had a change. That's not always accurate. We'll wait and see. No, it rectifies itself as we go towards Bergwerk now. And the number 9 getting a little bit of a gap through the traffic as they go through the right-hander at Bergwerk. It's still the Black Falcon car ahead of the Haribo car. The blue number 9 ahead of the black-coloured number 88. And it would be nice to see this battle because it really is an on-track battle for what will be second and third places when they cross the line next time by.
38, the surviving factory Bentley in 8th position. It's completing its outlap. This will bring it up to a total of 113 laps. The leader's completed 115. So the yellow number 38 car, big, bold Bentley. Flashing headlights, get out of my way, pleb. Through he comes, and Maxime Martin would appear to be the man at the wheel. And another of our class leaders still is the number 123 Toyota Corolla Altis. Again, that Toyota Team Thailand entered car. I'm not sure whether it led on lap 1 of our 4-lap qualifying sprint, but since dark o'clock, it has been our race leader. and his windscreen wipers appear to have parked themselves in the vertical position, whether that's intentional DTM styley and they've just pimped them, or whether they're stuck and if it rains they're going to be in trouble, not entirely sure.
Still the number 9 heads the 88. They've already been through the carousel and are heading towards Horacht.
Wow.
This is the area of the course where traffic will come into play out of Horacht and into Wipperman.
And
very
that
tight and
battle,
twisty sections of circuit where you can trip over traffic, and we'll keep an eye on this. We're following it on the tracker at the moment. We haven't got it on our screens.
that battle, second and third, just took 3 seconds in the previous sector alone out of the race leading number 4 car. So they will be they lost a second on the Grand Prix loop to the number 4 car, probably because they were not on the ideal line. One was defending, one was attacking. But when they get into single file parts of the track, and that's exactly what that was in sector 3, and will be in sector 4 pretty much, then they will both be hooning along at absolutely flat chat and starting to reel in the number 4 that is our race leader.
Well, of course, if you were in the 88, I'd be just hanging on to the 9's tail until we get towards the Schwalbenschwanz area of the circuit, and then get right on him for that entry onto the Horacht, and then you would drag past towards the Tiergarten, wouldn't you? That's what you'd be doing tactically.
Well, the other thought is we've got 2.5 hours to go. Don't even bother. Just sit in his slipstream, save a bit of fuel, save a bit of energy, and just sit with him, and the two of you will go quicker than number 4 car on its own.
Well, they seem to be, don't they?
Yeah, well,
now,
they are. I mean, that's the effects of the slipstream. 2 cars together will go more effectively through the air than 1 car on its own, particularly down the massive straight at Dottingerhöhe. They drop into the mini carousel, whiz by an indeterminate Peugeot
Clio.
308 of some kind. Was it Clio, was it? I'll bow to your greater Clio Cup knowledge there. And again on to Dottingerhöhe, and no need to pass. No need to make the pass at all. If he makes a mistake, go by. If he doesn't make a mistake, sit behind him. Let his car do the work in the aero. After all, your aero is slightly affected. Just sit behind him and get hoovered along down the straight. 44 Falcon Porsche had a narrow escape as the lead, or as the second place battle went past him around the outside. And Joe, there's not many places you can pass Wipperman, Brunchen. They managed to do it. And the Conrad Mercedes, Conrad Lamborghini has looped around, and that is in the same portion of the track, isn't it? He's just come out of the pits. Into the pits has come number 5, Paul, the best of the Audis.
Yes, and this is for a
tag from behind, I think,
he's hit the barrier quite heavily there.
I think he just got contact from behind from the yellow Mercedes.
Where is that on the circuit? If we can't quite see because we need to pan out a little.
Well, there's a code 60, so look over towards sector 4 of the track. Where is he?
Sector 4. Okay.
I think it's well.
It's not Callenhard.
No, I think it's earlier. He hasn't done a sector 1 time, so it is very early in the lap, but there's quite a lot of damage at the back. That car will be coming into the pits.
Hatzenbach.
Hatzenbach, yeah.
That's what I meant, actually. I said Callenhard. I actually meant Hatzenbach. Now, that car's gone in quite heavy.
Yeah.
It looked like it was just bodywork, but you know what's at the back of that car, don't you? The gearbox.
Everything.
Yeah, everything. That's important.
Yeah.
So
everything apart from his Trilby and his overnight bag.
Yeah. Now, where is that car in the field? Because it's 15th. It's 15th, Martin, and he was on an outlap, so he was just getting
had just
things.
left the pits.
Yeah. So
and had the Mercedes not as well?
He'll have been getting things up to temperature, is what he'll have been doing, and that's probably why, being a little bit sort of conservative.
He might have braked fractionally earlier than the Mercedes expected, or just may have braked at his normal position, but the Lamborghini has to brake earlier than the Mercedes. I mean, it's not in the top 3 for a good reason, whereas all the Mercedes, or a lot of the Mercedes, are. Lead being held now officially by the number 4 white Falcon Mercedes. In second place is the number 9 blue Falcon Mercedes. Of course, when I say this, I'm just identifying them by colour. They are both black Falcon team cars. And, well, currently second by inches is the number 9 car with 88 right behind the Haribo Mercedes. Again, if I was driving a Haribo Mercedes, I could happily sit behind the number 9 car as long as we are not going slower than the leader, as long as we're going quicker than the leader. And last time round, leader did an 8-minute 19.28, and the cars behind a 19.56 and a 20.30. So maybe they could just do with getting on with it a little bit.
Could have been a crucial stint, that last one, for the number 29 car, even though it's dropped to 4th place by doing the 9 laps and taking the penalty of the slightly longer pit stop. This for the HTP car, Renger van der Zende, who we assume has handed over to Marco Seefried, has put himself within range, just about, of getting to the end of the race on just 2 more stops. Now, the Bernd Schneider car, the number 4 SAP-sponsored Black Falcon car, has to definitely do 3 more stops, the first of which could be as early as the lap after the one that it's on, so at the end of lap 118.
Number 5 has just left the pits. That is the best placed of the Audis. That's the Phoenix car, the white and blue machine. He's gone out on slicks as well. So clearly what we saw going on to the Mercedes number 29 car was slicks, and he's not the only one who's going there. So the guys who are on the slick intermediate will be giving up maybe a little bit of time. Last lap round, 8-minute 36.0, a really quick lap for the number 4, the race leader, and the battle behind, they were doing 8 minutes 43, so they're holding each other up rather than trying to work together. Now, they're not in the same team, whereas first and second are in the same team. However, with 2.5 hours left to go, if I were the drivers of number 9, I wouldn't want to be asked to defend against 88 to allow 4 to get away, because that would compromise your race. I don't think we're in any position we can do that yet. 2.5 hours left to go. You really shouldn't be thinking about compromising anything. The battle for second place is still separated by about a car length. 9 and 8. We've got Mercedes 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 23 BMW in 5th position. Number 5 Audi in 6th. Number 7 Audi in 7th place.
That number 5 Audi is out on slicks, fresh slicks for Stippler.
Yeah, we just and that confirms then what we suspected about the blue Michelin band on the tyres that went onto the Mercedes. They were slicks rather than slick immediates, and it is a slick racetrack, as in it is a racetrack where slicks will work rather than it's slick and slippery, which it sort of is as well, but not as much.
Well, can I just say, about an hour ago, maybe even 90 minutes ago, I did say that the rain would clear, the track would dry completely, and you just mocked me.
Don't be
but
smart,
here we
Joe.
are. But I'm not being smug, I'm just trying to...
It wasn't the fact that it might dry. You said undoubtedly, as if there was any question that it wouldn't rain at the Nurburgring.
There was no question it was going to do this. Now then, undoubtedly, there is going to be more damn track. Undoubtedly. I don't know when it's going to come, because Jim's not around with his little tool. Yeah.
Bless him.
Bless him.
And in is the number 2 Audi, so Frederick Vervisch bringing that one in, and I wait to hear from the Audi Sport team that will go onto slicks as well. Can't imagine it wouldn't. And the number 2 car is receiving new tyres. Quick pan around the components. The car has got black helmeted somebody or other.
Who's that?
Belgian flag? Was that on his waistband? Who we got in number 2 car? Frederick Vervisch, that would make sense. Okay. Didn't see who got in. The Toyota buggy pelt, the Gazoo Lexus. Paul, which class are they the leader of? SP Pro, aren't they? Number 36 car, that's in 23rd place. That's made another pit stop. SPX leader number 170, that's just gone out. SP7 leader, he's got 3 class leaders, 22nd, 23rd, 24th overall. No, I beg your pardon, SP7 class leader is 17th overall, that's the number 64 car. The number 201 Seat that looked like its race was over in the hailstorm was rebuilt, immediately retook the lead of the TCR class and remains there. So 2 things we know about it. A, the team know how to rebuild them in a bit.
Yeah, swinging my arms
He was
around.
mentally pointing there rather than actively pointing.
I'm just still being impressed by Manuel Metzger.
Yes.
He's turning in fast lap times. The track is slippery, but he's still being reliable. I'm just looking to see what kind of lap time he's going to put in as he comes through here. Admittedly, the car is getting light on fuel, but it's still a very impressive performance. There he goes on a track that isn't really very grippy at all.
It was a 43. He did an 8:36 last time round, whereas the chasing pair did an 8:43. So he's now sort of caught the same amount of traffic maybe that they did on the previous lap. And as they come down Dottinger-Her, we'll wait and see exactly what lap time they put in this time round.
The number 88 is not close enough for a slipstream, though. He's not going to get... You think so?
He's not going to get past.
No, he's not going to get past.
No, he's close enough that number 9 is doing all the work, punching the hole in the air for him. At that speed, that's more than close enough to be drafting along behind him with just a little breath off the throttle if you want to save the fuel. Of course, you're not going to save a full lap here unless you're parked with the engine off for 10 minutes, but there we go, you know.
The car that he's really racing, though, is that HTP car, and it's that's the one that you really want to compare the lap times of, and then see what the stint lengths are, because if the HTP car can do 9 lap stints and match the lap times of the Black Falcon car, then he's going to be in a position to make it a very, very close race indeed, and it'll be neck and neck across the line. Martin.
Below you, Paul, look to receive the number 9, the blue Falcon Mercedes. That has just peeled out of the third place, second place battle into the pit lane, which is why, again, in the last couple of laps, he didn't bother trying to pass the number 88 car, because he knew he was within sight of the end of his stint. More cloud down on the Grand Prix circuit, or at least on one of the camera shots there is.
Yeah,
no, I think it is still
high, isn't it?
Still quite cloudy, though. It just shows that there isn't much in terms of long-range visibility, but that doesn't really matter here, because there isn't an awful lot of long-range visibility apart from being on Dottinger-Her, or maybe a couple of other places where you can see more than 100 metres in front of you.
Fuel, tyres, no driver change for the number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes, the Bilstein-sponsored car, and that's Maro Engel, who's staying at the wheel of it through this pit stop.
Now, if there is a tank tape special award, it is for the SP8 class leading number 45 BMW, which, as it comes towards you, you would in no way, shape or form recognise as a BMW, unless you had a really good squint on a bright day. It's got a kind of Hannibal Lecter Friday the 13th.
And the tape as well.
Somebody's got Pontianati with the multicoloured. They've obviously run out of the base colour, and they've now got, what other have we got? We've only got pink, yellow and green. Oh, whatever, just put it on.
Yeah. Let's have some triangulation in there for strength.
Number 9 receiving fuel. Tear off comes off the windscreen, and he is good to go. Maro Engel sitting patiently, biding his time. And Paul, that's one of the elements here that is sort of unusual for any kind of endurance race, that when everything is done, you still have to sit there, because the length of your time in the pits is governed not by how fast you get the fuel, the driver and the tyres done, but by how many laps you had previously done. They're taking the opportunity to pressurise or pressure fill the oil system as well.
It's very interesting that every single pit stop up until the last 3 for this car was 8 laps or less. The last 3 stops have all been 9 laps, so you kind of think this is where they're really beginning to push, they're really beginning to stretch things, and I hope that at some stage, I mean, I'm sure that they know what they're doing and that the 9 laps is secure, but the 9 laps is undoubtedly helped by the fact that there is slow zones on the circuit, and it may well be that when they get to a fully green circuit, they go back to having 8 lap stints for this number 9 car, but it's just very interesting the way they've gone from completely one strategy to a separate one.
Well, the pink zone, the code 60 zone that we still have, is at Brunchen, where that Audi was knocked off a good hour ago, probably, and the work is, they weren't trying to fix a curb down. In fact,
it's the great weather drainage.
Upstream of the curb, yeah, there's a grate across a drainage channel which helps to take water away from the track, and some of that grating has been ripped out, and they're now tamping in, ramming in with massive great club hammers, lots of soil to try and fill the hole so that nobody drops into it and then rips the bottom off the car or rips a tyre off on the sharp edge of what remains of the grating over the top of it. So that work continues. They've been doing that for 20-25 minutes perhaps. In the pits, 999. And this is the 13th place BMW. This is the sort of matte black car with the bright matte yellow rear end. And
entered by Valken Horts and sponsored by Dunlop Tyres.
So now, big yellow Dunlop band, does that mean that's a full slick or a slick immediate?
They don't have slick immediates.
That means that's
Dunlop.
a full slick.
The only way they've got the intermediate is with the slightly radial, they look like hand cut, I don't know if they're actually hand cut or machine cut, radial grooves going out from the centre to the outside of the tyre.
I think it was Victor Bouveng who got out of the car, didn't see who got in, I'm afraid. We're seeing the 131st place car, which is a Dodge Viper that we saw at the side of the road early in the, well, not early in the night time, but early in the morning, about 3:30, 4 o'clock. It was parked at the side of the track as there was another incident going on the other side that was bringing out a code 60 situation. And is the Subaru still leading its class? I think it is, isn't the Subaru Technica WRX STI. I think that car in 21st place overall, we said, is, yeah, it is still leading SP3T. And the second place car in SP3T, Joe Bradley on your screen, is down in 33rd, having completed 102 laps, where the Scooby has completed 107. So it's got a 5-lap margin. That's almost enough to put a wheel on the grass, have a big moment, and still not lose the lead. Almost, although I wouldn't advise trying it out. So Subaru leads, Audi TT in second place, 5 laps behind. And with approaching 2 hours to go, you'd have to be feeling a little bit more comfortable, perhaps, if you're in the STI team, about your chances. However, even on the last lap here, I don't think anybody takes anything for granted. 23 in the pit lane, we documented it. Marc Martin was in the car. Looks as though he stayed in. Maxime Martin, rather. I think it's certainly, yes, it was. It's certainly not Sims or Eng. I don't think that's a Werner helmet either. I think that's a Maxime Martin helmet.
Stays behind the wheel. With 2.25 hours of the race remaining, it kind of goes without saying now that cars that are stopping will have to make 2 more stops after this one. Now, that goes for the number 29 car, just as it does for the number 9 car, both of whom have made recent stops. However, the number 4 car will have to make 3 more stops because it will have to make one any minute now. And by my calculation, oh no, it might be able to get to the flag actually. Let's leave that out. Let's cross that out. He will be able to get to the flag on 2 more stops. This one that he's about to make, and then 1 more stop. Now that's going to put the Schneider Christodoulou car, number 4, SAP-sponsored Black Falcon car, in a very nice position indeed. He's coming through towards start-finish line at the moment. Will he come in to make his stop now, or will he stretch it? It doesn't really matter. I can see Bernd Schneider standing by, so my guess is they're going to bring him in, put Bernd Schneider in, and then say, 2 hours, Bernd, do you think you can do it? Jawohl.
You think we're going to finish with Schneider?
Could do.
Who else? You're a 24-hour race. I would have no hesitation at all.
You're right, Paul. I think you're right.
And Black Falcon, as they have a habit of doing, have arranged the stars and aligned the stars such that they can pull this one out of the bag still, even though they won't be leading the race when Schneider gets into the car.
Have we got cloud cover again, descending and causing...
Yes, misty. It's kind of misty. As I look out of the window here, I can see very, very fine mist. The size of the droplets is very, very small. It's not really falling. It's just hanging in the air.
Code 60 about to be withdrawn at Brunchen. So cue somebody else going off there almost immediately. Last of the work, vehicles are preparing, they're loaded up and getting ready to go, and that assumes that the VW Transporter will get off that muddy patch of grass. It is still code 60 there, as our that's one of our Golf. Is that a Golf diesel? That's not our TCR Golf anyway, I don't think goes through. So that code 60, I think that's the remaining code 60 on the track, isn't it? Car number 4 is in the pit lane, so driver's door is open, a driver is strapping in another driver, and our cameraman is rather helpfully not giving us any indication of who is getting in.
It's Metzger strapping in Schneider.
Paul says. Did you see?
Paul said.
You saw Bernd ready, did you?
I saw Bernd ready to go, and I can see Metzger doing the strapping in.
Yeah.
That's Schneider's helmet.
Exactly as you expected.
The fuel is going in, no tyres on the car. They've decided that they've got them nice and warm, and there's no point in putting a cold set on and having to warm them up again.
And the irony of Manuel Metzger advising Bernd Schneider on how to drive the Mercedes, I'm sure won't be lost on many viewers. He will be telling him where the tricky bits of track were rather than how to handle the car. Watch out at Brunchen, it's still nasty. Watch out at so-and-so, it's really slick. Somebody's left oil down at the mini carousel and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
He's already lost the lead of the race. Any moment now, he'll lose second place, because there goes the HTP car across the line and takes over second place. Not quite a minute, no, just over a minute behind the number 88 car, which has gone through into the lead of the race, whilst the Black Falcon car sits in the pit.
So ironically, the only black car isn't a Black Falcon car. It's the Haribo car turns onto the Nordschleife, as number 4 has yet to leave the pit lane. How long, Paul, before 88 is in? 2 laps?
88 should be in on lap 119.
1 lap.
Next time,
because he is on lap 119. Off goes Bernd Schneider. 2 hours, 10 minutes remain, and Bernd is in the car. He will have to make a further 2. Only 1? No, he'll have to make a further. Hang a minute. What's his maximum drive time?
3 hours.
3 hours, okay, so he's good to go. He'll have to make one more stop in 2 hours and 9 minutes. So Bernd Schneider will then, or should then, see the race out in the number 4 car. However, with every fuel stop, the lead flip-flops about, and it's not just first gives to second, second gives you back to first. The top 4 are so close that you drop 3 spots from the lead when you come in for your stop. And so how that works out in the end, Paul's cunning strategy planning has already informed us. But I've forgotten. Let's do it again.
Well, yeah, absolutely, Paul.
Paul is busy updating himself.
We are at that stage of the race where the time is narrowing. You are running out of time to do anything differently. So where are we with the top 4? And how is this going to seesaw between the 29, the 9, the 88 and the 4?
It puts Black Falcon in the box seats, if you will, with the number 4 car, provided that Schneider can at least match the times of the number 29 car. It's a battle effectively between 4 and 29 because the number 88 car will be coming into the pits at the end of the lap that it's currently on. So I don't say ignore the Haribo car, because it's had a great run, and don't ignore it by any means, but in terms of the battle for the lead, it's going to need something unusual to happen to the cars that are around it in order to finish on the podium. The car that's currently in the number 29 car, the HTP car, currently being shown on the screen in 3rd place, but which is in 2nd place on the road, in the hands, I'm pretty sure, of Marco Seyfried, is going to be in the pits on lap 123 or 124, and from there it will be just able to get to the checkered flag without a further stop. And the other car from the Black Falcon team, the number 9 car, has 1 more further stop to make, and that'll be on a lap around about lap 126. But I don't see how that car is going to be able to make up the gap that's going to be required in order to get back on terms with the other Black Falcon car or with the number 29 car. So I still maintain it's a battle between the number 4 car and the number 29 car, and it's going to boil down to times lap times on the track, and therefore it's good that we've now got all of the code 60s, the double yellows, the restrictions on the circuit are gone, so we can look at lap times and just compare them like for like.
Okay, then who's your money on?
I'm not telling you.
You've got to tell us.
4:29.
Yeah,
He
4:29.
He told you 4:29.
Before he said that, I was thinking, because of the kind of the romance of it all, the Bernd Schneider car 4 would be good to see win this race purely from
because
that.
he's never won anything.
Well, it's just he's at the the twilight of his career.
Can I dare you to go downstairs and suggest that to him?
I know. You're right.
He's only 51.
You're right. He pops up at everything, doesn't he?
He's only 51, is Bernd Schneider.
Time to convert to World Touring Cars. He wouldn't be the oldest in the field.
The trouble is, you watch so many of these races. I've watched so many of these races now that there are people that involved in both of these teams that I now count as friends, and I don't want to insult either of those two or the teams of those friends by saying I don't think you're going to do it, because if either of them do it, it's going to be so well deserved, and if either of them lose it, they will both teams have given it their best shot.
Absolutely right. And the other thing, of course, being slightly spooky, is we don't want to jinx the whole thing being commentators either, which is why I never say good luck to anybody, always just say have fun, because hopefully they will, whether they have luck or not. So we have our top 4 all within 4 minutes of each other, or a third or a half a lap, given pit stops, and either 1 or possibly 2 for everybody to do. Outside that, just seen the number 23 BMW, which is in 5th position and a lap off the lead. That has just left the pit lane. In 6th place, the number 5 Phoenix Audi. That is a further lap behind the BMW. 7th place, number 38 Bentley. That is only 2 minutes and 50 seconds behind the number 5 Phoenix car, so there's a battle there. And the number 75 car as well is within just over 3 minutes of the number 5 Audi. So we've got a 3-way battle for 6th position. Behind them, the number 2 Audi dropped down and is now 3 laps off the lead in 9th. And in 10th place, 3 minutes behind them, number 44, and that is the Dumbrek, Hensler, Ragginger and Imperatore Falcon Tyres Porsche. And in the battle as well, 5 minutes 59 behind the number 2 Audi is the number 16 Twin Bush Racing Audi, the Dayglow yellow and blue bottom car. It was suggested to us, Joe, over Twitter that the frankly Schrecklich BMW Tank Tape Special was in fact always intended as a BMW art car. Art, obviously, there with a capital F.
That's exactly it, leaving off the rear bumper as well. We're getting towards 2 hours to go, and you know what? We've had enough of inconsistent weather. We've had plenty of incident. Please, 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 whoever's in charge of this, let's have just this consistent track condition to allow us to run to the finish, because we've got our race. The race is shaping up to be quite a grandstand finish, as we in the UK like to call it. And it's just worrying when I look out of the window. Every time I look out the window, the weather's changed. I looked out of it 5 minutes ago and we had fog and cloud.
Well, cloud is still blowing by. We are in the cloud. We can see it blowing by. And in fact, although the track is dry online, and although they're on slicks, because it is dry, when you go offline to try and go by somebody, it's very not dry, which is jeopardy in itself. And secondly, the visibility is constantly reducing around parts of the circuit. The Grand Prix circuit, almost the worst part of it, where we are now, and it seems to be clearer out in the forests. In comes the number 88 Haribo Mercedes, exactly as Paul promised at the end of lap 119. He comes in as the race leader. Number 4 will complete its outlap and take that over. 29 will go ahead. And probably, Paul, the number 88 car will drop down into 4th place behind the number 9 Mercedes as well.
Yes, absolutely right. So the penalty that this car was assessed a little while ago will, as I say, in effect, scupper its chances of getting a podium place, unless something unexpected happens and it lucks in some way or another. The other thing which is still in the back of my mind is that we saw, however many replays we saw of the yellow flag incident, I'll put it that way, that occurred, and it may well be that there is still some stewards investigation ongoing at the moment, which will be given information on later on. But at the moment, we haven't heard anything. Through goes the number 29 Mercedes-Benz, the HTP car. I still wish I had confirmation that that is Marco Zayfried behind the wheel before I start giving him all the credit for driving it. But he's just gone through, completing that lap in 8 minutes 24. Which is only 3 seconds, 3.7 seconds off the best lap that car has done.
Yeah.
And it's not dry out there, is it, Joe?
Well,
No.
the running surface is, and they're all on slicks. It may not be as hot and quite as grippy as it was, but there are fewer cars out there as well. So that's all part of it. You know, there's less traffic to hold you up.
But you don't want to go offline.
I don't.
If you go offline by a meter, you are going to be in heart rate up to 250.
Well, as with everywhere else on this track and at every other stage, you have to pick and choose your point, and you have to lunge for the ones that work and hold your fire on the ones that don't. 88 receiving more tank tape to the front of the car. Again, they're obviously looking for a near dead heat where the extra length of the bonnet is going to get them across the line earlier than maybe it should have done, you know. And if we're talking down to 1,000th of a second, that might just be, well, how many layers of gaffer tape is 1,000th of a second, and have they got enough on to make the difference?
They are remodelling the front.
They are. It's actually looking more sexy and aggressive now because it's got more of a hooded cowl around the front, where the others are quite sort of rounded in a 1950s Grand Prix car style.
I'm about to step out. That's my Nurburgring 24 hours over for 2016. Sorry I couldn't share any more stories. I'm going to hand over now to the RadioLeMans.com Bernd Schneider of the team, Jim Roller, with a kind of a different accent. But
the 2016 Nurburgring 24 hours, brought to you live on RadioLeMans.com, driven by Aston Martin.
Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
News and analysis.
Speculation and debate.
Special guests and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport.
Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on RadioLeMans.com.
The Nurburgring 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
23 hours and 17 minutes of the race remaining. That doesn't sound entirely right on my timing screen. We are into the final 2 hours of the 2016 Nurburgring 24 hours, live on RadioLeMans.com, driven by Aston Martin. Martin Haven and Paul Truswell. We're being joined by gentleman Jim Roller at the final, well, maybe not yet the final death of what has been a chaotic race. It started in bright and sunny conditions, and then an hour, almost exactly an hour into the race, what was a little bit of mild drizzle turned into a torrential downpour, rain flooding the circuit, and even more critically, hail of epic proportions, turning it into not a wet track but an ice track. Cars off everywhere early on the lap. We had a 3-hour delay before cars were formed up on their grid, and then 3 formation laps to allow them to assess the conditions before racing finally got underway 4 hours after the initial 4-lap qualifying sprint race. And since then, Jim, it's been a race of attrition. It's been mechanical carnage as much as almost anything else. This is accounted for cars in pretty much every class. I beg your pardon, not mechanical carnage, damage rather than mechanical carnage. There have been very few spectacular blow-ups, very few mechanical failures. Lot more incidents with barriers and other vehicles have accounted for our front runners.
Other than the number 18 BMW blowing up summarily at one point going down the Donegahoe straightaway, this has been a story of the Audis tripping over each other, the BMWs having incidents on the racetrack. But I'm going to remember one seminal moment when the number 29 car, which is currently our virtual leader given the pit stop by the 88 car, went off the racetrack and was trying to get back underway and backed across the racetrack right in front of the 4 car. That could have been a disaster for both of those cars. It wasn't. It was a stroke of luck that I think it was Christodoulou behind the wheel of the 4 car at that time, took to the grass, avoiding the 29 car, and now those two, along with the 9, are in for a run to the finish here to see just who's going to be the dominant force and come out with the win.
There was a horrible half hour just as dawn broke for Audi when they lost the number 1 car to a crash when he met a car facing the wrong way at the carousel, and where number 6 ran into the back of number 48?
28.
28, there
28.
we go.
You've struggled
on the
with that
Grand
one.
Prix circuit. And then BMW had a bit of a similar Audi half hour where they lost 2 of their front-running cars in quick succession. As a result, Audi now have a car, their best car in 5th position, in 6th position, number 5 car, BMW the number 23 car, the Rail Motorsport car in 5th place, but their front-running car, the number 100 car, was taken out through no fault of Lucas Luhr. It was a Lappery in traffic moment. Another BMW went to the left of a very much slower hatchback, and as he tried to clear it, the hatchback, seeing the fast 100 BMW coming onto his right, jinked left, tagged the back of the BMW, which was then speared off into car 100. What may have been a definitive penalty for the number 88 Haribo Mercedes, which had led since 10 o'clock the previous evening. At around 10 o'clock this morning, it was awarded a 1 minute 32 penalty for speeding in a slow zone. It had to serve that, and that took it out of what had been a 12-hour leading period and dropped it back down into the nest of vipers that are its rivals. 88, 29, 4 and 9. 4 Mercedes, 1 Haribo car, 2 Black Falcon cars, and the 29 car all battling for the lead of the race. And Paul Truswell, it may well come down to how and when they make fuel stops before the end of this race.
It totally will, Martin, that's right. But it's fair to say that the number 88 Haribo Mercedes was losing pace even before that penalty, and I don't think it's fair to say that it would have been necessarily a runaway winner even if that penalty hadn't been assessed to it. Apart from that, a good summary of where we've been.
One thing that I will also take from this event, you said it earlier, Paul, and I kind of logged it in the back of my mind. I didn't really think about it much until this last hour when I've been watching the race. You said that Metzger was your new hero, and I think that is a great observation by you. This harkens back to 3 years ago when Maxime Martin had his coming out party here at the Nurburgring. I would compare the performance that Metzger has done here with what Maxime Martin did, putting that BMW on his back and carrying it to the front.
Very much so, Jim. The only thing I'd add to it is that Maxime demonstrated extreme skills in wet conditions, whereas Metzger has actually demonstrated skill in all conditions.
Exactly.
Whether it be wet, dry or intermediate, and I think that's where...
And in the fog.
Well,
Lord, that boy is fast in the fog.
Absolutely.
That's just down to bravery.
Well, that's down to lack of imagination, but
it's a bit of everything, isn't it? I mean, it's part of the skills, it's part of the toolkit of skills that every driver brings along. But whosever idea it was from Black Falcon to include Manuel Metzger in the team was an inspired decision indeed.
They might need to work hard to hang on to him, and that's the other side of that coin as well, because when he's thrust himself into the spotlight like that, it won't just be you that's noticed, it won't just be us that's noticed, it'll be everybody else as well. Outlap for the 88 car, so 29 has taken the lead of the race.
Just waiting for the number 4 car to come through in second place, and this is the battle, remember. One more pit stop required for the number 4 car, one more pit stop required for the number 29 car. The difference is that the number 29 car's stop is going to be a lot longer than the number 4 car's stop. And the number 29 car's petrol is also going to be at an absolute premium because it's it's one of those very close-run things that the HTP team are doing, and I'm assuming that they've got the calculations right, and because I don't know exactly what consumption they'll be able to get, but it's a very close call for the HTP car, whereas the number 4 Black Falcon car has got a much more comfortable cushion of fuel aboard their car, the number 4, the SAP car.
Minor catastrophe, we may be slightly distracted. We're trying to stop our TVs turning themselves off, which means we'll lose all timing and scoring. But because we haven't flicked our channels at any stage during the 24 hours recently, they are now getting bored with waiting. So the 88 car now drops down across the start-finish line onto the Grand Prix loop in 3rd position. So it did not drop all the way down to 4th, and that slightly rules out, does it, the number 9 car?
No, the 9 car is yet to come through. As soon as he comes through in another
go
35 seconds.
He can't go ahead of 88.
Yeah, 88's come through, you're right. Sorry about that. So that means he's going to be about 45 seconds behind. And he's had a very slow couple of laps then, because that's just...
Well, listen, only a fool like me would write anybody off at this stage of the race,
well,
because he's in 4th place and there are 3 cars in front of him. Only one of them needs to have any kind of an issue for him to be on the podium.
Yeah, remember, this is the battle that we've been observing between these 2 cars, which kind of got us into the trouble with the yellow flag in the first place, was the battle between 88 and 9. And whereas a 3-second gap on a lap time may not seem like much, it's enough to kind of suddenly put one car ahead of the other one. So they've come through now, they're 45 seconds apart. So the number 88 has got an advantage of 45 seconds over the number 9 Black Falcon car.
Looks like bad news for the Scuderia Cameron Blickenhouse, because 701 has gone AWOL.
He's had an accident at P104. Paul can hopefully fix my ignorance as to where P104
if only the post numbers, like at Le Mans, were based on a kilometre count, I don't know if they are or they aren't. No. As you listen to the number 9 car, let's see if we can figure out, by interrogating the doofer, where he has gone. Now got 60 cars missing, so we are talking a substantial rate of attrition. Last seen at 15.
He was in Sector 3.
701, Sector 3, okay.
And now we are seeing that he's at driver's right. He's gone, he's kind of peeled the front of that car off.
Yes,
it was, that's the Luik Mayo Bleekemolen laser entry. Not sure who was behind the wheel.
Well, when Jeroen spoke to us earlier, he was suggesting that he didn't expect to be back in the car. I will try and get my tracker to update. Where do we say? Sector 3?
Yes.
So that is from basically... I've lost my internet connection. Of course I've lost my internet connection. Adenau up to just before the carousel. So we'll try and get the internet connection back, because it's been up and down like the Assyrian Empire.
That's Adenau up to just before Bergwerk.
Yeah.
And then Sector 4 is from Bergwerk past the Kleine Carousel. Sector 5 is Donegal, and Sector 1, of course, is the majority of the...
It's refusing to update itself.
Grand Prix Strecke.
Wretched thing, come on. No, it's not working. Not having
I hope that's not in the pits, because that was a full bottle of gin.
I was going to say, it looks
also,
like it might
the
be a
5 car,
day.
the 5 car has also had an accident.
It has, so that is the lead Audi, which now makes the number 2 car the lead Audi. Stade Vita are getting ready for a party. Shots are us, I think, going on there with the frozen. That's not gin, is it? That's frozen vodka. They're making vodka slushies.
Oh boy.
Well, I'm assuming that those guys are not going to be driving any further.
Yeah.
So while this Very interesting shot is given to us by the TV, finding out where number 5 has gone off. He's not finished sector 4, so number 5 has gone off further round.
Obviously more important than what's going on in the race.
They obviously haven't got a spotter in the back of their truck.
Frank Stippler is behind the wheel of the 5 car.
Can't be much wrong with the conditions of the track out there, for whoever is in the number 35 Nissan has just turned the fastest lap of the race for that car. Why they wait until the last 2 hours of the race to put the fastest lap down, I don't know, but that car is obviously in pretty good condition, track in pretty good condition, an 8:34.876 for the number 35 Nissan.
Lucas Ordóñez
is at the wheel at the moment.
He's at the wheel. He tweeted earlier he'd be going in for the final 2 hours.
Well, he's certainly having fun.
He is indeed, isn't he? Despite the fact that it is still really quite miserable out on a lot of the track. Visibility levels are low, and there's now less of a clear, dry line, colour difference between the racing line and the non-racing lines. I'm thinking it's getting a little less comfortable out there. However, Lucas, as you say, seems very happy with that. 8:34.876.
Does anyone other than me wake up dreaming that one night they're going to die looking at a screen with a little wheel going round and round and round and round and round?
No, but I often wake up thinking that my screen is going to die if it does that wheelie thing much longer. However, the Wi-Fi here now is entering the terminal stages of meltdown.
No, but I wake up being locked out of the truck and with 30 seconds to air. That's my reoccurring.
Yeah, mine is always, Martin, where were you? the 5...
But you've heard that before, Martin. How can, you know?
Many, many times. The 5 words most guaranteed to put the fear of God into me when I answer the phone is, Martin, where are you? So if you ever want to really scare the willies off me, phone from an anonymous switchboard number and assume a French accent with those 5 words. Martin.
We've got back. So how many laps did we lose there?
Number 5's got back. No, he hasn't yet, has he? 701 hasn't. We don't know where he's gone. Flipping thing isn't working at all. No, it's not working at all, I'm afraid.
Yeah, internet's down.
Yeah, well, it's up and down and up and down. So we'll have to wait until the director finds it. I'm not sure the director's actually aware that number 5 is missing, although he's already dropped from 8th to 9th. Leader comes across the line once more. Number 29 car. Clock is counting on... he doesn't come across the line just yet. I'm preempting that. Number 1 Audi pops out of the mini carousel and goes by somebody pedaling hard in a Golf like he's
Yellow
stationary.
Flags. Maybe this is double
yellows.
Maybe this is where we will see.
Yep.
And there is...
So that's not the mini carousel, that's the carousel.
That's the number 5, and the rear wing was askew on that car, so he's obviously gone in backwards. He was in sector 4, which is the section before the Donegal, so that makes sense.
That is out of the carousel rather than the mini carousel, so that's where he's gone off.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So timing sector 5 is what?
Timing sector 5 is from the start of the Donegal.
Oh yeah, so it is.
That was after the mini carousel.
Yeah, that was the left-hander. Is that this? I thought the mini carousel was the second part of Schwalbenschwanz.
Yeah, the onboard had gone through Schwalbenschwanz.
Yeah.
But
then it was on a left-hander after Schwalbenschwanz.
The left-hander after Schwalbenschwanz is the beginning of the Dottinger, and Dottinger
that's a right-hander,
is where the...
You come out of the mini carousel and there are 2 rights, so it must be the main carousel, because you come out of there and then there's a right
then
to
there's
the left.
a left, yes.
And so it's out after the main carousel, after Caracciola carousel. Well, we'll find out shortly because 88 is on his way there, and the onboard camera again will give us a view of that. He's not there yet.
You don't really understand until you walk out there as he's coming onto the front straightaway. Yeah. But you really don't understand when you do go out to the carousel just how steep that uphill climb is to the carousel. That is quite a run for those cars under full power before they have to bring it under control to dive down into that concrete.
So I'm thinking it's the first of the 2 lefts before Hohe Acht. But my my doofer isn't doofering very well for us on that, I'm afraid, and let's see if I can follow. Can't find him, I'm afraid, but we've seen him at the side of the track, and recovery will be underway. Frank Stippler on team radio. The Glickenhaus crashed into me, so they were not isolated incidents. Thank you very much.
Took each other out.
No, one took the other out.
Well, they crashed into each other.
Yeah.
You're only getting one man's opinion there, Mike.
Yeah, no, I agree entirely. However, it is rarely two come together in one. Usually one comes together into the other, however. We still have in the pit the Conrad Lamborghini Huracan got back to the pits and is still there. And current pit time 36 minutes. So I'm saying that's not regular service there. We're on board now with Lucas Ordonez. That number 35 Academy GT Team RJN Nissan is in 12th position overall. And he is 4 minutes behind 11th. And on the same lap as 10th. And what car is in 10th place? The number 5 Audi. So in a lap, the number 5 Audi will be down into 14th. And Lucas will be on the fringes of the top 10, chasing down the number 16 Twin Bush Racing Audi TT. R8, beg your pardon.
Right, I think having rebuilt everything, and now we've got wires to the rest of the world working again. The number 88 pulling a good line in order to get back up onto a potential podium position there, with Lance David Arnold coming in after a relatively short stint on that last stint of just 7 laps. And of course the benefit of a 7-lap stint is it's a shorter pit stop, so he'll have saved some 30 seconds on the pit stop, and that's why the gap between 88 and number 9 in 3rd and 4th place has gone up to 3/4 of a minute. Helped though by the fact that Lance David Arnold is actually lapping consistently faster than Maro Eng, who I think is in the number 9 car at the moment.
Well, we know he's not in his other car, the number 4 car, because that's definitely Bernd Schneider, unless Engel has stolen his helmet, which seems unlikely. Obviously, all things are possible, but that seems to be, as Sherlock Holmes said, when you've excluded the impossible, no matter how improbable it might be, there is your truth, Watson. Of course, quite often in real life, as opposed to fiction, the impossible is actually what happens. But there we go. Number 9, Mercedes, hooning in up behind the 9th place, number 44. That is the Falcon Tyres Porsche. And he catches a slower car, makes his way by, and then he's making room for the number 9 Mercedes wherever he can, because in his mirrors, bright yellow lights flashing gaily. That is the Mercedes there, coming down to Arnberg. And there may be a bit of room to let him through as they go towards, well, you might have thought maybe in Schradenkreuz the Mercedes would have got through, but he hasn't. And still hasn't. So the lights are jiggling around in all 3 mirrors on the Falcon Motorsport Porsche, which is just what you need to distract you in these slightly grim conditions. Another slow car coming up in front of the Falcon car, and the Mercedes is right abaft, and that means he has one chance to get this right and make a clean pass. This isn't a battle for position. The Falcon car is a couple of laps back, but he wants to make sure that he doesn't lose any ground, because he is chasing down the number 2 Audi. He's 4 minutes behind it, and the number 2 Audi is now in 8th place, the Falcon car in 9th. Makes an incisive move down the inside, and again, onboard camera views around the track show that visibility is reasonably good. I think actually the cloud is starting to lift again, even in front of us. Don't see much of it blowing by down the pit straight. Down towards the bridge at Adenau we plunge, chopping all the way down before we start to climb the cliff once more. 300-foot elevation change from the bridge here, one of the low points on the track, all the way up the next hill, and through goes the Mercedes, and then he will vanish under power up the hill, because that's where all those AMG cubes will really start to show. You thought the Kemmel Straight was a power sapper. This climb here is an entirely different kettle of fish. Number 29, Mercedes leads. Number 4 in second. 88 in third. Number 9 in fourth position.
Yeah, it's a finely balanced situation, and I don't know, when you get this kind of situation, what you don't want is really for a sort of last-minute shower to appear, and the more you suggest that it looks like it's going to stay dry, the better you like it, because at least then it's down to things you can control, and obviously you can't control everything, but you just want to try and keep on top of the things you can control and try and minimise the things you can't. The battle's still on. The problem I see for the HTP car, and whether I'm reading this right or not remains to be seen, but the problem I see is that as it's getting now pretty much dry and the car's getting within a whisker of full pace where they can and where there is no yellow flag zones, that means the fuel consumption is going to go up, and the number 29 is, to my money, the way I'm reading this, right on the edge of getting the fuel to get him all the way home. He's got one more stop for shore. Hopefully that will then get him to the checkered flag, but it's going to be perilously close for him, and certainly of the leading runners, the HTP car, the number 29, Marco Zayfried, is the one who's the closest on the fuel.
Close but not out of the window.
No, I mean, it's my calculation on this, and I don't have any access to the team. I'm just trying to work it out on the basis of the 22 hours and 25 minutes that we've had in the race so far, what we might expect from that car.
As Paul says, hour and 35 minutes remain. One fuel stop for all our front runners. So this is a knockdown, drag-out, knife fight. Anybody who blinks here is off the podium, whether you're first or fourth. It's in your own hands now. In fact, it probably isn't in your own hands, but it's in somebody else's hands. So you've just got to make sure that you're not the one that makes the mistake, because that then will count you out. And Jim, that brings all sorts of extra pressure from within the driver, but that's what they thrive on. That's what they do best.
Well, and frankly, I think most of the really good ones do best in that situation because they don't let it bother them, in the sense that, yes, they thrive on it, but they thrive on it because they are so singularly focused on hitting their marks on every lap. They aren't really thinking, oh, if I blow this, then the world's going to come down on me. What they're thinking is, how can I get by this guy in front of me? How can I get another 1/10 of a second out of this lap? How can I hit every mark on this 70-plus turn road course? I mean, it takes total concentration, absolute total concentration.
Accentuate the positive and discount the negative, and that's exactly what it is about. It's an opportunity to be seized, not a trepidatious fear that grabs them. 88 up behind the number 1 Audi, which after its shunt earlier on we thought was out, but appears to have been rebuilt substantially. And actually, what was the last lap time for that car? Last time round, 8:27.0, the number 1 car. Leaders are doing 8:36s and 39s. Really? Can that be right?
Yeah.
Holy moly! And that's not even the fastest race lap of the number 1 car. What might have been is going to be the story of so many cars in this race.
Yeah, so it's all a question
especially
of
the Audis. Sorry, Paul.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We'll come back to that thought, because the Audis have had a fairly disastrous 24 hours of the Nurburgring, especially considering what they did last year. No, I think it's a question of where you hit the yellow flag zones, because you can quite easily have, say, a 4 or 5 minute yellow flag zone, which affects 2, 3, 4 cars, but then doesn't affect the number 1 Audi, and that's just the luck of the draw. And a 5 minute yellow flag zone, actually, think about it, it's quite a long yellow flag zone.
Half a lap, 5 minutes.
But no, just think about how long it would take you to clear a problem on the racetrack. You would say 5 minutes would probably do you to clear quite a little bit. So
yeah. Well, 1 car you could drag out the way probably in 5 minutes. More than that, you couldn't, I don't think. But yeah, And, you know, again, you struggle sometimes to take your mind out of 2.5 mile Grand Prix circuits, which is what almost all racing happens on, and you forget that things can happen here that you have no idea about. You don't even know that they exist, and they can have a very germane effect on lap speed of cars. Penultimate stop probably for the 83 Porsche, and that is the class leader in, well, we'll get to that in a couple of minutes, because when we get to the top of the hour, the class leader in SP6 still, and that car's been the leader
for a while.
Yeah, that's the Rent-to Drive Porsche, which has been the leader since dark o'clock, and probably actually late afternoon o'clock in that SP6 class, but we'll catch up with that in just a moment.
Will you not be able to get home on with an hour and a half's worth of fuel?
I don't know what their tankage and capacity and what their economy is like.
That would be tough, I would think.
Okay.
I would think in any GT race,
it's close. It's close.
Maybe 90 minutes. But then this isn't any racetrack either. This has got to be throttle heavy. What, 63% of the lap is full throttle? It's a phenomenal amount of the lap, though. The engineers were telling us at full throttle it's a massive amount of time. So I don't know, 90 minutes. They might be running very dry towards the end of that. So the SP6 leader continues. In our top 20, we have 18 SP9 cars. That's the fastest GT3 class, and a couple of SP7 class cars. 64 is the leader in 16th place overall, and the second place car is the 56 car that has just left the pits. 38 is on pit road, and that is our 6th position car now. The Bentley number 38 car, after 37 disappeared in the early hours of darkness. 38 has come just up the order and up the order and up the order, relentlessly picking up places. One of the few right-hand drive cars. I wonder what kind of dynamic that brings to the racetrack, because of course it's a clockwise track, so you're permanently on the inside of more corners than you are on the outside, whereas the opposite would be true with a left-hand drive car. So I don't know quite how that affects how the driver learns and then adapts to a Bentley after they've already learned the track from the other side of the car.
Interesting point. We're coming up on 90 minutes remaining. Time for an even hour class update. We start with the SP8T category. Car number 51, the team Sectoral Sorg Motorsport BMW 335, 58th overall. In SP4T, the number 110 VW Golf R-Line 5, 78th position overall. SP6, as Martin was saying just a few moments ago, the number 83 car, the Rent-to-Drive Racing Porsche GT3 Cup car, 37th overall. In the TCR category, the 201 has survived a near disaster earlier in the race when the red flag came out. The car's been rebuilt. It has a new wing. It has a new left front fender. And that Seat Leon has been in control of the TCR class since the restart of this race after the 4-hour red flag. He is currently 36th position overall. In SP8, it is still, I believe, the Aston Martin number 42, even though the car is, it had such a massive lead, even though the car, yeah, he's dropped down to 3rd now, so that one slipped by me. Sorry about that. SP8, I'll find it. There it is. It is the number 45 car that is leading the SP8 category now. That's the TCR and Vetter Motorsport BMW M3 E92. Thank you, John. The 77 car, the Stadavita Racing Aston Martin has they've dropped to 107th overall, but they have a 3-hour lead, so that's why they were making vodka slushies, because the car has probably will not get back out on the racetrack, but there won't be time for anyone to pass them, so they can start celebrating. In the V6 category, it's the 140 Black Falcon Porsche, 34th overall. A second Rent-to-Drive racing car. Great day for that team, as they have got another class-leading car, this time in V2T. That's the 176. That's a Renault Megane RS. They're 53rd overall. In SP2, it continues to be the Hyundai Deutschland Veloster. That car lost the lead for a while, had battled for the lead for a while with the i30 Hyundai Deutschland entry. But since that i30 had problems, the Veloster has had control of the class and is currently 70th overall. And rounding out our even classes, the V4 class, 141, the Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsports BMW E90, 43rd overall. And that one's for Gary Clem.
Thank you very much, James. James Roller, and Martin has taken his leave. John Hindhaugh joining Jim Roller and Paul Truswell. Interesting to see that number 38 Bentley is now the highest placed Volkswagen Audi Group car. You'd have got good money on that, I think, before the start of the race. It's now it's Van der Zande, I believe, at the wheel of the 29 car that is leading.
And just turned a 8:19,
788.
788.
That car's fastest lap of the race.
Wow.
For the leader. The best of the Audis is the number 2 in 8th position. That's got Frings in it. And that was about an hour ago when that was a changeover. They've all gone on to slicks, the Audis. Paul Truswell.
Just on that number 29 car, the time, Hohen Ardel is actually at the wheel of the car at the moment. I was saying it was Seyfried, and I wasn't sure whether it was Seyfried, but thanks to Stephen Kilby, it is still Christian Hohen Ardel at the wheel of the leading car, number 29.
Okay, the graphics not reflecting that, my apologies. Again,
the TV graphics have had the same driver in the car the entire race.
Okay. Could be an issue with driver timing there. I will
been there the whole race.
Reiterate what we said early on. If you are just joining us, apologies for us not being able to be absolutely sure who's in the car at any given time unless we've seen them get in either out of the window or by other means. One or two of the teams giving us, and notably Martin Pass working with the Audi teams, has ever given us the drivers as they are getting in to the car, but otherwise it's a bit of a lottery in terms of the information that comes through. Paul Truswell.
Yeah, what the other aspect of that lap from Hohen Ardel is that it takes him on to his 124th lap of the race, which is the 9th lap of this stint. So another team that has been cautious with going to 9 laps and has spent a lot of the race doing 8-lap stints has now committed himself fairly fully to a 9-lap stint. But at the end of this lap then, which has only just started, Hohen Ardel will be coming into the pits and will need more fuel. The question that then they're going to have is whether they can get to the flag on that final tank of fuel.
And the number 11 Audi has just gone in for its pit stop and out again. That's on slicks. That was Olsen to Overhuis. Yeah. I was listening to you guys wondering about the. I think you were wondering about the leading SP7 car, whether a Porsche could go all the way from 90 minutes. They've been doing 10-lap stints, Paul. So at about 9 minutes, that's
90 minutes.
That's almost 90 minutes. So it's not going to be a million miles away. And remember, the checkered flag comes out here. Paul just wrote me a little note. The checkered flag comes out here. I'm going to point this out, flag this up.
Over and over again between now.
Pun entirely intended. If I keep saying it, I might remember it myself. The flag comes out at the 24-hour mark. We don't wait for the leader.
No, it goes to the first car to cross the line at after 3:30, and as we started the race pretty much on the dot of 3:30, we ignore the fact that we had 3 and a bit hours of no racing at all. In fact, by the time we got underway again, having 3 formation laps, it was pretty much 4 hours that we lost. We forget all that now, and we just run to 3:30.
We actually started at 3:30 and 23 seconds. That's something for you to make a note of by the official time that we have in front of us. Go ahead, Jim.
Getting down to the short straws here, Right Turn Lover asks the question, are we now in the window of pit stops that are not time limited anymore, or are they all time limited?
That's a good question.
As far as I know, they are all time limited. You've got me worried now because I've got a feeling you might be right that there is a time of the race that's within the last 2 hours. It's not. Just let me look that one up. And
we cover that many series. I've done this myself and confused Creventic rules with IMSA rules, with WEC rules, with something else, and it always confuses me. Non-respective pit lane speed limit for the 56 car, and that is the SP7 second place car, and they are going to get a time replacement penalty of 45 seconds, and that's, well, it's not going to take it all the way back to the 57 car in third place, but it's not going to help them, particularly as the 57 car has just turned its fastest lap of the race of an 8:55.5. Paul?
I should know Right Turn Lover well enough by now to know that he doesn't actually ask a question unless he knows the answer. So the time-limited pit stops are suspended after 22 hours and 30 minutes. We're now on 22 hours and 38 minutes, so that was why that tweet arrived at that moment.
Is he a solicitor or something?
Never ask a question you don't know the answer to. Absolutely. Interrogation technique 101. So the Mercedes-Benz then have the strangled hold on this race. In from 6th, the Manfilter's number 75 car. The walking wounded, the heroes at this point. Now, what you want now is a clean run to the flag for everybody. It would be absolutely horrible for anybody to break down or have issues. Now, spin for the 132, the Nexon tyres, our 10th tyre manufacturer on the Mini Cooper, and HTP Motorsport are getting Michelin tyres ready for one of their cars, and they're brand new Michelin tyres as well.
They only have one car, so we know which ones that's for, and it has to be on this lap because this is the 9th lap for the number 29 car. We've got an hour and 20 minutes left of what is going to be, by my calculation, a 132 lap race, which will mean that from here on in, he'll come in at the end of lap 124, and he then has 8 laps to go to the final stint to the end of the race.
So that pendulum that swung towards him about 6 hours before the end of the race there, you put him in the window so long as it didn't drop, the amount of laps didn't drop much below about 130. It hasn't, and so it is still swinging towards that 29 car.
Except that the Black Falcon car, the SAP sponsor car, the number 4, Schneider at the wheel, has to put less fuel in. Even though it's not a time-limited stop, there'll be less fuel to go in. Let's suppose Schneider says, I don't need new tyres, I can go to the flag. That'll make it a shorter stop.
Well, he can tyre and fuel at the same time, so that's not necessarily
true enough.
That's not necessarily an issue for them. It's a question of how much fuel needs to go in, and here comes Christian Hornadel into the pit lane for the AMG number 29 Mercedes. Looks very, very good indeed as that car comes in. I don't think there's any damage on it as it heads in down to the pit lane. The big foam finger is in fact an arrow, but every time I've seen that, it does make me laugh, as if somebody has got the big foam finger out, pointing him in. There's nobody around. The wheels get a bit of a waggle before the Michelin tyres are changed. They go around. This is a routine that happens every single pit stop. Now, the number 4 is on the Dottinger.
Hohenadel was staying at the wheel of the car there, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so.
But he'd have to get out before the end.
There is no stop after this. We're not stopping from here.
Right.
He hasn't done 3 hours. Or he won't have done 3 hours.
So you reckon they can do an hour and 15 minutes?
That's a $64,000 question, John. I'm calculating this in terms of laps. I think it's a 132 lap race.
Right.
And that means he has to do another 8 laps.
There goes the 4 car.
It's 64 plus 8 20s, 8 30s, let's say. is another 4 minutes. That's 68 minutes. That doesn't get him to the flag from here.
Yeah, no.
That leaves him 7 minutes short. Which is a lap.
Exactly. He's done 9 laps now. If he has to do 133, because he's done 9 laps, he can do 133 because he's on 124 now.
And when does the 4 car come in for its last stop?
The 4 car will come in on lap 126.
Right. So what happens with them is they brimfill it, they put somebody in it, turning up the full rich, and they push as hard as they can.
Beat him around the head with a stake.
Yes. Call his mother nasty names. set him off, and basically either take the chance and get the position on the track, or have to push very hard and try and make that 29 car do an extra lap. Pick up the speed.
Good game, isn't it?
It's a great game. Love it. Love it. And it's the long game, and the 23 gets a little bit of an assistance. Almost looks to me as though they're not using first gear anymore on the 29, as that car gets pushed away and fires up with a little puff of black smoke out of the exhausts of the leading car, which is back out. The number 4 car has gone through. Is it Bernd Schneider at the wheel of the 4?
Yes.
Right. Alton has not yet come. Oh, yes, he has.
Yes, he has.
Alton has gone through, or the Alton car, excuse me, has gone through the 88, and the 9 has gone through as well. Lance David Arnold, thank you.
But the 9 is behind him. There's the 9 right
now.
Oh,
right, so he got across the line, but
yes,
not quite. Okay, that's very interesting. So the blue and yellow Bilstein
has not been able to keep up the pace in the last 2 hours.
No.
That was my pick to win, and while Mercedes has come through better than I thought they would, this car has disappointed in the last couple of hours.
Wow, this is just... It's going to be so close for the 29 car. Paul is scribbling. Just tell me, Paul.
2 minutes and 40 seconds was the stop for number 29. 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Decent run for the 44 Falcon Porsche. So 2 minutes and 40 seconds is how long it needed in terms of fuel to brim fill that tank, because they can't afford to do anything else on that car.
Absolutely. Nor can they afford to hang around, because they've got to make sure that they lap faster than Bernd Schneider.
Yeah. Or whoever gets put into that car for the run to the flag.
Bernd will stay in it for the run to the flag. And the other way that they... Yeah, as you say, they'll leave the tyres on, but it will, or they could change the tyres, but it won't need as much fuel. Although, as you suggest, they might try and put more in order to do the extra lap. It's
extra 5 or 10 seconds of fuel to be able to go quicker. I don't know. Round here, in a short track, you'd say take the position on the track. Here, I think I might take the extra fuel, because the last thing you want to do is for your plan to work and then for you to run out of fuel on the last lap.
Yeah,
exactly. As you're coming down the dot and go, going, yes, we've oh, no.
Oh,
no.
Scheiße.
Through the cloud then, I've just been out to the back of the Aston Martin lounge here and looked across the paddock, and we still have that very soft light that's been diffused through the low cloud. It looks rather like an impressionist painting as we look off into the distance, as everything is a little bit blurry, but it's a light colour, it's not dark, it's not threatening. One of the Ford Fiestas, I think, coming back towards us. No, that's a VW Golf. This is the 175 car, which has been in the wars. This was the car that got towed off a rather too high curb, which has left the front splitter at a non-Wolfsburg approved angle at the front of there, which led me to misidentify that as a product of another manufacturer. It was the right front, wasn't it, when that car was getting towed. Now, lappery and decision making is going to be absolutely key, and already we've seen on the outlap of the 29 that no prisoners are being taken. Out on the Hudson back, it was 2 wheels up on the curb. BMW, the M6 GT3, well, it was fast in VLN3. It got a BOP adjustment for this race. They may well be cursing their mistake, if it was such a thing, and we are led to believe that was the case, that they couldn't turn the wick up, because for the most part they have not been able to live with the cars at the front of the field. The 23 car in a creditable 5th position, but they would have wanted to be further up the field than that. The number 100 well in the hunt until an accident took Lucas Löhr out of the race, a big shunt. But the big but relatively svelte M6 Coupe looked well suited to the Nordschleife gym, and whilst I know that they will be disappointed, I think the car's given a pretty good account of itself. They've been a bit unlucky. They have had a spectacular failure from the engine on the 18 car when it was leading the worst possible time.
It done blowed up.
It done did.
These cars have performed very well in America. They've performed very well here, and they look on this racetrack like a proper touring car. And I think they're just absolutely fantastically turned out. I really like them.
Yeah. Eric Rude's done the calculation. He says if the 29 is going to do 77 minutes and 9 laps, he needs to be lapping at around 8:36. If he does that, he's going to get caught, or it's going to be very, very close, and that is the issue. This could be one of these things where he is literally timing himself on the last couple of laps to try and make sure the checkered flag comes out.
He can't afford. He may well be on the last couple of laps. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. He may well be on the last couple of laps. He can't afford to do anything at the moment until he knows what happens at the number 4 pit stop. Because until they know, if they drop a wheel at the number 4 pit stop, then everything else becomes somewhat easier. So you push as hard as you can, and then make your decision what you want to do when you get when you've seen what the number 4 pit stop does.
Yeah, absolutely agree. The dip dye Bentley in the Deutsche Post colours has been a fan favourite. Love that paint job on that car. And the 38 machine then, perhaps the less fancied of the two crew-built coupes, now sitting in a very creditable 7th position. Makes a Porsche 911 look absolutely tiny as it goes by, and does so, Jim, without the need for any, what I'm sure the people at Bentley would say were slightly vulgar wheel arch extensions or any accoutrements. The whole car was redesigned to take advantage of the GT3 regulations in terms of the width. So the whole front wing fender area was redesigned. The headlights on the race car were repositioned within those lights, within those fenders, to get the same relationship and proportions as the race car. So this is not something that was just lashed together overnight. Right. Beautiful piece of design, really is.
And it defies logic, because something that boxy shouldn't be that fast, but it is, and that's down to that big grunt. That's torque is your friend.
Well, the 4-litre twin turbo on the road cars with cylinder on-demand technology, which that is a Bentley developed engine, that 4-litre, and it's so good that Audi have decided to use it. Now that tells you, as far as I'm concerned, all you need to know. The RS7, the RS or the S6, I think, uses that engine again. Certainly had the pleasure of driving that car relatively recently in the States, thanks to Mark Danke and Ted Forsman and the rest of the guys at Audi North America. As the 88 has gone through in second, so we wait now for the 29 car, the leader-elect. Paul's given me, I have in my hand a piece of paper for the sequence of final pit stops. Number 4 should be in next time around, and then it will be the number 9, currently in 4th position, then the 88 currently in, then the 23, excuse me, currently in 5th position, then the 88 currently in 2nd position. And when that happens, of course, the 29 should cycle back round to the lead.
The 29 has just come through 10 minutes and 26 seconds behind the leader.
Yeah, so cannot afford to be losing 10 seconds a lap. The last lap from the 4 car at 23.7, the target time to get home on 9 laps for the 29 is a 36. So cannot afford to be losing that amount of time in 9 laps. They will be caught. This is a handicapper's delight. You'd really think that we had planned this. We haven't. Everything has come together in a most excellent way to give us a run as we're waiting for. In fact, now in the pit is the number 9, exactly as Paul predicted.
Well, no, the other way round.
Oh, no, that's right. He has come in 1 lap early.
They brought the number 9 car in first in order, I think, to get it out of the way and avoid any clashes coming. And Jelmer Berman is getting into the blue Black Falcon Mercedes, the number 9 car. So Jelmer Berman getting in and taking it over there from Muller.
Yeah, and Jelmer Berman will not be hanging about. So Berman will be set to full attack mode, and they'll brimfill that car, set it to full rich, and basically say, right, qualifying laps, please. On you go. Let's see what pressure we can put on the people around you. The 29 car has gone through, so he won't get position in front of that car, but he might be able to start putting pressure on from behind when he gets back out. Fastest lap of the race for the Valkenhorst BMW, the 999 car, in 12th position as it tries to get somewhere towards the top 10.
Its fastest lap of the race is an 8:25.
Yes, its fastest lap. Sorry, correct.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Jim.
And I don't believe there have been any tyres gone on the number 9
Really?
Mercedes. I don't think they've put any on. They're certainly, if they did it very quickly at the beginning of the stop.
Okay.
Possibly they did it whilst Jelmer was getting in, actually. It may have happened. The car's on its way, and the pit stop for the number 9 is on this screen.
He's out. He's down, he's gone, he's away, he's on his out lap. Jelmer Berman. Oh.
2 minutes and 9 seconds for the number 9 car.
And there's going to be a very, very big party down at the Thailand Toyota pit as Sutipon, Smitterchurch, Natavuda, Chiron Sugawatana, Kula, Palant, Manat and Hortacum Natapong are still in the lead of SP3 in their Toyota Corolla Altis. That's the 1-2-3 car, I believe. Very close-knit team. Not the most stylish of cars, not the first choice of many people to come and bring here. It looks somewhat out of place in some ways with all the writing in it. I'd kind of like it to look more standard, but it is in full Toyota Gazoo Racing Works colours, and it looks a bit incongruous in some ways, but you cannot deny the legendary Toyota reliability for that little front-wheel drive car. Bad news for Aston Martin, the 42 car, which led convincingly in the SP8 class, had a fuel pickup problem about a mile from the end of the lap, and then took 3.5 hours to fight its way back to a 2-lap lead in that category. Then came across traffic and had an accident, I think at Bergwerk, if I remember rightly, and that car has come back to the pit lane but cannot be fixed before the end of the race. So the debut of the GT8 is not the fairy tale ending for the 10th different Aston Martin variant since we've been here in 2007. This is our 10th running, but they still do have a class leader out there. In has come the 23 BMW, the Row Racing multicoloured car, mainly white with the black and yellow in the pit now. James Ryder talking about the BMW. Surely intentional BOP massaging is right next door to cheating. I kind of respect BMW more for playing a straight bat. not sure they did it on purpose, James.
Yeah.
Although I completely agree with you. I'd like to see everybody go flat out, but it's part of the game, I'm afraid. If you've got a BOP formula, nobody's going to want to show everything they've got because you'll just get it taken from you. It rather legislates against building a better mousetrap. BMW, the game, we told the story early on, but I expect there'll be plenty of new people who haven't heard it. The short version is in VLN3 qualifying, I believe. One of the drivers of one of the BMWs was given a delta time to run to, which he duly obliged. The problem was that the readout on the screen was reading wrongly, and he was going much faster than he thought he was, and therefore qualified 3 or 4 seconds, I think, faster than everyone else. Then, of course, they realised that there was no point in doing anything than run away and hiding during the race, which is what they did, won convincingly, and I got a BOP before this race. Paul?
Mauro Engel is standing by down at the Black Falcon pit, ready to get into the car.
I think that's a smart move.
May just be
last roll of the dice.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it may just be in case. It may be that they want to see how Schneider's feeling. They may make a decision when they get there.
Car is on the Dr. Hole, coming through the kink now and heading towards Tiergarten with just over 1 hour remaining in the 44th ADAC Zurich Nurburgring 24 hours live on radiolemans.com. We are trackside. Our thanks to NISMO TV as well as our other syndicated outlets. And the guys at Vega, of course, for their facilities here. In comes the leader. Bernd Schneider is in the lane. And he'll come past us. He's halfway down the pit lane, passes box number 15. We're in box 30, lounge 30, overlooking the pit lane. He pulls in right under Paul Truswell's feet and comes to a halt. And Schneider's getting out, and Mauro Engel's getting in.
Yeah, Mauro helping Schneider with the
tyres are coming out, brand new Michelin's, Paul.
Yeah, a little bit of, I don't know, just spray coming from the wiper as they put the aerosol on the windscreen. I could see spray coming up, but it's just coming from the windscreen.
Just for a moment there, I thought they were going for a 2-tyre stop, but no, it's going to be all 4. And this could be a seminal moment here. Well, Paul peering out of the window, go ahead.
It's going to depend on how long it takes to get the fuel in, how much of the fuel they want to put in, and that's going to be the key thing.
And the 88 car has come in from second. The 88 car has come in from second on that lap as well. So
it's a classic covering move. You come when the leader comes to negate the advantage of pitting early.
Now, this is really interesting. Where is the 29 car? It's due to come through. There it goes, right on time, an 8:30.207, and goes back to the lead, down towards turn number 1. This is going to be close, you know. It's not going to be bumper to bumper, but now we've got a real race. A real race. The final drops of fuel going into the number 4. That's not a timed fuel stop. They are filling it. They are brim filling the number 4. And they're setting Mauro Engel off. Paul shakes his head. He thinks this is too long.
I don't think they're brim filling it. I think they're time filling it. But it's just that the fuel is taking a long time to go in. It's like the watched pot. They've been so used to just having the time dictate how long the car stays in the pits. But there he goes.
He's going to have about a 50-second deficit to make up.
Okay.
About 50-second deficit to make up for the 4 car.
But remember, he should have no fuel issues. If he's been doing 8 laps to number 4 quite easily, and 8 laps will easily get him to the end from here.
Yeah, absolutely right. 33 seconds gained on the pit stop by Black Falcon compared to the pit stop that was made by the HTP team. That's not to say the HTP team was slow, they just had to put more fuel into the car.
Well, but I just can't see how the Black Falcon how the 29 car can get to the end on 9 laps at the pace it needs to go from when it stopped. It's been out there nearly 20 minutes already.
Indeed, and that's where we're all doing.
They're going to have to conjure up an extra lap. They are going to have to conjure up an extra lap.
The most this race is going to run to is 133 laps. The 29 car came in on lap 124, having done 9 laps.
So they could get to 133 on 9 laps.
They can get to 133. I can't see how they're going to get to more than 133 laps. I don't see how the number 4 or anybody can do more than that number of laps, because what will happen is that the number 29 will get to the checkered flag first because it leads. What it doesn't want to have happen is that it goes through ahead of the 24 hours, and then the 24 hours comes just as the number 4 is going past. He will take the checkered flag, but the number 29 car will then have another lap to complete as slowly as he likes, because that last lap can be as slow as he likes, and he'll have then completed one further lap.
Yes, exactly. The 88 did not have the smoothest of getaways from its final stop, Jim.
No, he was boxed in by one of the other cars. They had to push him back and then send him out once the fueling was complete. A lot of gesticulating from the crew trying to communicate to the driver what they were trying to do. They ended up pushing him back, and he was able to get back underway, but that wasn't, as John said, wasn't the smoothest of efforts.
This is going to be time management par excellence if the 29 car is going to do this.
And traffic management, John. I mean, don't forget that you don't just plug a driver in and it turns in 8:30s or 8:28s. The driver still has to deliver those lap times, and we've seen how many mistakes have been made in this race so far. How many, not necessarily mistakes, but how many bad calls with the traffic get to happen. This is down now to what the drivers can do and how they can work their craft.
Potentially only about 6 laps to go.
That seems so strange to say with 56 minutes left of the race.
6 or 7. And in this stint already, the 29 has done 21 minutes. And I just can't see how we can squeak out to an hour and potentially an hour and 15. If he goes across the line at the wrong time, an hour and 25. And it can take him forever to go around, but I think he's going to have to soft pedal it a bit too much. 8:26.7 is the fastest lap of the 38 cars race. That's the 7th place Bentley, and they've turned up the heat as well.
Or do you push and do a splash?
That's what I would do.
Yeah, I mean, that's. Paul says no, but boy, I'd rather have my destiny in my own hands to push. No. No, the pit stops are not time, Martin.
No, there's no times of pit stops in the last 2 hours, so you can't just you can splash and go. So, but good point, thank you. It's worth reminding everybody who's just joining us in the last hour that the mandatory part of the pit stop has gone now. That went at the hour and a half to go mark. So this is now a proper race with just what you've got. Bring what you've got.
I'm dying to hear Paul's opinion as to why you wouldn't push and do a splash.
60 kilometers an hour down the pit lane when your opponent is doing as much as he's doing. The fuel goes in so slowly.
But if you push hard enough, you build enough of a margin. It's a gamble either way. I just think it's less of a gamble to.
Let's see what his lead is. Let's see what his lead is, because if he can afford to lose 10 seconds a lap, then he's okay. In the last 7 laps or 6 laps, perhaps. If he can afford to lose that, then he can manage that gap. If he can't, if it's less than that, then he's got. I think they've got a decision to make. He says, building up the tension. Dum dum dum. In the last hour, it's all going off.
Don't write your headline yet.
No, indeed. Get out that big orchestral score. And all we need now is a big splash of rain, of course, and all bets are off because everybody uses less fuel, does less laps, and the guys in the 29 car are jumping up and down for joy.
Yeah, they're
So-
down there doing a rain dance right now.
Well, what they need to do normally to make it absolutely certain that it's going to rain is get out a couple of sets of cricket stumps and start to think about playing a game of cricket. The sweet taste of success is on hold, says Martin. Absolutely, absolutely
Nicely
right.
played.
Okay, through then have we had it going through? 23's gone through. So gaps are going to be paramount. That 29 car, the 23 car still has to stop one time, Paul?
20.
No, it came in, didn't
has
it?
done its
No,
last
it's done its
stop.
last stop. Okay, I'm sorry, I was slightly confused by seeing that car across the line when it's not our leader. The 4 and the 88 on their outlap should drop in behind our leader, which should be the 29 car. The 29 car should be with us in about 1 minute and 10 seconds, depending on his lap time.
It'll trip the final sector any moment now, so if you're in a position where you can see the sector times, you can count with us as it goes across to see what the gap is. I would say it's about 20 seconds.
Right, he should be in it now. And as I say that, he goes exactly through in 3:06. He's not hanging about.
No.
He's not hanging about. He's not setting personal bests, but he's going. I think he's going quicker than the 36 to make 9 laps to the end. So he will. The third way, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
Go flat out, build your lead, splash. Balance it out, as we've got an intervention vehicle on the circuit on the dotted go. He may just be repositioning, so let's wait for that. Balance it out and pace yourself. Or build up, manage your gap, and then back off with 2 laps to go and see how close to half past it is when you come across the line and think to yourself, right, now I've got 40 seconds and a shed load of traffic between me and the guy who's trying to catch me. Now I can manage the
That's
traffic.
near a 3/4 of a minute.
Yeah.
Gap first to second is near a 3/4 of a minute. He's already gone through.
Is that all? 3/4 of a minute?
That's enough, isn't it, with 6 laps to go?
We'll see.
It's less than 10 seconds a lap, Paul. But he did a 23 on his last lap.
Can you? I can't. But well, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let's watch it. Let's not try
Oh
and.
no, come on! I want to know. I want to know now. Never mind delayed gratification. What kind of nonsense is that?
Yeah, we've only been waiting 23 hours.
We've done
and,
the delayed.
and
We've
10
done
minutes.
Exactly. We've done the delayed. I want the gratification. Leader then is the 29 on the Grand Prix circuit now, and across the line 48.4 seconds is the gap, with, we believe, no more pit stops to go and 6 laps, says Paul, to the end of the race. Now what we haven't got is a flying lap time for the 4 because he was in the pit lane. How long was the pit stop for the number 4, Paul, last time?
Was where's number 4 gone? It's there. 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
So that was about. It was a 10:29. So that was. It's hard to do because there's a bit of the in lap that goes into the pit time as well. But I would say lapping at a similar pace then to the leader, who did a 23.6 last time around. What is going to be interesting now is both of those cars have lapped in the 19s. They're best of the race. 19.7 for the leader, 19.2 for second. That's the kind of pace we have to see now from Maro Engel in the 4 car to put pressure on the leader.
19.2, 8.19.2 is the fastest lap of the race overall as well, John. That was done by Krista Dulu, and it's Engel against Hohenadel in the 2 Mercedes first and second. Glass of water for Mr. Hindhoff, please, nurse.
And put something strong in it, please.
I'll say right now that the 29 crew have played a blinder here. Whichever way it goes, the HTP guys, we said at the start that those guys know how to run a good race, take nothing away from the Team Black Falcon machines and those others behind. But the 29 team, if they pull this off, they have pulled a blinder. Making your last pit stop with 1 hour and 15 minutes to go, for me, is we've talked how close the margins have been, Paul. What our keys to the race was, you know, close margins, what you're going to get out of it, risk versus reward. How many times have people been within a second or tenths of a second of the pit lane time? The decisions that have been made by drivers and the team, that final decision there just shows you how much is riding on this. They've left nothing. That's not a conservative decision.
No, absolutely. But what is interesting is you can look at those first two cars. You can look at the HTP car, you can look at the SAP Black Falcon car. Neither of them has a mark on it. I mean, yes, they've got dirt on it, they've got rubber splats on it. They don't have a scratch on them. No,
indeed. Fastest lap of their race for the Porsche number 12, the Manthey Racing number 12 GT3R, and they are sitting in 17th position at 25.7. That might be the fastest lap by a Porsche. I just want to have a look. The 912 probably went a bit quicker, but didn't last very long.
For the SP7 class. No, I can't do that.
Oh yes, that is an SP7 car. No, it's an SP9 car. It's an SP9. However, the SP7 leader is up now to 15th position for the Cup class leader. 56 car in second. Jim, I know we're sort of off a little bit, but probably a good time to do with 47 minutes left. A quick update in a few moments' time on the classes, and I think what we'll do is we'll do a.
We just did the odds.
So if we do the evens,
I'm sorry, we just did the evens.
If we do the odds, now that if you've got them, you can take a minute if you need to, and I'll continue trying to crunch the numbers in my head of what's going on here. First two sectors, half a second taking out the lead by the number 4 car. That's not enough. It has to be big chunks. It has to be 5, 6, 7 seconds a lap. But the long sector is where they are. The longest two sectors of where they are at the moment. Sectors 3 and 4, right in the middle of the circuit. And I've got to say, this has really... All right, take out... So this is going to be the 20 hours, isn't it, this year? Take out the 4 hours when we weren't racing. There's been something to talk about pretty much all the time. Through comes the Bentley. The 38 car. 27.7 for that car. In 6th position now. Laps between 5th, 6th and 5th and 6th, yes. Just a minute between 7th and 8th the last time they went across. The 75... Klaus Ludwig Lamborghini recovering to 7th, and the number 2 Audi, best of the Audis, Paul.
Yeah, the other gap which is worth keeping an eye on is for the other Black Falcon Mercedes trying to get on terms with the Haribo Mercedes. Haribo Mercedes having been, I think it's less than that.
Okay.
Because we'll see when they come through at the end of
pit stop.
The lap.
Yes, the pit stop was long as well for the 88, Paul, you're right.
So I don't necessarily... It's going to be a similar situation in the sense in that you've got a Black Falcon car chasing another car, and this was kind of how it was shaping up, that both the Black Falcon cars were shadowing cars ahead of them. What I'm... not surprised, because all 4 teams have done well, but one tends to assume that Black Falcon are a bit invincible from past experience, but they seem to have so far they're chasing in the first case for the overall lead the HTP car, and in the second case for 3rd place the Haribo car.
Will the 38 car have to do a splash at the end? When did it? Oh yes, 44 minutes into its stint. There will have to be another pit stop for the 38 car. Does that put it in jeopardy of bragging rights for the VAG group? Asks Neil Heckens. Possibly. Excuse me. Asks Right Turn Lover. Jim, for the final time, let's do the categories and count them down for me.
This is the odd categories. SPS X, the 170 Manthey Porsche Cayman GT4, 25th overall. In SP7, it is the Black Falcon Porsche 991 GT3 Cup, number 64, 15th overall. In SB3T, the Subaru Technica International Subaru WRX STI, number 106, 21st overall. 29th overall, and leading the Cup 3 category, the 354 Reunion Teichmann Racing Porsche 981 GT4 CS. Then in Cup 5, they've led literally from flag to flag. They've led the entire 24 hours. The Bunk Motorsports number 305, BMW M235i in 27th overall. In the AT category, Saxon Motorsports, BMW Diesel 135, 54th overall. That's the number 111 car. The Lubner Motorsports 251 is 41st overall and leading Cup 1. In SP3, it's the number 118 Renault Clio Cup car and 66th overall. In V5, it's the 156 Schmickler Performance BMW 330i, 53rd overall. And rounding out our even classes is the number 126 AMC
Sanktvith.
Sanktvith, thank you. That's a Toyota GT86, 69th position overall.
Just a little bit south of Spa, beyond Malmedy, on the road down there, past Sanktvith or Santvith, depending on which way you say it. It's been either side of borders many times there. In that area of the world. The 29 car starts another lap. This is its 129th that it is on at the moment, and the gap has come down to 46.7 seconds. So barely anything at all taken out of the lead.
That's a dead heat around here.
A couple of seconds have gone, but as Jim rightly says, it's a dead heat. 8:24 with 41 minutes to go. 5.8 to 40 and a bit more. So 5 more laps for the leader at that pace. It's had 35 minutes on the clock, 41 left to go. That is going to make it 80, 41, 46, 76 minutes. 5 more laps in the tank for the 29. You're happy with that? Take you to 133 for the 29, Paul. Happy?
Yeah, well, I think it's got enough fuel to do 133 laps.
That would be a 9-lap run.
That would be a 9-lap run.
Right. Okay. Okay. Can't see it having to do another one on top of that. I go with that. The pit lane time has helped, and in fact takes time out of the chasing Maro Engel this time. There's still interest for the number 38 in 6th position. 2 more laps, we reckon, for that car, the Bentley, the bright yellow dip dye Bentley, as I've been calling it, with the dip dye paint on the rear end. It looks fabulous. Can I have one like that, please? Not necessarily in yellow, but I do like two-tone grey would be nice, dip like that. It kind of brings the two-tone Bentley, you know, the half and half, brings it up to date a little bit.
That's Betty's choice.
Really? Two-tone grey?
No, just the Bentley.
Bentley grey. Very nice. Continental.
She has taste in cars.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. So Maro Engel has been set on stun and basically released.
Beaten soundly about the head and shoulders with a spare exhaust. Sent out onto the racetrack.
Yes, on you go, son. There will be no vice beer for you if you don't catch him. Right, Arenberg. Ball.
That would motivate you.
Oh, absolutely. Lap record pace all the way around. Gets stuck behind the TCR Golf GTI in a very fetching shade of red and white. That car. The 88 in 3rd position is... Now this is the other interesting battle, is another 50 seconds behind 2nd and has almost exactly a minute, as I suggested, on the number 9 car. So the top 4 cars separated by just on 2.5 minutes. Jim?
I know ifs and nuts were if ifs and buts were candy and nuts every day to be Christmas, but if you take away the 1 minute and 32 second penalty that the 88 car had, he would be 6 seconds
Off
behind
the leader.
29 car.
Oh my goodness, good point. Paul.
Yes, the point being with the chase that the number 9 car is making is that that car lapped 5 seconds faster on that lap than the Haribo car. Now, with a cushion of very nearly a minute, as you say, that doesn't really make the difference. But we've still got these 4 cars on the lead lap and a potential for a very close finish indeed. And I'm just trying to remember, it was last year, wasn't it, when we had a record-breaking genuinely close finish, and last year's first to second gap was 40 seconds, 40.7 seconds, so we're very close.
That was the closest ever, right?
That was the closest ever finish last year at 40.7 seconds.
Well, we're on 46.7 now, and we still have 38 minutes to go. Bring back a second a minute is basically what we're saying. Oh, dear me. I'm getting myself uptight about this. Imagine what the teams are like in the 29 and the 4. The 9 as well. The 9, they're a minute away from a podium here, 2.5 minutes away from a win. Yeah, they'll be not wishing ill on, I'm sure, on anybody, but they'll be thinking, oh, somebody just pull in front of them, somebody just slow them down. Let's give us a chance. You're not going to get a safety car to close everybody up for the dash for cash, but just give us half a chance to race. The fastest car last time around in the top 20 certainly was the second place car, Mauro Engel, with a 22.9 against that car's fastest lap of the race, an 18, check that, an 8:19.2. Not quite as quick as last year's race fastest lap. Wow. Just looking through, see if there's any other major battles that might change. Well, in the top 30, the 305 and the 310, which are first and second in the Cup 5 class, I believe, they are separated by, well, about a lap actually, but they're pretty close together. Third place is only a further 2.5 minutes or so back down the road. First, second and third in one of the cup classes, 251, 252 and 316 are all together as well, from 41st position down over. SP8 leader is in 45th, just made their final stop, the 45 car. And that is the BMW M3 E92, venerable TCR and Vector Motorsport car. And looking outside now to high cloud, specks of blue and a bit of sunshine. The restart yesterday under torrential rain with almost 60 cars.
One of the most frightening things I've ever seen.
One of the most spectacular and scary things I've ever seen, either on TV or certainly in person, as they charge down to the first corner. Just remarkable. Paul?
Up to 30 changes of lead we've had now in the race, and a race in which the lead has been shared against 8 different cars. Now, I can't promise whether that's a record or not, but it's still a
pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
30 changes of lead is nothing compared to what happens at Daytona, but that you wouldn't get something like 8 cars sharing.
But that's 30 changes of lead across the start-finish line and scored on the timing and scoring screen. So sometimes there will have been, I'm sure, a couple of times when we haven't quite had that happen, when someone's come into the pits. Although the pit lane, the start-finish line here is quite far back up, so maybe that is. But 8 in a field, in this field, 38 GT3 cars, to have had 8 of them, which is, a fifth pretty much, 20% of the field. to have led the field. That's quite impressive.
Lead is up to 52 seconds.
Yeah, courtesy of a slow sector 3 for the chasing Maro Engel. He lost 3 seconds there alone on that lap, and the fastest sector 4 of the race for the 29 car.
And he actually
so he's pushing.
Lost. Yeah, and Engel actually lost 6 seconds on that lap.
Yeah, can't do that. He
Nope.
needs to be turning that round the other way. Lucas Luhr had the big accident in the leading BMW that he shared with John Edwards, Martin Tomczyk at et al. Really not his fault. Not really, I don't think, either. The BMW coupe that ran into him either.
2:57.14. Tomczyk time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's going to catch on, isn't it? I can tell. Perhaps the turning point of the race then. Speeding in a slow zone, highly contentious, was looked at for an awfully long time by race control on the replays before a 1 minute and 30 second penalty was applied to that 88 car.
I also think the other seminal moment for that car was when they ran afoul of the Audi in traffic.
Yeah.
And ran him up the bum and had to have extra time in the pits to tape up the front and that sort of stuff. So 2 crucial mistakes, one under the caution, one in traffic, proved to be the undoing of the 88 car.
The final roll of the dice for the number 4 was Maro Engel being strapped in to replace Bernd Schneider. That was 27.5 minutes ago, 20 minutes after the final pit stop for the 29 car, which has held track position. It's the old adage of if you've got track position, hold on to it. They are doing that, and at the moment at least are managing the race from the best place in the house. That's right at the front. It's Jim Roller, me, John Hindhaugh, and Paul Truswell going to the flag here. Coverage of the 44th ADAC Zurich 24 Hours of the Nurburgring is driven by Aston Martin. The 38 car has not yet made its last pit stop, Paul. It hasn't sneaked in while I wasn't watching. No, it hasn't.
No, not yet.
Should be in this time around, I think.
Yes.
It's done 57 minutes at the moment. It's got about another 2 minutes to go. That'll take it right up to the hour. No sense in risking an extra lap at this stage, and it all going horribly wrong. Thank you. I'm going to say this now because I'll forget. A couple of bits of housekeeping. We do have a post-race tech coming up after the checkered flag. We'll get some of the other voices back, so start thinking about that now, please. Your nominations for the I Respect Spirit of the Race Award. My goodness, where would you start there? Only 157 potential nominations, I would think, from the starters. The hashtag is SOTR, and fire those to @Radio Le Mans, please. Also use @Radio Le Mans for your questions to NBRPRT. Hashtag NBRPRT. And your questions, points of order, assumptions, things you've noticed, whatever points arising you have, and we'll rattle through them after the race for you in post-race tech, which comes up after the checkered flag. The checkered flag may be the end of the race for some, but is only the start, of course, of the discussion of a race that I feel may well live long in the memory. And Jim, you talked about a series of what-ifs for various people, and that, you know, that's always difficult in motor racing, but there will be an inordinate amount of people who go away from this with what-ifs.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, if-onlys.
We have the speed that the one car was showing a little while ago.
Yeah, you know? Absolutely. Audi are going to be hurting that they haven't been able to defend, and their best car at the moment in 8th position, and 3 laps 2 laps off the lead.
Not only were they not able to defend, but they weren't even able to play.
They didn't look like it, did they, at all?
It didn't look like it, exactly. But it only began not to look like it once the race started. You wouldn't have guessed it necessarily from the qualifying.
That's a very good point.
You know, we were saying in the car on the way to the races, whenever it was, that there wasn't a favourite manufacturer that seemed quicker than the others. But Mercedes just got all their ducks lined up. They got the cars performing well. They got the right tyres at the right times. They made good choices. The drivers made good choices, and the teams made good choices. And what impressed me most of all, what is impressing me most of all, was the way that the HTP car suddenly kind of seemed to say, this is the race that we are going to win and this is how we're going to do it. They got themselves onto the same schedule as the Black Falcon cars, because they weren't ahead of the Black Falcon cars before. They got themselves onto the same schedule as the HTP, as the Black Falcon cars, and then they did that short stint which got them ahead because they did a short stint and therefore got a short pit stop, and then all of a sudden you thought, actually this car can do it because it had the flexibility that it needed.
Eric Rude has done a rudimentary, sorry for that, Eric, but I'm sure you've heard that one before, bit of calculation and tweets. HTP, the leader, will finish its lap 9 with 3 minutes left if he continues this pace. At 8:20 last time around, remember, took 6 seconds out of the second place car. That would put 4 and 88 also across the line before the checkered flag on their lap 10, on the leader's lap 10, but that would only be 7th and 6th laps for the 7th lap rather for the 4 and 88.
Yeah, but remember, they don't have to complete the lap. Once the checkered flag falls, the race is over.
They have to complete
they have to,
if they've gone round before the checkered flag has gone out.
They have to see the checkered flag.
And they get past. Does it go back to the previous lap?
No, you have to see the checkered flag.
You have to see the checkered flag, okay.
Right. But it doesn't wait for the leader.
Right.
So if they go by before the checkered, if those leading trio go by before the checkered flag, and the leader runs out of fuel, and the other two have got more fuel in the tank, which they have,
then
if it goes to the 10th lap, it's panic stations for the 29.
Yeah, exactly.
10th lap for the 29.
Yes.
Right, it's panic stations for them because the other two have got fuel to make that lap because that's not the 10th lap for them.
Right.
Remember,
exactly.
It'll be the.
It'll be the 8th and 9th.
8th, I think, for both of them.
Yeah.
Is that right, Paul? Yes.
Yeah, 8th for both.
So we know they
right,
can do that.
They pitted together.
Yeah. So no drama at all here, actually.
No.
Dear me. Right, an 8:20.147 laid down for the 29 again. Who did we put at the wheel of the 29, guys?
29 has stayed Christian
Hernadel. Right. Right. Oh, now, has he got the hurry up then? Because he stretched the lead to 55 seconds. Another 2 seconds, almost 3 seconds in the bank for the 29. Now, at some stage, he's going to have to be told to ease off. Otherwise, he is putting himself onto a pace that means he will have to do 10 laps to get to the checkered flag. And at the moment, he's ahead of that pace. Oh, dear. Maro Engel, 22.9, the 88 car, at 8:34. Well, frankly, that's not trying, is it? See him comes round this time. He had traffic, actually, in the middle sector, sector 2, that slowed him down a wee bit. Now, the battle of the Volkswagen Audi Group brands, 6th and 8th at the moment for the 38 and the 2. The 38 has pitted at the end of its lap 127, at which time it had 2 minutes and 26 seconds on its nearest VAG Group rival, the number 2 Audi. It's on its outlap now. I think it's been passed. So that is going to be a race. That is going to be a very interesting race as well. The 44 has stopped for its last stop as well that time around. In 9th position for the Imperatori Martin Ranginger, Wolf Hensler, and Peter Dumbreck, Falcon Porsche.
No, they stopped 49 minutes ago, John. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm looking at the ETA. You're absolutely right, Jim. Thank you very much indeed. It's that one that's just stopped, which is the 16 ahead of it. I was looking down the wrong column, or across the wrong line, should I say. So the 16 is on its outlap. That's the Bush brothers with Rene Rast and Christian Mamarov. They've made their last stop as well. But will give up 10th position, will they? No, they might not, actually, because I don't think the 35's come through. No, it hasn't. So the Nissan hovering on the bubble of the top 10, ahead of the Valkenhorst 999 BMW. And the first of the Cup cars, the Porsche Cup cars, the SP7, 15th position, and I reckon we'll hold on to that should nothing go wrong. That car has been out there for 52 minutes. Well, may need a splash, but probably can go the 90 minutes since it last stopped to the checkered flag. They can't afford to get that wrong either, because they haven't got a huge amount in hand in the SP2 class, because the 56 car is also in the top 20. Paul?
That's all right. I'm just
You're beating on a drum here.
It's a long-tailed cat in a rocket chair factory is what he is right now.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, what's nice about this is this has involved the whole team. This has involved the guys on the pit wall making the decisions, but also, especially in this phase of the race, it's been taking the drivers and putting them on the in the hot seat and saying, look, you've got to do the job as well. You've got to deliver now. This is the time when we need the drivers that we've paid to come along and do their job, and they've got to do their job now as well.
Yeah.
Plus, overall, the 29 car has made 16 pit stops. The 4 cars made 17 pit stops.
Yeah.
So there's an extra pit stop in there for the 4 cars. So their on-track pace throughout the race had to be faster.
Indeed, yes. There was one pit stop which the number 4 made, which they didn't want to make, which Adam Christodoulou told us about when there was a vibration that developed, and they solved it by changing the wheels. They think it was just a bit of pickup that caused it, and a bit of rubber that they got offline got stuck to the tyre, and that was the extra pit stop. That's the reason why there's 17 there rather than 16.
Yeah.
It feels like we have 20 minutes of waiting for the other shoe to drop, because will it be fuel? Will it be somebody coming a cropper of traffic? Will it be, anything could happen in the last 20 minutes. People think I'm just trying to build drama, but this really is waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Remind me keep telling me this, Paul. Remind me when the 29 last stopped, on which lap?
The
23, wasn't it?
29 stopped on lap 124.
24, right. The start of 124, the end of 124.
The end of 124. So its first lap was 125.
25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So it's done 6 laps right now. It's completed 6 laps. It's on its 7th.
Correct.
Right. We know it can do one more after this, and he's due.
In the past, he's done 9.
Right. He's going to have to. I think he might have to do 9 again. And a 25.0 for the 999 Valkenhorst car is another quick lap for that car. It's quickest again. That's 2 quick laps it's done in the last 20 minutes or so. As it is just on the verges of the top 10 at 12. Clear track for the leader. That would be a great sight to see, wouldn't it? As you're coming round.
His last lap was less than 0.6 of a second off his best lap of the race.
He is absolutely
wringing its neck,
wringing that car. Exactly what I was going to say. And the gap has gone up by nearly 10 seconds in the last 3. So, albeit that's 75 kilometres. But in the last 75 kilometres, that the lead has gone up by pretty much 10 seconds.
You don't get the impression that the management at HTP want to go into the record books as being the closest ever finish, do you?
No. No.
Well, and it may be
unless he's building the lead now. But there's got to be somebody's got to have a watch on this, and they need HTP have got to have a Paul Truswell back timing this, and at the point where he says, right, you've done enough, now hit your numbers, you've got to hope that the radio is able to be heard and the guy actually slows down, because he cannot afford to go into a 10th lap. I cannot believe they can get 10 laps. They've not done it all race.
I agree with you, John.
They may know something we don't, and the systems within the car may be telling them something else entirely. But do you trust the systems at this point, or do you trust the little notations that you've made in your notebook all the way through the race? I would say at this point it would be the latter for me. Threads the eye of the needle through the C230 and the brilliantly run Subaru, which, by the way, is still up in the top 20, just holding on to 20th position. The 106 car. That's the SP3T leader, isn't it? That's been great. Back out onto the Grand Prix circuit. The second place car is not gaining on this lap, has lost at least another couple of seconds. Holds on in the first sector and the second, but 3 and 4 loses time, and there was traffic on the Dottinger as well, which may have slowed Maro Engel in the white and blue Mercedes number 4. Paul has got the rules out.
No, it's just communicating with dailysportscar.com, and it was easier to point than
8, 7, 6. This is the due time. 5, 4, 3, 2. Spot on. That's for an 8:30. 27.6. So just a 2/10 of a second lost to the leader that time around. But again, I will say that is not quick enough. And a 22.6 for the 88 last time around. We'll see him in about 45 seconds across the line. He's got 52 seconds on 4th place. So the battle for the last step of the podium is almost exactly the same gap as between 1st and 2nd, Jim.
You can't make this stuff up. This is absolutely fantastic. And then further down, it looks like the 38 is only 10 seconds behind the 75 for 6th.
Yeah, and more importantly, is only 1 minute and 20 ahead of its Volkswagen Audi group into Nissan battle with the number 2 Audi. That is for 6th. Check that, 7th and 8th position, Paul.
The 7th lap of the stint for Hohenadel then in the number 29 car, and he's just gone over the 1 hour of this stint.
So he's on his 8th lap now.
He's on his 8th. He's on his 7th lap now. This is the 7th lap of the stint.
Understood. Right, so 16 minutes left. He's going to finish his 7th lap with about 72 seconds on 4th place. So the battle for the last step of the podium is almost exactly the same gap as between 1st and 2nd, Jim.
You can't make this stuff up. This is absolutely fantastic. And then further down, it looks like the 38 is only 10 seconds behind the 75 for 6th.
Yeah, and more importantly, is only 1 minute and 20 ahead of its Volkswagen Audi group into Nissan battle with the number 2 Audi. That is for 6th. Check that, 7th and 8th position, Paul.
The 7th lap of the stint for Hohenadel then in the number 29 car, and he's just gone over the 1 hour of this stint.
So he's on his 8th lap now.
He's on his 8th. He's on his 7th lap now. This is the 7th lap of the stint.
Understood. Right, so 16 minutes left. He's going to finish his 7th lap with about 7.5 minutes to go. So he will be on his 8th lap when the checkered flag comes out.
And then he'll go through, the checkered flag will be waving.
And it will be all over.
If they do it right. If they do it right.
HTP have got fuel out. HTP in the pit lane.
No splash and go, huh, Paul?
Ooh.
I'm saying nothing.
Paul is very seldom wrong.
Paul, I can't ever remember him being wrong.
Paul is very seldom wrong, but what's the thinking at HTP? That's the thing.
Yeah.
Have they changed their mind, or have they now looked at their little book and went, oh, we might be a bit closer, we might have to do an extra lap?
Well, I mean, one option is that they've looked at their little book and said,
We've got enough time
We've
to
got enough
splash.
time, we
Let's
might as
do
well. And they can also just have a look at the car and check any radiators and just blow on it a little bit whilst the fuel is going in.
Correct.
Typical Olaf Manthey type of technique,
Yes.
actually.
Yes.
You don't
If you've
need,
got the time, use it.
Yeah.
Okay. So it could be that Christian Hohenadel, who has been at the wheel of that car since its last pit stop for over an hour. When did he get in that car, Paul? Because there's just something else
Yeah,
I want you to check.
It's over 2 hours, but it's not 3 hours.
Okay, that's you read my mind there. Okay. Right. There's a small gathering of people here in the Aston Martin lounge who are watching timing and scoring, and this becomes a spectator sport right here. And I don't mean what's going on the track, but the three of us sitting trying to work it out with our very small brain power, apart from Paul. Right. The 29 car
Our crew chief.
right, pitted with 1 hour and 20 minutes to go. He reckons they can't go 1 hour 20 minutes. I don't think it was quite. Well, no, it was pretty much. Yeah,
Well,
they've been out They've been out. It's not when they come in, of course. It's when they go out. They've been out 1 hour 3.5 minutes, and there's 13.5 minutes to go in broad terms. So that's an hour and 16, an hour and 17 minutes they will have to run if they were spot on the checkered flag. Now, the good thing is that if the checkered flag comes out before they come around, that's great, they just finish. If the checkered flag comes out after they come around and they're on an extra lap, that's where the problem lies. Because then they don't have to go an hour and 17, they have to go an hour and 25.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have 20 minutes to finish the last lap. Once the checkered flag is waved, you have 20 minutes in which you can finish the last lap.
How much fuel do you think they have in that dump bottle?
Just enough.
Yeah.
Is the answer.
Is it a gallon? Is it? It looks like it's about half full, and it looks like
I would say
2
that's
or 3 gallon dump tank.
I would say that's probably 25 or 30 litres in that.
So that means nothing to me.
It means it means it's 20 quid's worth is what it means. that's if so. Oh dear. I have got the.
We're sitting here. We're both sitting here like we got to go to the bathroom.
I've got the Christian Horner foot going here.
Fidgety as poor Johnny was when you wouldn't let us stop on the motorway coming down.
No, absolutely.
That's what they've said to Hohenadel.
Push, push, push.
No, don't stop, don't stop.
A minute and 20 now. A minute and 20 between the two Volkswagen Audi Group cars as they come around. I'm waiting to see. I think the two might have sneaked by, on the pit stop. I think the 7th and 8th position has changed. Let's see them come around this time. I think that's turned around. And Bentley get the 7th position snatched from them on the pit stop rotation. Meantime, it's a relatively clear run for Christian Hohenadel at the head of the field. The gap sitting around 55 seconds. 3 seconds taken from Hohenadel in Sector 3 this time, and that is a slow Sector 3 for Hohenadel. Has the word gone out to their driver from HTP that he's done enough and now he can manage the gap? 11 minutes, 2 laps, he can lose 25 seconds a lap and still come home ahead. The question is, when does the checkered flag come out as to where that car is on the track? And that might now be more important than where the number 4 car is, Jim.
Indeed, as we've got 10 minutes and about 45 seconds remaining, that's such a hard decision, because if you slow down too much, you can't slow down enough to, well, let's see, he's in the last sector. The last sector takes about 50 seconds.
Yeah.
He'd have to do his last lap at about 9.5. And
he's 55 ahead. He could probably do it.
Oh boy, that'd be tough, because
he could probably do it.
Well, but the 4 car could do his lap at 8:27 again.
In either case, it's a 133 lap race.
Yes.
And so it's a 9 lap stint.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he's already done a 9 lap stint when he came in at the end of this one.
But it's Okay. Okay. But he can't do a 10 lap. So, but
I rest my case.
So so this is the end of his 7th lap or his 8th lap, Paul. Let's say it again. This is the end of his 7th or his 8th lap. Is he coming in the pits? He's in the pits! The leader has come to the pits!
Oh, boy.
They've jumped. They've blinked. HTP have blinked. They're not sure. Oh, they don't agree with Paul Trustwell. Is this going to cost them dearly? 55 seconds is going to evaporate very quickly. How fast can they get this car turned around? It's all about the flow rate. They haven't even got the pistol in the flow pilot. They have now already 4 seconds, 5. They want the cameramen out the way. The second place
10
car
seconds.
is on the Dottinger Ho and does not have to pit. We've got a race. It hasn't started. It's being pushed. It isn't starting. It's a push start. It still hasn't fired. The big V8 still hasn't fired. Now it goes. There was worry there.
I thought
you had to get that car started under its own steam. That was a push start. It did not fire on its own. That was not assistance pushing it away. There was no fire. And here comes the second place car. They're on the same piece of track. And now Paul goes to the pit lane regulations. We've seen a full pit, and that was a full push start, not assistance for a car that was already started.
That's right.
That car had no fire for at least 5, 6, 10 steps from those.
He'd run it dry. He had run it dry or close, darn close.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think they
it
would
wouldn't
just
fire either way. It wouldn't fire, and they had to push start it. You're absolutely right because you could hear it.
He dropped the clutch.
It was in the pit lane before it fired.
Yeah, he had dropped the clutch. You could hear it turning over, but there was no fire. And at the Dunlop hairpin, it's not even 10 seconds. And 24 hours, well, 20 hours of racing has come down to 1, possibly 2 laps. When did they cross the line? That's the question. They think they've won it. They think they've won it at HTP. They're hugging each other. They're going to have to set Christian Hohenadel to absolutely drive the wheels off this car because Maro Engel's got him in sight and will know that. They're on the same stretch of track.
This is the lap of his life for Hohenadel. This is absolutely the lap of his life.
And through goes the 88 in 3rd position, 2 minutes back from these two. Oh, the 38, by the way, well, I'm still waiting to see those two come through for the 7th and 8th position, but the action is out on the Nordschleife. Now, the number 4 car, Yamaro Engel, do you take 2nd place at this point? Do you? Heck, you take every single risk you can, and you want to get your headlights in the rear view mirror of the leader. Christian Hohenadel now has got to focus forwards.
Big bounce off the curb. Sorry, John. A huge bounce off the curb for the number 4 car.
In the hats and back together, coming through this rhythmic part. Now, chat going on. What is being said down there in the pit lane? There's nothing the pit crew can do now. They're blinked. They're blinked. They may not have needed to do this. The pace was good from Hohenadel, but had he used too much of the fuel, there's a second being taken out, half a second being taken out the lead in Sector 2. Paul?
4.3 seconds, something like that is the gap first to second.
Right. Now, how much heat has gone out of the tyres and how quickly can they get it back in the 29? Maro Engel is on an absolute tear at the top of the Vauxhall. 6 minutes to go. And they're going to have to do another lap. They're going to have to do another lap here. They're going to be over the line in around about 5 minutes. And that's why they've decided to put extra fuel in. This is not, ladies and gentlemen, the last lap. Unless something happens, this is not the last lap. And they're going to be racing through people who are slowing down to get to the flag after the half-past flag has come out.
Oh, this is going to be, they'll run afoul of traffic. Anything could happen.
5 minutes 26, and on a 8-minute 30 projected time, those cars will be across the line in 4.5 minutes, 4 minutes 40. We have got one extra lap to do.
Fascinating.
And of course, don't forget, there's no question mark. There's no question mark on the fuel of number 4. I'm not even going to suggest that. That would be an 8-lap run for them, which they can do. It'll be running dry. They'll be pushing it, but that means just a very, very light car at the end. And now the interest of everyone is picked up. Christian Hohenadel then with clear track ahead.
Ooh, and he's closing. The 4 car is closing, John.
It's nip and tuck. 1:58.008.
Ooh, that's quick.
For the 29 car, but a 57.1, the fastest sector 3 of the whole motor race on the lap that counts. And it is pressure now being turned. The screw is being turned on Christian Hohenadel. They're not side by side. They might as well be, because at the moment, I mean, do you even talk to him at this point?
No.
Do you even tell Hohenadel what's happening?
No.
Focus forward. Those lights behind you, don't worry, it's a Peugeot 208. You've passed
That's
them.
right.
That's what you'd be telling them now.
You pull the rearview mirror off during that pit
Oh,
stop.
and he's terribly bumped.
Heavens.
Threads the needle between 2 cars. And here comes the second place machine and gets a better run. No doubt Engel has gained some time there, but that might be the motor race. Right there, that pass that Christian Hohenadel has just made to go through 2 slower cars in the middle of the circuit. He has made a very brave decision at that point.
You made the great point earlier. There's going to be a lot of cars out there that don't realize race is coming up on them. They're just tootling around trying to get the final 3.5 minutes.
Oh,
in.
and he's held up in the carousel. There's a Porsche right ahead of him. Goes to the right, has to change and go to the left. And now it's on. The last half a lap of this lap. But I still reckon that they'll be across the line in something over 2 minutes' time. And we've got 3 minutes to the checkered flag. It's all on, and there must be another 25.3 kilometres of this kind of action, and now, this is just extraordinary. No full course yellows, nothing made up about this. This is how it's played out. This is how the strategy, the tactics, the pace, the weather, the traffic have dealt the cards to these 2 Mercedes-Benz team. Paul Truswell, this is absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, that last pit stop from the 29, the HTP car, 51.8 seconds in the pit lane from one end to the other. 32 seconds of that was spent going from one end of the pits to the other end. That means they took 29 seconds to get the fuel in the car.
And they are together. There's no need for a stopwatch as they head down in the final third of the lap. It's all quick through here, and they are together, and there's traffic. And now Engel has the relative comfort, I reckon, of picking his spot. Because he's got him now. He's got back to him. He's just got to stay close and not let too much traffic like the Glickenhaus go by. And see how he squirted through there past the 702 car. And now again the leader is forced offline, this time it's Engel who gets beaten by the traffic. You live by traffic, you die by traffic as far as the stopwatch is concerned. But Engel is still there. He's not close enough for the tour. As he comes through, let's see what kind of run he gets onto the Dottinger Hole for what I reckon is the penultimate time. They will cross the line with about 25 seconds before that checkered flag needs to go out. I'm just looking at the actual time and the time that's on the clock.
Yeah.
The graphic is not exactly the same. There is 3-4 seconds difference, and that might make a little bit of a difference, but it's not enough. It's not enough. There's going to be another 25.3 kilometres of action, and my head is going to explode way too early if we don't dial this one back. The checkered flag is not out. It might be in the hands. There's the VW Golf that is a class leader.
Here we go.
All kinds of trouble. These guys are waiting for the checkered flag as they go through the Tiergarten, and they are again just 2 or 3 cars lengths between them as they head towards not the checkered flag. 37, 36 seconds as they go across. Absolutely unbelievable.
0.7 of a second, 25 kilometers. Can he get it done?
And it's going to be a 134 lap race, and that's why they needed to splash that car at the end. 8:19.002 for Engel, the fastest lap of the race, exactly when he needed it, and it's put him in position to win the 44th Zurich ADAC 24 Hours of the Nurburgring, and they're on the Grand Prix circuit now.
Catching is one thing, passing is another. I know it's a cliche, but it's good. I think he's going to have traffic, or this is going to be a bump and shuffle.
He's got to stay close to him. Does he bide his time? I think he's got a better car under him. I really do. And I think that Hohenadel has had to push perhaps harder than he wanted to. Does Engel take any opportunity, or does he wait to the Dottinger Ho? It would be a brave man that would eschew any opportunity that was presented. The checkered flag is going out now as he goes down the inside, and he's gone through, and there's contact, and he's gone through, and the lead has changed on the Grand Prix circuit. This is the last lap, and the crowd goes wild in the number 4 pit. Extraordinary pass with traffic ahead, and now Engel goes from being the hunter to the hunted, and HTP have had it snatched from them.
It was a bump and shuffle. He got in deep, put the door on him, and pushed him right off the racetrack. Here's another look at it from the helicopter.
Now coming up to the Este. Oh, it's a very bold move down the inside. He's there though, Jim.
Yeah,
He's there. The door was not closed by Hohenadel quick enough. I think that's legitimate as he went up the inside, very much side to side, and perhaps even slightly ahead. Now the problem is here, he's the guy at the head of the field. He's got to pick his way through the traffic, and he's got to try and break the tow by the time they get to the Dottinger Ho.
And we'll see just how much the nerve of Hohenadel now, as he has got to pull out every stop. This is his...
Well, the guys at HTP know that they rolled the dice, and the tow has been broken. Maro Engel is pulling off one of the results of the history of the 44 runnings of this event. He's on the hats and back now. He's got a car. It's one of the Caymans between them. In fact, no, beyond that already, heading up to the top of the Foxhole. A little bit of damage to the right rear of the leading car, which is now the number 4. Third place confirmed, the 88 car. Fourth, the number 9. 8th position, the number 2, which means that right. What happened to the 38 car? We'll check that back with that in a moment.
It made a pit stop as well, John.
Right.
So they've come into the pits and they'll come through and take the checkered flag, but they will have lost that 7th place.
So that's the battle for Bentley versus Audi in the battle of the VAG runners, as the 88 car has finished. Don't worry about that car going slow. Has seen the checkered flag lifted off and allowed the checkered flag to come out. Knew that they weren't in with a shout of first. Managed the time perfectly. He only had to drop 15-20 seconds to be able to make that happen. On his last lap did a 36, when we know that car can do 10 seconds quicker than that. The Haribo team are applauding their man as he comes through.
There's been very little traffic, which is just a saving grace for the 4 car at this point.
Christian Hohenadel has done an absolutely brilliant job. Did they need to jump on that pit stop? There's the question. The blue number 9 AMG Black Falcon Mercedes has finished in 4th position. It's the Haupt, Baumann, Engel and Müller car. But Maro Engel has a bigger prize in his sights, as he is halfway around this famous, infamous surface of racetrack across the bridge.
Ooh, he got held up. The 4 car got held up a little bit by one of the slower cars.
I don't
Not
think
enough, but
I said that I didn't think Hohenadel had the better car, and I'm absolutely positive now. The only question mark I am going to pose is the right rear tyre on that number 4 car of Maro Engel from the bump and run on the Grand Prix circuit, and the little bit of damage to the bodywork behind the wheel. Let's hope that that doesn't cause an issue. Coming now, climbing all the time. The next big landmark will be the Caracciolo Carousel. And it's a clear track ahead of Maro Engel. And as I say that, there's 2 cars right in front of him, including one of the Audis. But he's scythed his way through there. Hohenadel perhaps sees an opportunity, and all of a sudden Hohenadel is reinvigorated, and under braking closes in a little bit at the bottom of the hill that leads up to the Caracciola Carousel. Surely there is not another twist of fate. Hohenadel must know that if he can get in the draft going down the Dottinger Ho, he's got half a chance. Through comes the Opel Astra, the 253 car. I think that's the family stride check, isn't it, that car?
Yep.
That came through. Sadly, the Kisling Motorsport 122 didn't finish the race. The foxtail did not flutter all the way through. The point I made earlier, Jim, I'm going to make again. Traffic at this point might not be expecting the leaders.
That's exactly right. We already saw it at the end of the previous lap. That group of cars that was slowing down at Tiergarten.
But most of the traffic will have gone through by now, of course, because the traffic will all have tried to time their run so that it finished at the flag at 3:30, not at 3:36 as we are now.
I think we've got about potentially 4 or 5 cars, certainly one, which the leader is coming up on at the moment. Oh no, hang on a second, he's not the leader anymore, of course. Right, there are a couple of cars ahead that may come into play. And there's one of them.
Contact.
There was contact there between the Renault Clio and the leader. There was slippery surface flags out as well there. The marshals are waving. Blue flags, though, still at that marshal's point. There's somebody who is doing a great job beyond the end of the race. The checkered flag came out some 6.5 minutes ago, and we are racing to the line. And this time the second place car is the one that gets balked by the traffic. Maro Engel then, heart in mouth for a moment there, as Hohenadel is seeing the victory slip away. Just the double right at Gallenkopf, and then on to the Dottinger Ho, and he's not close enough. He is not close enough. They've nicked it. They have absolutely stolen this one away. The number 4 team have done the business beyond the death. Quite a remarkable run for AMG Team Black Falcon. Maro Engel anchoring. Great work from Manuel Metzger, Adam Christodoulou, and the evergreen Bernd Schneider.
This will be his second victory for Schneider. Remember, he was in that car in 2013 that gave Mercedes its first victory at this great event.
And a huge gaggle of cars all staying to the right-hand side. They've had the word on the radio, haven't they, that the leaders were still coming behind them. That could have been a nightmare had they been caught at the wrong part of the circuit. And the 44th running of the Zurich ADAC 24 Hours of the Nurburgring comes through to win. Pole from Engel in 9 times. He took the pole in the 9 car, and wins in the 4. So Maro Engel brings it home, and the disappointment of HTP must be absolute. And I feel Race Control are going to get, Paul, a visit from HTP.
I do hope that it doesn't end up with tears. I mean, I don't think that...
yeah, he's already at Race Control, John.
Yes,
yeah, and don't forget the push start as well.
Well, the push start is the counter sue, isn't it? That's the point at which it all goes horribly wrong.
Well, I couldn't find anything in the regs that said that you're not allowed to push start the car. So I'm not saying it's not there, but I did have a look and I didn't see it.
There is Race Control, and there is the team manager from HTP demanding a word with the race director. I've got to say, I think that looked like a legitimate manoeuvre. And I cannot see that being overturned.
And I would think if he was that really upset about it, he'd have been there right after. I mean, he'd have left the pit box right after that happened.
Yeah.
At least I would have if that was me.
Yeah, I mean, even if it wasn't a legitimate move, it was an inevitable move at that point, and you just have to feel for the HDP team, because they did everything they really had to do, but they just got caught out. Had there have been, for example, another incident in the last hour of that race, which would have just caused the pace to slow a little bit, to reduce the pace, and that would have given them enough time. It wouldn't have been a matter of fuel; it would have just given them enough time so that the laps would have been slower, and you would have got to the checkered flag that little bit later, because it was 25 seconds was all it was that was on the clock when they went across the line. And so everybody made the right calls. I'm not criticising the HTP calls. They made the right calls. There was nothing else they could do. But why is it at the end of the race the map falls off the wall?
Perfect timing. That is the Colin Chapman of maps. It lasted on the wall exactly as long as it needed to. Jim Roller, how do you even begin to sum that up?
Wow. You sum it up by saying Mercedes domination, and HDP has left race control and doesn't look like he got any satisfaction.
Well, he's made his point. He's done what he feels he had to for the team.
Yeah, and as I was saying, Mercedes' domination of this event, the top 4 positions, and then a big surprise for me that Audi and Porsche were not more competitive.
5.6 seconds at the end of the race. Mercedes, 1 Mercedes, 2 Mercedes, 3 Mercedes, 4. BMW in 5th position. Then Mercedes in 6th with the 75 car. The best of the Volkswagen Audi group goes to Bentley, and the 38 car, the Deutsche Post car, and the best Audi only in 6th position. Porsche in 8th position, excuse me. Porsche 9th for them. 11th for Nissan. The 35 car just off the pace, but had a relatively clean run, that car. I can't remember it having too many problems. Cole has to go out though for the SP7 winner in 15th position, the 64 car, and the 3T winner in 20th position, the Cup class winner in 25th position, the BMW M235i. Brilliant run from the 235i.
That's the Bunk Motorsports car that led flag to flag in that class.
Well, Paul Truswell, that was then 134. That would have been 10 laps for the leading car at the time. They had to make that stop. They saw the time running out.
Yeah, well, what they expected, I'm sure, was some event which would have brought a slow zone or something like that into play. And as I say, you only would have needed 25 seconds worth of slowing the pace, and then we would have had a completely different result, because they wouldn't have had to do the extra lap. The winning car, that number 4 car though, only led 8 laps of the race. A mere 8 laps of the 134 were led by the number 4. Obviously, the most important one, the last one,
the 134th,
was the one they'd quite happily take. But I have to say, for the 4 drivers, a fantastic performance by Manuel Metzger. I mean. Real eye-opening stuff from Manuel. A super performance from Engel, as you said, having driven both cars during the race, put the other one on pole position. Adam Christodoulou would have set the fastest lap of the race had not that been done by Engel
on lap 133
on the penultimate lap of the race. And what can you say about Bernd Schneider? I mean, 51 years of age, absolute ambassador for Mercedes, and I think actually Bernd didn't mind who won. I mean, he'll take the win, but the way that Mercedes have approached this race, and a very, very good start indeed for the AMG GT3 car.
Well, I think what we heard there was there will be no protest. Is that what we heard? That certainly sounded to me as though HTP have said they either won't listen to a protest or there will be no protest. This is a motor race that is very special in a number of ways, not least at how the cars are arranged at the end of the race. Let's have your final nominations for Spirit of the Race. The I Respect Spirit of the Race award to @RegioLeMond on Twitter, #SOTR. and NBR, hashtag NBRPRT for post-race tech coming up in a few moments' time. My goodness, there is going to be a huge amount to talk about here. Quite remarkable. Graham Goodwin has joined us as Jim Roller goes for a rub down with a damp halibut after a fantastic stint. Well done, Mr. Roller. I don't want to run through too much here because I want to keep it for post-race tech. But remarkable motor racing. Let's hope it's not that it's over right now. I think that is a worthy result.
100% agree. An astonishing finish to any race. The fact that that was a 24-hour race, John, makes it infinitely more astonishing. By far and away the closest finish to this race ever. The
biggest problem that Maro Engel had was trying to get the car on the ramps. Nearly dropped it off on the left-hand side, his side.
Because, of course, here at the Nurburgring 24 Hours, not only do the drivers get a podium, the cars do too.
The cars are as much of the star as the drivers. And Adam Christodoulou, who last year was carrying a wheel back to his car. Owen Ardle being greeted by his teammates. Let's have a listen. Well, that's the sound of victory. Bernd Schneider might be the oldest in the team. He was the first onto the roof of the car. Adam Christodoulou in this studio after his final stint. Apologies for the language there. If you guys, obviously tremendously emotional, but that is just remarkable. Owen Ardle gave his all. I think we're going to get a German interview here, Graham. So
I'm just watching, having dented the roof of the winning car, Bernd Schneider, ever the ambassador, went inside and straightened it again.
Of course he did, because that's the right thing to do. The move of the race is the move that decided the race. He came from a long way back, but he's almost there. He is there. He's there long before the leader gets to the apex. Now, I'm not going to criticise at all Christian Hohenadel, but he rather invited that manoeuvre with a less than defensive line into the left-hander at the top of the hill. And he feigns, well, actually, it's a fantastic manoeuvre when you see it from the straight on camera, Graham. Feigned to driver's right, sold him the dummy. The only thing I would say about that is, would the 4 car have actually made the corner had the leading car not been there?
Interesting question, but
he rolled off. In fairness, he'd made the corner, but then he rolled off to make sure he came out in front, rolled off the brake.
And you have to ask the question, had that car fired after that fuel stop, would they be in the same position? And for
that
HTP,
was 5 seconds, mate.
For HTP, so many questions after that race. So, I mean, that is going to be a tough one to take. And I have to say, I've spent the last 20 minutes, as well as writing our final hour report for Daily Sports Car, trying to come up with some of the facts and figures behind this race. I've just had to rip them all up. And there's so many things that could and would have happened with HTP winning it that now haven't happened.
Yeah.
So we haven't, for instance, had a second consecutive race with a brand new car, a first-time team, and 4 first-time winners.
Yep.
Because both Black Falcon, with a second win here, and of course Bernd Schneider, have already won this race before. What we have had is Bernd Schneider in a Mercedes-Benz winning with a British driver, because of course back in 2013 when he won it with the late and much lamented Sean Edwards, and that I'm sure will be remembered too as we wait for the number 29 car to take its position on the car podium.
We'll make an editorial decision here and we'll wind up our race coverage, but don't go anywhere. The podium ceremonies and post-race tech come next. Keep the questions, the points of order, anything that you want to ask coming, because we will roll straight into a live version of post-race tech from here in the Aston Martin Lounge. Thanks to all the team for the moment, particularly everyone back at London who've done the hard hours as well. Stay tuned as our Zurich ADAC 24 Hours of the Nurburgring coverage continues with post-race tech driven by Aston Martin next, live here on radiolemans.com.
Is a radio show limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
News and analysis,
Speculation and debate.
special guests, and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport.
Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on radiolemans.com. The checkered flag ends the race, but not the race talk. Post-race tag on radiolemans.com. Have your say. Ask the experts. Make your point. Post-race tag. The end of the race is only the beginning.
Well, the end of the race was at the very end of the race, and it's the beginning of a very, very interesting chat here on Post Race Tech. Hashtag NBRPRT for the Zurich ADAC 24 Hours of the Nurburgring for 2016. We'll bring you some coverage of the podium ceremonies for at least the main class as well. And we will reveal our I Respect Spirit of the Race award as well. Johannes Guagli brings up the point I think that a lot of people will be talking about here. We accept that we don't want a clash with Le Mans, but does the Nurburgring 24 need to be moved to a July-August date for more predictable weather? We lost 4 hours again last night, early hours of the race, Graham. Is that something that we have to live with, or can something be done about it? I suppose it's where you place it in the calendar through the year.
Even with a very quick recall in the 10 years that radiolemans.com has been covering this great race, we've had a 30% rate of losing big chunks of time to weather. Very first year we're here with fog, and of course the overnight rain, and then this time I've got a funny feeling we may have had a red flag on another year as well, which is no, Paul is shaking his head. So 3 out of the 10 we've lost a big chunk of time to the weather. I'm going to be controversial and say leave it where it is. It added to the drama. It inevitably adds to the drama, and a bit of weather, I think, in a 24-hour race, particularly in this place, I think just adds another layer of amazing. But it's an astonishing podium, John. I've tried to look back. The archive full results of the Nurburgring 24 Hours are quite difficult to find, and I cannot find in the 21st century any of the races that have had a 1, 2, 3 for any make.
Right, okay. So at the moment we think this might be a first time
Certainly this
occurrence. Paul, you have to keep track of everything. You use technology nowadays, but our 3 cup classes, asks Right Turn Lover, plus SP7, effectively a Porsche Cup class, too much spec racing for what should also be a home to a bit of the weird and wonderful when it comes to car tech and what's out there?
I don't think so. The spec racing classes bring in a certain number of entries. The one-off specials bring in a different number of races, different number of entries. There's room at the Nurburgring 24 Hours for all of them.
We had a M235, a car that was built to race here inside the top 30.
Yeah. There are Porsche Cup classes, there's BMW Cup classes, there's Renault Cup classes, and then there's the TCR for slightly more special cars. I think you don't quite have the same openness perhaps that Creventic encourage, but it's still a good entry. I think it's fine. Don't need to change the way that the entry works at all.
Our Spirit of the Race Award, very close things. The Seat that came back literally from the dead car park in TCR, the marshals and the clean-up crew always get a big shout. but by a very small margin. Also, by the way, Aston Martin for bringing us here and hosting us for the last 10 years, but Norbert Bruckner for not protesting or not going through with the protest at the end has nicked the spirit of the race, and I'm actually quite pleased about that, because I think that is exactly how we wanted it to finish.
You always want to walk away from a race knowing what you've seen on track is the actual results. I'd like to add just another, it's not a vote, it's just a mention. Just within the final hour into the Aston Martin lounge popped Dr. Ulrich Betz with his suit. It's halfway out of his suit with his helmet and hands device in his hand. That means for the first time in his 11-year history here at this race, because of course Aston Martin raced the year before we were here, John, but he didn't finish the race. He opted to give that honour to one of his colleagues. And let's hope that the good doctor comes back next year for another crack.
Graham, here's the overall podium. It would be wrong for us not to recognise the efforts of the 3 Mercedes-Benz crew, the 88 in third, the 29 in second, and the guys from Black Falcon and SAP from SAP in the middle. And once again, the elder statesman is right front and centre with the big AMG flag. The sight of the cars mounted on a podium beneath them, Olympic style, is something that is I've not seen replicated anywhere else.
I think we're looking here, John, at almost the kind of changing of the guard in that crew.
The German national anthem. Am I wrong to love the fact that the Haribo bear was standing just to the side of the 88 car there as the podium ceremonies continue? Oh, you're in post-race tech here on RadioLeMans.com after an extraordinary 44th ADAC Zurich 24 hours of the Nurburgring.
Just to reflect here, John, any of those three teams in different circumstances could easily have won this. We had the problem, as we said, in that final splash and dash for the second place car. We had the penalty for the third place car, but it would have put them in the mix as well.
Yeah.
Had they not had that, we could
well,
have
they would have got the extra lap, certainly. We could have had 3 cars.
We could have had 3 cars involved in that.
I'm going to let Paul begin to pack up, so I'm just going to ask him the question that many people are asking him about that splash at the end. The point was, Paul, that when the leading car at the time, the 29 car, was in the box seat, Christian Hohenadel pitted on lap 100, at the end of lap 123, and they were hoping to control, clearly now we know they were hoping to make that no more than a 133 lap race, excuse me, at the end of lap 124.
That's right.
They were hoping to make that. They didn't really have a choice once they had been pushed in their pace other than to stop, because that would have then been a 10-lap run, which they had not done in the race.
That's right. The only other thing that they could have hoped... No, I mean, the only other thing they could have hoped for was just to leave it the way it was, and I mean the car wouldn't have done 10 laps under normal circumstances, but just to reduce the pace on that final lap, so that once they it would have been a hard call. They did the right thing, and as I say, any other form would have meant that they'd been in the same boat. What they were keeping their fingers crossed for was that somehow the pace would be reduced, and it only would have taken 25 seconds of a reduced pace, and then the checkered flag would have fallen a lap earlier.
So they did the right thing, you say. There are people who are tweeting me now that says they had 55 seconds of a lead. They crossed the line with 30 seconds to go, let's say. It was a bit less than that. They could have bled back and waited for the checkered flag, and then it would have been over and they would have won.
No, they wouldn't, because the the SAP car, the Black Falcon car, would have overtaken them as soon as they started to bleed back.
Right.
Because
but
they
had 55 seconds. They had 55 seconds.
Because whatever
not
they have
including
done,
the pit stop.
Yeah,
Not
whatever they
including
would have
pit
done,
stops.
the Black Falcon, that was the problem. They
yeah.
suddenly realised that the Black Falcon car was going to complete 134 laps, and therefore they had to complete 134 laps.
Correct.
And that put them one beyond what the tank would take them.
Paul, thank you very much. I'm going to let you begin to pack up the walking mobile data centre and ask Johnny Palmer to jump on. In fact, ask Martin Haven, because Martin's going to run for a flight shortly. So let's jump Martin on here first, and then we can let Martin go. Extraordinary, Martin, what we have seen. You're used to commentating on sprint races. The World Touring Cars were here. You were doing effectively your day job, as well as coming in for us. First of all, thank you for that. Is it possible to sum up what we've seen? Everything is going to be focused on the run to the flag, of course, but it takes 24 hours and 20 hours of racing for that to distill, of course. Like making a good pot of tea. It's not just what comes out the pot at the end.
Well, pole man wins race. Very straightforward, you know. Nothing much happened in between. He changed cars. He was in both cars. Poling one, wins the other. If only the race had been a lap shorter, if only the race had been 2 laps shorter, utterly different result. If only... If only HTP had the faith that Paul had in their fuel management, the race would have finished differently. But this is 24 hours of if-onlys, and that's the whole gist of this. This race, more than any other, is utterly impossible to call until you get onto the final lap. And even then, if Engel had got stuck in a clutch of little cars going very slowly, I mean, he sideswiped a Peugeot 308, just touched it. But that could have ended up with a puncture on Dottinger on the last lap, and he could have lost it there within a kilometre of the flag. I mean, that's what this race is all about.
There's 3 major topics here, and the pass is not one of them, because nobody who is tweeting in to Radio Le Mans at Radio Le Mans with the hashtag NBRPRT is calling that pass anything other than legitimate, which is very interesting, because we've got a good spread of listeners and viewers around the world, and they call it as they see it the same way that we do. Everybody at the moment is saying that was a legitimate pass. I'm not seeing anything in that. So the 3 points, and I'm going to throw this first one to you. We've mentioned it to other people. Classes. Are there too many classes, Martin? Could we consolidate some of those classes?
Of course you could. You could take... We had 25 classes. We had, I don't know, 7 or 8 with only 1 car. Of course you could. But this race has always existed on privateers. The fact that we focus most of our time and attention on the huge money teams at the front and the manufacturer representatives and backers at the front doesn't mean that the classes aren't valuable. I mean, we've got factory Toyotas, we've got factory Lexi, we've got factory Mitsubishis, we've got factory-backed Seats and Volkswagen and TCR classes. We've got a whole load of other manufacturers who don't have a GT3 car program. We've got Peugeots, we've got Fords, we've got all sorts of stuff. And then we've got the backbone of any endurance race, and that is the privateers, especially when you get to a GT3 category, which is a customer racing category. And that's what the predominant front runners here are. So, yeah, you could say, we're going to take a look at our entry list in years to come. If there are less than 5 cars, let's say, just choose a figure out at random. If there are less than 5 on the entry list, we're going to send you your money back. But then we lose the Manta, we lose the Calibra, you lose variety.
Yeah. On a similar theme, Hayden Burns has tweeted to @Radio Le Mans using the hashtag NBRPRT. Do we really need drivers entered in 2 separate cars, superhuman feat? It is in the spirit of the event, but should we be encouraging that in this day and age, Graham, particularly in the GT3 category? And one of the winners is one of those drivers.
I, again, don't have a problem with it. I think that is the choice of the teams. One quick additional point on Martin's point there. I think the additional numbers of classes, I think, add something to it. You could consolidate it, and I'm sure, and I haven't done it, if we look down the list of the runners, those classes are going to be mixed up. Some of the cars in the supposedly lower classes will be finishing above. It's not just about raw speed. It is about endurance. It is about getting those cars around. It is about fuel efficiency. Do I think they could easily consolidate it? Yes, I think they could, and I think that might add something to it.
The way that Creventic do is you have 2 broadly similar classes and you BOP them a little bit, you go with a power to weight ratio deal, and
do you
that's
need a
when-
V3 456? No, you don't.
Going back to the multiple
And a Porsche class.
Going back to the multiple entry cars, 3 of our top 4 are multiple entry teams. Because the 88 team were all entered in the 84, in the 8 car. Miro Engel was in both of the Black Falcon cars, wasn't he? 4 and 14. It was only 29 where the drivers weren't entered out of the top 4 that didn't have any drivers entered in any other car. But you know, they only banned that in Le Mans, what, 10 or 15 years ago. So no, I don't have a problem with that at all.
Well, we're going to leave our listeners and viewers on the international stream now to enjoy the podium celebrations and look back at some of the highlights. Our post-race tech continues on